Morning, soft light glides across the stone square. A fountain plays in the center, drops sparkle in the air. The servants stand in a daze. One says that someone was eating with their hands. Another begs them to stop. Their faces are tense and their poses are frozen. And indeed, someone, without any hesitation, licks the plate, as if the taste was too good to leave even a drop. She was a beautiful girl, and judging by her clothes, she was not an ordinary person, but rather a person of high status and wealth. She said sweetly that it was very tasty, even too tasty not to smile. There was food left on her lips, but it didn't bother her at all. Smiling, the main character thought that perhaps she looked ugly, and she wanted to hear it out loud, quickly, right now, so that she could disappear without looking back. But the man in front of her, sipping tea, calmly replied that he was glad because she liked it, and there was not a shadow of confusion in his voice. And, putting down the cup, he said slowly, as if weighing each word. His voice was even, so now. The main character said, "Marry me, Evangeline Cloud." The voice was firm, but everyone around froze, and the girl herself was in complete shock. She wondered why on earth the villain, the very one who was supposed to destroy everything, suddenly decided to propose to her. And why now, when there were only 3 weeks left before the beginning of the story? The car lost control and hit the heroine, and the girl remembered her past life, short, bright, cut short suddenly, and she thought that everything was finally over. But now the main character again believes that death is inevitable. Suddenly, rays of light illuminated the heroine's sad eyes, softly sliding across her face, as if reminding her that even in silence, hope can be born. And when she opened her eyes, she became 15-year-old Evangeline, confused but alive, with a heart full of questions. She was shocked, because she had become a character from a novel, the very one she read at night, with bated breath. Now her thoughts, feelings, even her breath, were part of someone else's story. Her beauty could conquer 3 kingdoms, and hearing this, it seemed like she should be the main character. But she is just a rich man's daughter and a supporting character. The girl who was mentioned in the novel in just 2 sentences. So it turns out that this girl has now become the main character of a novel about the transmigration of souls. At first, Evie was disappointed that she was a minor character in this novel. But then comes the twist. Because all this time, she was the main character, and no one noticed. She thought about her appearance, and that with such a beautiful face, she would achieve a lot in any case. For example, she will be able to manipulate people, and she also has a fortune, thanks to her father. What could be better? But until the girl gets involved with Rebellion Florence, everything will be fine, because he is the main villain of the novel, who will lead the rebellion. And if Evie marries him, as it was in the original, in that case, she will definitely be destined to die, and the main character cannot allow this to happen. So she immediately began to formulate a cunning survival plan that could not fail. And suddenly, the girl had an idea that she urgently needed to get married. The maid behind her was perplexed. The plan is simple. The main character just needs to marry someone else, thereby changing the plot. The man asked if his daughter really wanted to get married, and Evie firmly answered that she did. And with a smile, her father offered her Duke Florenzo, and in her mind she rolled her eyes and thought, damn, couldn't she find herself a husband herself? And so the main character set out to find her husband. While the crowd in the hall was discussing who this girl was, she was dressed like an aristocrat, and looked very much like the daughter of that very rich man. At this moment, the girl turns to the crown prince with a smile, making a slight curtsy. In response to the curtsy, the man addresses Lady Cloud as Tiaras de Eridan, crown prince of the empire. He takes her hand and kisses it lightly, saying that the girl is beautiful. Basically, as always, the main character smiled smugly, because the prince was completely taken in by her charm and charisma. They whirled in a dance, their hands clasped. Their steps were light, almost weightless. He in a dark blue suit with a white cloak, and she in a white dress, her hair flowing like light, patterns flashing around, and everything seemed magical. Continuing to spin, the girl realized that she could finally tell him the most important thing. And after the prince asked what Lady Cloud wanted to say, she stepped back a little with the characteristic click of her heels, and with a smile, without a drop of embarrassment, she says, "Please marry me." Her voice sounds clear. At that moment, everyone froze and fixed their gaze on the couple. Someone raised an eyebrow, and someone hid their emotions behind a fan. Even the prince himself was taken aback for a few seconds and did not show any emotion. And then he smiled, continuing to remain silent and looking away. Letting go of the girl's hand, he turned to her again, and the prince, coughing slightly, continued that he would pretend that he had not heard anything like that. Evie was in shock. Had she really just been rejected? The girl thought that heroines of romantic fantasy stories could have everything, and so, in the end, the main character was left with only unpleasant memories of this. And so she grabbed her head, realizing that now her reputation in high society was below the baseboard. And now the plot twist failed. The heroine lay on the bed and cried, because in this world she also makes mistakes and does not feel love from others. Yet Evie doesn't want to just give up and die. The second attempt to change the original plot is to simply run away, but she was caught 3 days later. The third attempt was a cold shower, and she successfully avoided her planned wedding with the Duke. With a sly smile, she understood that it was worth continuing to try, because the original story could not continue to develop according to plan. Time passed. 6 months flew by before the original story began. The maid informed the girl that her father wanted to see her, and Evie realized that the blind date attack was repeating itself. She just smiled smugly, realizing that everything had been planned long ago. And the maid only smiled dreamily. She was very glad that the Duke was on his way to his mistress. This infuriated the heroine, and she tried to mentally calm herself down inside, frowning slightly on the outside. Then, making a sweet expression, she asked Aida to bring her mistress's favorite dress. The maid happily shouted that she would bring it immediately. As the maid left, the girl smiled. But as soon as the door closed behind her, the girl exhaled in displeasure and rolled her eyes. She lay down on the bed, buried her face in the cool pillow, and wondered if her father could simply give up, stop trying to force a fate on her that she never chose. And the girl firmly decided that now was the time for her to escape. She abruptly threw open the glass door to the balcony, and she stood on the railing carefree, as if she did it every time, without fear of heights and wind. She took a careful step forward, and she gracefully jumped off the balcony, saying, "Well, let's go," because she already knew that sooner or later all this would happen. And sitting on the ground, she said, "The last time I managed to escape, I found 3 more secret exits." After all, she understood that if she did not start acting now, she would have to meet the Duke and get married. When suddenly, someone approached her. The girl looked at the shoes in confusion, and then looked up. There was a man standing in front of her. He had smooth black hair, neatly combed back, and a cold look. Red eyes and a face like a sculpture. Everything is exactly as described in the original novel. At that moment, the main character realized that no matter how hard she tried, this novel would definitely force her to meet the Duke. She looked away, because she knew that she was doomed and had nowhere to go. But at the same time, she was also covered in foliage. The man looked at the girl appraisingly. There was not even a hint of surprise in his gaze, only calm. But Evie's face reflected a whole range of different emotions, and thoughts were spinning in his head that he might not recognize the girl. And still not looking up at the man, she mentally begged him not to recognize her. And when he addressed her as Evangeline Cloud, it was as if a stone had fallen on her head. Damn it, he recognized her after all. The main character awkwardly began to turn towards the man, because she had already been exposed. The protagonist silently looks forward, his eye flashing red, a strand of hair falling over his face, tension hanging in the air. Then, in a calm tone, he asked if I could ask what you were doing here, his voice polite but with an underlying wariness. The man continued that this was more like running away from home than a regular walk. Evie blushed with shame and mentally screamed that this was all because of him. The hero asked if she couldn't speak, and at that very second, the girl suggested that if she kept silent, then maybe she wouldn't have to marry him. He thought that it would be wonderful, because then the girl would not chatter unnecessarily. At the same moment, she began to babble that she did not expect to meet a man in such a place, and how glad she was that he had come here. The protagonist smiled, saying that it seemed the girl knew who he was. The girl realized that since he liked silence, she would chatter until his ears bled, and she continued chatting in vain. He closed his eyes as she continued talking. "What brought you here? Our garden is certainly great for walking, you know." But, interrupting her meaningless chatter, the man extended his hand to Evie and invited her to go inside. and, placing her hand on his, the girl silently agreed. Of course, they were greeted with a note of surprise. After all, their daughter is walking arm in arm with her future husband, and there are green leaves on her head and body. The father became furious and began to scold his daughter, but she only looked away, realizing that something very tiring was about to happen. And, holding the man's arm, she began to say that his lordship had found her and escorted her back. The man only apologized for his daughter, because she was not yet mature, but in response, the main character only slightly lowered his head and said that everything was fine. And, smiling charmingly, he said that it would be very nice to get used to this in advance, because he would have to follow the girl from now on. Evie was completely dumbfounded, as from that moment on, what was he talking about? It's strange, from their first meeting until now, because the first impression was unpleasant. She chatted non-stop the whole way. She also looked sloppy. How could she not make a bad impression? Everything went terribly. Suddenly, the main character was distracted from her thoughts. The father ordered Aida to take his daughter to her room so that she could tidy herself up. And, quickly leading the mistress up the stairs, the maid and Evie rushed into the room. The main character watched all this, and when the girls left, he slowly turned towards his father. And in a cold tone, he said, "So, I would like to see what you promised me." The girls' room is filled with sunlight, pastel colors, elegant furniture, and morning calm. The maid carefully dried her mistress's head with a towel and muttered, "Oh, my lady, what have you done? This is how your first meeting with his lordship ended." And fate, as if playing, turned out to be cruel, cold, without a drop of mercy. The maid repeated, "After all, milady is really so sweet. How is that possible?" But Evie didn't care. She just wanted to somehow get out of this situation. The girl only encouraged the lady not to worry, because there was always a chance. Suddenly, the girl had an epiphany. It was definitely a chance. She suddenly reached for the handle of the cabinet, opening it as fast as she could, and, taking a pile of fabrics in her hands, she asked Ada to dress her the way Evie herself wanted. "That's it, now let's play." Meanwhile, men were sitting at the table. The father was in a slightly tense pose, and the main character, on the contrary, was in a more relaxed one. Finally, my father said with a smile, "Oh, Evie is here." The girl slowly approached the heroes. A pink ruby was visible on her white shoe. The earrings were exactly the same color. The heroine literally shimmered with gold. She was wearing a chic and lush white dress, a flower with feathers on her head, and an elegant fan in her hands. Evie chuckled. Although she looked strange, even more like a clown than a decent lady, she continued to laugh, hiding her emotions with a fan. The girl understood that she had been preparing for this day and knew the entire list of Duke Florence's likes and dislikes. She turned over each page of Duke Rebellion Florence's list of dislikes. The very first thing the main character hates is stupidity. Secondly, he hates wastefulness and vanity. The third thing he can't stand is chatterboxes. And the fourth thing he can't stand is the pungent smell of perfume. Now look, Rebellion, at the girl who has absolutely everything you don't like. As she approached, she wanted only one thing, for the hero to look at her with disgust. But what was her surprise when he only smiled? She did not understand why he was smiling. He only slightly squeezed the chair. The girl was completely confused, because she didn't expect a smile. Doesn't the main character hate showing off? The room is bathed in soft morning light. An elegant armchair and a wooden table with a cup create coziness. The maid, with a smile and a sparkle in her eyes, asks, "My lady, what do you think of Duke Florence?" Her voice sounds warm, with a note of curiosity. The girl runs to the maid and grabs her by the shoulders, asking if the list was really reliable. The heroine replies in bewilderment that it was, because her sources are always reliable. The mistress lets the maid go, thinking out loud whether it was all in vain, and if even the scent couldn't embarrass him, then why didn't he react in any way? After all, when he returned to the living room, Rebellion did not show a drop of displeasure, but simply continued to smile, as if everything that was happening was part of a carefully played scene. And softly, almost in a whisper, the Duke began to say that he felt much better. After all, the man thought, no, it just seemed to him that such a beautiful lady might not like him. Since we will probably see each other often, it would be a problem if you hated me. The main character did not understand what these words meant. The maid began to guess what was wrong with the mistress, Maybe his lordship didn't like her, but the heroine just covered her face with her hand and said that it wasn't about that at all. And at that moment, the maid began to babble that it was such a relief and that the mistress looked simply wonderful today, to which Evie looked in surprise at the girl. The maid continued to explain that she was afraid to overdo it with feathers and jewels, but as it turned out, they paled in comparison to the beauty of her mistress. Evie froze in place, her mouth open. Was the reason for the failure really because she was too beautiful? Was her future husband smiling at her just because she looked great? And then it dawned on the girl. Her gaze flashed. Her breathing became ragged, as if a puzzle that had been lying in her mind for a long time had finally come together. She slowly began to remember the list of her husband's absolute dislikes. Each page was turned over in the main character's mind, and finally she reached the right one. And the 5th page said that Rubellion hates dirt, Evie thought, so she needs to do something indecent. We see each other more often, yes. You will regret what you said, dear husband, the heroine thought to herself. A few days later, she stood in front of that same mansion, which was illuminated by sunlight. Isn't today the very day, my lady, when the invitation to the Duke of Florence's estate arrived? Said the maid, beaming with excitement and pressing a porcelain teapot to her chest. Yes, that's right, said the girl, slowly lowering her cup, as if weighing every word. With a slight emotion in her voice, she turned to the maid, asking her to help her get ready, although deep down she already knew that no matter how things turned out, she would still be rejected. They were already standing at the gates of the mansion with their father, silently waiting as the carriage slowly moved away, leaving behind a trail of muffled rumble of wheels. She stood like a granite sculpture and understood that a step back was no longer possible. Father, leaning slightly towards her, said with a soft smile, "You're not worried, my dear Ivochka." "No, not at all," she said with a slight smile, hiding the trembling in her voice. But inside, everything was shrinking, as before a storm that could not be stopped. In my past life, I was an attention seeker. Who would have thought that now I would be so desperate for someone's hatred? The doors swung open, and streams of light rushed in, cutting through the gloom like the first morning after a long night. Amidst the excited announcement that the head of the merchant guild, Claude, had arrived, the father and daughter walked inside. Looking around, the girl thought, being the daughter of a local rich man, I considered my life luxurious. Everything around was shining, from the refined furniture to the tiny specks of dust in the air, illuminated by rays like stars in a hall of earthly wonders. She understood that the Duke's estate belonged to a completely different world, unattainable, luxurious, and dangerously attractive. A man in an elegant suit approached them, his steps unhurried but confident, and, bending slightly, he said calmly but firmly that it would be better if the young lady proceeded alone. The father slowly began to walk away, letting go of his daughter's hand, but she only excitedly called out to her father. Taking his daughter's hands again, the man said quietly but seriously, "Ava, try hard and don't forget to show respect to His Grace the Duke." The girl looked from her father to the servant, unable to understand what was going on. Her father smiled so much. Could he really be so mercantile that he couldn't wait to sell his own daughter? The man came out to meet the guest, and smiling slightly in surprise, said, "Oh, you've already arrived." The main character smiled, saying hello slightly questioningly. She didn't understand why the Duke didn't greet her back, but she realized that if she gave it her all, she would become the most disgusting person in the main character's life. Holding onto the sofa, she asked if she could sit there. Rebellion nodded and said that she could do as she wished. And now they were sitting at the table, surrounded by exquisite treats, candles, and flowers. Smiling, the man said with a slight touch of solemnity, "It is an honor to meet you today, Lady Clodagh." With a beaming smile, she exclaimed, "Oh my God, in return!" And the whole room seemed to be filled with the light of her delight. Moving the cup slightly, the main character said with a slight smile, "I chose tea that is especially loved by ladies of high society." Taking the cup, Evie said, "What are you talking about? It was made especially for me. I am very grateful to you." On the outside, she was sipping tea sweetly, like a refined lady. But inside her, a little devil was raging, impatient as a kitten before a prank. She decided to start. And at that very moment, with an innocent smile on her face, she released a stream of tea straight into the Duke's face. And smiling slightly, she said through a light mockery, "Oh, I'm sorry, I just choked." Looking at him, she thought, No matter how hard you try to be a gentleman, you'll still break down. After all, how can you just take and ignore this incident when tea is running down your face? He sat silently, but every curve of his face showed a storm, drops of hot tea slowly flowing down his face. Covering her mouth with her hand, she asked, "Oh no, what should I do?" But inside she was rejoicing at her small victory. Wiping his face with a handkerchief, the protagonist said with gentle restraint, "No, it was just an accident and nothing terrible happened." Then, with a smooth, almost theatrical movement, he put the handkerchief into his jacket pocket. And then he asked the girl, "But instead of worrying so much about me, shouldn't you take care of your dress first?" Evie chuckled, saying that the dress would dry on her, and Rebellion remarked reservedly that he would order a change of clothes to be brought. She merely waved her hand dismissively, repeating carelessly that the dress would dry on its own. Throwing the man's coat over her shoulders, she smiled reservedly and said that it was enough for her to cover herself up, briefly thinking that sloppiness was still part of the plan. The protagonist noted with a slight hint of bewilderment that it was his coat, but the girl, smiling stupidly, said that she thought it was just a blanket. And, after thinking for a moment, he said with slight confusion, "Sometimes it's even hard for me to imagine what you're thinking about, lady." And, sighing slightly, Rebellion said with gentle insistence, "It's still worth changing before dinner. You'll be here until tomorrow, so you won't be able to stay in this outfit all the time." She looked at the man with a hint of bewilderment and asked again how he could wait until tomorrow, as if his words had caught her off guard. The Duke said with an unperturbed expression, "Didn't your father tell you, after all, it was planned that you would stay at the estate for the whole day?" She jumped up, looking at him in shock, as if his words had struck her with electricity. A mixture of anxiety, mistrust, and internal panic flashed in her gaze. She looked around the room in confusion, not understanding what was going on here. And then, as if waking from a dream, she realized that she was standing in the middle of someone else's space, in someone else's coat. And with a feeling of slight shame, she sank down onto the edge of the sofa, involuntarily remembering that in the original story, they did get married. But she couldn't digest the information that an unmarried girl was staying overnight in a lonely man's estate. She stuttered, trying to start a sentence, but the words treacherously stuck in her throat. Only the muffled words burst out, and she continued softly, clearing her throat a little. "This situation, as you understand, can cause some misunderstandings. Perhaps it is worth thinking about it again." But the hero only exhaled with a warm smile and explained that there was no problem with this, since many guests had stayed overnight at the Duke's estate more than once. She casually mentioned that perhaps he knew that her reputation left much to be desired, and therefore she would not like to cause his lordship any trouble. And squinting slightly, with a hint of lazy charm, he said, I wouldn't say it's such a problem." The girl's eyes widened in surprise, and her gaze flashed with a silent question. She again did not expect such a reaction. And, walking away down the corridor, with a slight carelessness in his gait, he threw over his shoulder, "Breakfast will be in the garden." But the girl sat with a devastated look, not understanding why the Duke was so kind to her. Even by her own free will, it was too much. And suddenly, she remembered the Duke's strange conversation with her father, as if a promise had slipped between their words. And squeezing the fabric of the dress in her fingers, she felt it with frightening clarity. Something was definitely happening. After all, everything that Rebellion managed to do for her seemed not just a gesture of kindness or curiosity. There was something more to it. And that gaze, intense, slightly paused, confirmed her suspicions. He was full of purpose, and there were nuances in his behavior that could hardly be called random. He clearly had his own hidden motives. Still clutching the fabric of her dress, Evie began to rise, slowly, as if afraid that every gesture she made would echo too loudly. She said quietly, "Your Grace," and the man turned around with slight surprise, but his gaze remained intent. Thinking and a little afraid, the girl began. "Perhaps?" Her voice trembled, but there was already persistence in it. "And so she decided to ask whether it could be that you had made some kind of deal with my father." The words echoed through the dark room, filtering through the cracks in the wooden panels. "A deal, you say?" Rebellion asked again, his grin flashing with excitement, like coal given air. The girl hesitated, unable to utter a word, her fingers unconsciously clenching. And the man, without taking his eyes off her, said evenly, "Why do you think so?" There was no reproach in his voice, only a strange expectation. Evie remembered Rebellion's backstory very well. In the novel, he was a cunning villain and a traitor. At first he seemed nice, almost naively noble, a model gentleman, like from an old poem. But later, it became clear that kind words, gallant gestures, even a soft smile, were all just a cleverly sharpened weapon of revenge. And when the truth was revealed, the reader was in complete shock. The book slipped out of her hands and fell to the floor with a thud. And with his mask, he led the main character around by the nose. Not by force, not by charm, but by subtle lies. The girl would have gladly repaid him in the same coin, but inside she knew the time had not yet come. She understood that while I wouldn't delve into it, I just needed to avoid marrying this man. The girl continued with a smirk. Oh, for no reason, of course. Otherwise, such an impressive man would not have lifted a finger to invite someone like her. And slightly lowering her gaze, she said embarrassedly, "Just the invitation is already an honor, and you even allow me to stay for dinner." The hero smiled softly. There was genuine warmth in his voice. "Glad to hear it," he said, and invited her to have lunch together. The girl froze again in complete shock, as if someone had pulled out the thread of her thoughts, leaving only an empty echo. She couldn't understand why everything was falling apart. Her carefully constructed plans, words, intonations, everything seemed to melt under Rebellion's gaze. A gloomy maid stood before her, her lips pressed into a thin line, and a certain contempt could be read in her gaze. New dresses shone in the closet like jewels in a display case, each with its own history, shade, mood, and the choice was not just great, but alarmingly significant. The main character froze in amazement, as if she were standing in the middle of an exhibition of treasures. But she understood that these were not gifts, but calculations, an attempt to buy her consent with silk. With the same note of contempt, the maid leaned forward slightly, looking from under her brows. "Which of these wonders would you like to try on, my lady?" Carefully sorting through the dresses, she understood that in this world, if a man gives a woman an outfit and she puts it on, then she accepts not just a gift, but the title of Duchess. Evie tried to refuse gently. Her voice was cautious, almost conciliatory, but the maid only bowed her head haughtily and said, "Do you really dare to disobey the order of the Duke himself?" And she quickly began to sort through the dresses, her fingers sliding over the fabrics with an almost anxious haste. Last time her bright image had worked against her, and now she chose an almost invisible, simple dress, with a beige tint, without patterns, without statements. The maid was slightly surprised, covering her mouth with her hand, as if the simple dress was an unexpected choice for her. And then the maid said with an even intonation, as if stating a fact that did not require emotion, "You have taste like the last Duchess." "It was the former Duchess's favorite outfit," the maid answered calmly, without putting any judgment or emotion into her words. Evie looked down and thought, Rebellion's mother was already dead, and yet it was her dress that was in front of her, as if it was not a choice, but a test. She touched the dress, barely touching the fabric, as if checking not the softness, but someone else's memory sealed in its folds. The late Duchess, despite her title, had received the title through a sudden twist of fate, but was forced to become the emperor's concubine after he took notice of her. In the palace where she was forced to live, she became pregnant with Rebellion, and so the crown prince and the duke grew up side by side, like blood brothers. She understood, oh, if everything had ended exactly like this, it would have been just one of many tragic dynasties, forgotten in a series of other people's sorrows. After the birth of her child, the Duchess took her own life, a quiet gesture that forever cut through the walls of the palace, not only with grief, but also with mystery. Her death was not just a loss, it became a turning point for the Duke. The thought of revenge not only settled in him, it became his meaning, his fire. The girl asked in surprise whether his lordship had really brought this dress personally, and the maid, frowning slightly, asked again with a hint of reproach whether it was really not to her taste. Evie released her fingers from the fabric and quietly said that she heard it was the late Duchess's favorite dress. Looking down, she said with a barely noticeable tremor in her voice, "I do not want to so carelessly put on what previously belonged to a now deceased person." "I thought you were a little disrespectful to me too," she said quietly, and the woman looked up in surprise. But then her face softened, as if something long ago was reflected in it, and she looked down. Evie understood that even if she didn't want to please the Duke, his family wasn't just a story. For her, it was a novel. For him, it was life, and she wouldn't cross that line. He acts as if nothing happened, but Evie knows for sure that he didn't give her the dress by accident. There's something personal behind this gesture. And then her gaze dropped down and suddenly lingered, as if stumbling over a detail that had previously eluded her. The table was piled high with a variety of treats, fruits, cakes, and delicate snacks, as if luxury itself had decided to make itself known. Noticing how her gaze lingered on the exquisite treats, Rebellion asked if you liked this. She casually sat down on a chair and said with a slight detachment, "Yes, I really like that." The man noted with slight pride that there were many beautiful things in the ducal estate. You can take whatever you like. And delighted by such words, the girl remembered that very candelabra that she had laid her eyes on as soon as she entered the estate with her father. On the table stands a porcelain cup with a golden rim, drowning in flowers and radiance. And with the same radiance, the Duke seductively said, "Ultimately, the property of the husband is also the property of the wife." Then the man suddenly said, with a slight smile on his lips, "If you like cute things, you must have seen a lot of them in the imperial palace. I heard that you made a proposal to the crown prince. The first blow, subtle and deadly, made out loud." He said the following almost indifferently, looking down. "But you were rejected. The second blow, precise as a dagger, thrust without warning." He said this in front of everyone, clearly, with a firm intonation, very decisively. The third blow, delivered in public, like a spit in the soul. Evie froze, unable to understand whether he had really gone on the offensive, and whether it was worth telling the truth now if every word could become the next blow. She stood up, barely managing to control her trembling, and explained, "In fact, your world is in a novel, and I was reborn in this body. In the future, you will become an evil genius. Please don't marry me." The heroine looked down, her heart pounding as if in a cage, because it sounded too ridiculous, and no one would believe her, even if it was true. The girl sat silently, as if in the motionless shadow of her own words, and the man watched her intently. And so he asked, "You were refused, but the prince still likes you, right?" The fifth blow, wrapped in calm. And suddenly, the main character screamed, breaking the silence. "No!" Her voice broke, desperate, almost accusing. And in tears she screamed, her voice trembling. Not at all, like a desperate plea that sounded too loud. He crossed his arms and asked, slightly bowing his head, if it was true. And the girl screamed, choking with tears, "Absolute, I never loved your highness." The heroine realized that if she didn't change the subject immediately, the questions would never end, and each new one would be more painful than the previous one. And she asked, with hope in her voice, hardly believing what she heard, "Were all these desserts really for me?" The man answered briefly, with a slight smile, "Yes." She was touched, looking at the desserts, as if she had forgotten everything that had happened before. But inside a decision was already maturing. It was time to activate Plan B. Rebellion spoke calmly, as if discussing the weather. "The pastry chefs here are quite experienced," he added, "and in the future you will be able to use them often." Before he could finish speaking, at that moment, a woman's hand suddenly grabbed the cake, without any manners. They were shocked. One froze with a teapot in his hands. The other tensed up, as if he had seen something terrible. And Evie calmly chewed the cake. The bites were quick, as if her little struggle was not in words, but in sweetness. She beamed with happiness, her eyes sparkling as she munched on the cake without a care in the world. "It's delicious!" she exclaimed. The hero did not understand whether this was a hallucination, how the lady could behave like that, chew the cake so quickly, holding it right in her hands. The servants were at a loss. Some stood silently frozen. Others covered their mouths. They had clearly never seen such a lack of manners before. The girl sat happily, her face smeared with cream, exclaiming, "Yum, yum! How delicious!" as if taste overcame the rules of etiquette. She didn't stop. The cakes disappeared one after another, as if a portal to a sweet dimension was operating in her hands. "These are real miracles," she declared enthusiastically, smearing cream on her cheeks, and the maid next to her almost dissolved in shame, as if her silence was the last bastion of decency. Evie smiled to herself, It was obvious that this was the first time the man had encountered such a woman, one who broke every rule with such grace, especially the main one, not to talk while eating, and, holding out her index finger, she demonstratively licked it, adding with an important air, "If food gets on your hands, just do it." The woman extended the napkin, but froze halfway, her hand frozen in midair, her eyes widening. The main character, not embarrassed by either looks or propriety, licked her fingers with such pleasure, as if each of them held a piece of the magic of these cakes. Behind her, the maids struggled with decorum and nausea, their faces turning pale and their eyes darting around. Licking the last bit of creamy madness, she began to remove her finger from her mouth, causing the saliva to ooze out further, and then proclaimed, "That's it, that's good." Rubellion crossed his arms over his chest. Holding back his disgust, he said, "Are you really licking your fingers?" With a grin, showing her hands glistening with saliva, she replied, "Oh, what are you saying? It's just cream." Reaching for the colorful macarons, the girl asked with an innocent smile if she could have more of these. Without waiting for an answer, she simply took the entire saucer, as if the protocol of decency ceased to exist. The servants only cleared their throats. Unable to say or do anything, they clearly expressed dissatisfaction. And Evie smeared her face with cream again, chewed with such appetite, even more so she slurped for the whole yard to hear. Her future husband only exhaled heavily, restrainedly, as if each cake took away a sip of decency from him, but he remained silent, like a gentleman. A whirlwind of embarrassment raged inside her. Even having prepared herself, even having decided to be bold, she felt shame creeping through her joy. But that was the price of survival, she thought, as she continued to eat the cakes. Could one really be blamed for a lack of grace in trying to preserve oneself? And so, when the last piece disappeared, only empty plates remained, covered with streaks of cream. When the Duke, maintaining his icy calm, merely silently pointed to the dishes, the servants rushed in hastily. But before the maid could touch the dishes, someone's hand suddenly stopped her. Leaning on the table as if gathering the last of her resolve, she said, "My father always said," with a crazy sparkle in her eyes, she continued that leaving food on the table is a sin, and God himself punishes for it. The protagonist's eyes widened, reflecting both shock and an attempt to comprehend what was happening. She carefully picked up the plate, lifting it to chest level, and said in a gentle voice, "Wait." Evie leaned over the plate and began to carefully lick the cream, not paying attention to the frozen faces around her. The man stood frozen, stunned to the depths of his upbringing, his mouth slightly open, his eyes unblinking, and all he could do was watch silently. And the girl licked the last traces of cream with such grace, and then slowly put the plate on the table. And as soon as she took a step away from the table, someone's hand suddenly closed on her wrist. Confidently, almost imperiously, he abruptly let go of her hand, taking a half step back, and quietly said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you." He frowned slightly, still not fully recovered from the sight, and said in a restrained voice, "Such behavior is inappropriate. I will order another dessert to be brought." Continuing to lick the cream from the new plate, Evie calmly replied, "No need, I like this one." She looked up, hoping for a refusal, and asked, You'll invite me next time, right?" The man was silent, and she was jubilant. Because just look at that gloomy look, oh yes. She was waiting so much, not for recognition, not for tenderness, but for what he would say. It was disgusting. And finally, after all her attempts, hints, silent gestures, Rubellion dryly answered no. The heroine rejoiced, not loudly, but with that inner flash that warms longer than a scream, and so she achieved her goal. She danced inside. Despite the fact that she ate 5 plates of desserts, she still got him to refuse. She sniffed mock sniffly, "Oh, fine. Then I'll just leave. Not a drop of a request, not a trace of resentment. From now on, you will be inviting me." The verdict, the final and most unexpected shot. Evie froze, as if caught in a hurricane of her own expectations. She turned around and asked what he meant, and the Duke just threw up his hands and said, "The Duchess is responsible for all household chores." In all fairness, even tea parties like these should be hosted by the future Duchess, because if you're going to marry me, isn't that your job? She was shaking all over, not from the cold, but from not understanding how, after these words, he could still insist on the wedding. I had no intention of getting married, and the hero, squinting, reminded me of her proposal to the crown prince. The girl replied that it was just a joke, to which Rebellion became very angry and asked again what kind of joke. The proposal of the daughter of a wealthy man to the crown prince turned out to be just a joke, and it was at the moment when the words were spoken out loud that the main character realized how much she had screwed up. He smiled, barely noticeable, with a note of relief, as if an invisible burden had just fallen from his shoulders, and exhaled, quietly, almost with gratitude. The man began to move closer, slowly, but with that expression that makes the space suck in air. He confidently promised that everything in the duchy was yours. If you liked luxury, you could take whatever you wanted. Evie looked down, and in that silence, almost with tears, one thought sounded in her thoughts. I don't need this. He dropped it almost casually. If you want a certain dish, just tell the chef. The girl gave me a nasty look, and a thought flashed inside her. Does he really think that I'm some kind of pig? And he calmly added, but you will need to sort out your chaotic personal life. The girl rolled her eyes and blushed with anger, thinking, I'm doomed. I'm completely doomed. Nothing works. She tearfully did not understand why everything she had built was collapsing so mercilessly, as if someone had pulled the last stone out of her wall. The hero slowly reached out his hand towards the girl, as if he was afraid of scaring away the fragile shadow that trembled before him, and, gently touching her face with his palm, he said with a trembling voice, Marry me, Evangeline Claude. Smiling, Rebellion asked with a slight ironic note, What, you hate this idea? In this duel, Rebellion definitely won. The maid raised his hand up, whistling, and Evangelina, as if having lost her footing, fell into a knockout. Not from the blow, but from the words. She panicked. Could this really be the end? And she smiled darkly to herself. Maybe she should have a funeral right after the wedding. The moon illuminated the large mansion, and its shadows stretched across the ground, and a light rustling of leaves could be heard. The girl rubbed her eyes and muttered through her fatigue, Gucci, as if this word could somehow calm her down. She continued, barely holding back tears, listing Prada, Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Dior, Hermes, Cartier, Tiffany. Evie screamed that she couldn't calm down, and some servant stepped back. She quietly called out to my lady. The heroine turned around in fear, her gaze darting around like a cornered animal, searching for an answer as to who she was. She began to drink water, not taking her eyes off the girl, waiting for an answer that could explain everything. And so the maid stepped forward, bowed slightly, and introduced herself. I am Florence Canoxini, and from today on I will serve you. Please call me Lilith. And she continued, I am the youngest daughter of the Earl of Bolton. And at that moment, the heroine choked, almost dropping the glass, because she herself was only a commoner. Evie squeezed out with a trembling voice, Why are you here then? And the girl answered just as calmly, This is an order from his lordship. I must be next to you by personal order. And suddenly, the maid, without hiding it, began to stare at the heroine, openly, with some strange interest. She said that she had heard rumors about sophistication, about divine beauty, about a look that seemed to pierce right through, and now, everything is exactly like that. Evie smiled softly, almost absently, and thanked the girl, quietly but sincerely. But the actions of the lady during the day, the girl hesitated, then continued, trying to speak respectfully, but firmly. You need to be much more careful and not do this anymore. She instructively said that people usually use a fork instead of their hands. The main character bashfully looked away and said that she knew. The maid explained, I'm not scolding you, it's just, it's not quite the right etiquette, so next time it would be better to use a napkin. She wanted to continue further, already opened her mouth to say something else, but the main character burst into tears. The night grew deeper, as if a heavy veil was descending, hiding the outlines of the world and thickening the silence. The heroine sweetly wished the lady good night, with a slight smile and a quiet voice that sounded genuinely concerned. The girl, waving her hand, thought, I never expected such an attack. It seemed to me that she would hold me until this hour. The moonlight crept through the windows, glided across the floor and the walls. Evie started to pull the blanket off the bed and thought, a normal person would have given up long ago, but as she tied the blanket into a knot, she said firmly that she would never give up, her fingers trembling, but her gaze remaining firm. And then the rope from the blanket flew through the window, straightening out in the air, as if it knew the way itself. The girl decided to try to escape one more time, not out of whim, not out of fear, but because everything inside screamed that there was no other way. And so she fell to the ground, together with the rope, heavily, noisily, like a plucked fruit, not ready to fall. She began to shake with pain and try to rise, slowly, as if every muscle was resisting. The heroine understood that she could endure this pain and escape from here, not because the pain had disappeared, but because she no longer had power. Even if the very walls of the original story stand in the way, the ones that have kept the heroes within the framework for centuries. But why so high? Evie thought, looking at the wall, which seemed to have grown even higher than before. The girl clung to the wall as best she could. Her fingers trembled, her feet slipped, but she did not give up. She couldn't do anything. The wall was too slippery. The wet stone didn't provide support. Every jerk she made up turned into a fall down. Evie froze, looking at her fingers as if weighing her every action. "What are you doing?" asked Rebellion, who appeared from behind. Evie did not answer. She only froze in place. Dancing in the middle of the night, he asked with a grin. But the girl became all worried and remained silent. He looked back and continued, "It doesn't look like you're out for a walk." Evie clenched her fingers. "After all, you left the front gate and did it." The heroine burst into tears. "You are doing this on purpose," she said. "You know everything. You are just playing with me." He was clearly in shock, looking at her as if for the first time the words stuck somewhere inside. And the girl turned around abruptly and began to fall to the ground. She burst into tears, and the hero did not understand why, and asked if something really hurt. What was the reason for her tears? "No, I'm not trying to destroy the world or anything like that. Why do others distort the original story just by breathing? But I don't. I don't want to follow the original story. I've reached my limit too. Damn this novel. I'm addressing the eldest. Sorry for complaining about my disappointments and saying it like a sweet potato. So please give me some wisdom." Rebellion approached the main character and invited her to go home. She was all red from tears. She understood that she did not want to see his face, even when it was so beautiful, even wonderful. The heroine screamed, "Leave me alone!" But the man said that he needed her, and it was even a little funny. She continued, "You can't just marry my dad. I'll work to change the law or something. Just get out of my life." He exhaled and told her to calm down, because he didn't understand what she was talking about. "And it seems you don't even notice the worms crawling next to you," the man said with a grin. And the girl was shocked. She imagined these crawling creatures, and, jumping up, the worm screamed. Her eyes widened. Her breathing became ragged. She pressed herself against the hero, as if he could protect her. He said in surprise, "It's just a worm." But the girl was already on edge and looked around to see if there were any more worms. He slightly put his arm around the girl's shoulder and said, "Let's go inside. It's easy to get sick here." The heroine said that she was not so weak, but Rebellion noted that "you refused me because of illnesses." She didn't understand why it suddenly became warm, when she suddenly realized that she was sitting between a man's knees. The heroine jumped up abruptly and asked how he ended up there at all. The man explained that he didn't find her in the room. She covered her mouth with her hand and asked how he dared to enter the room of an unmarried girl at such a dark time of day. He explained that it was not he who entered, but Lilith, who reported that Milady had disappeared. And, crossing her arms over her chest, the girl said, "And then, Rebellion just smiled and said that he was not the kind of person to touch someone without reason. She wondered if I had become shameless and a loser. She couldn't understand at all. So what is the reason why he is trying to marry me? Unless he is truly in love with my beauty, he would never go so far." The man started to walk away, and the girl ran after him. She turned to him. "Your Highness!" The hero turned at the sound of her voice, and, after a slight pause, she turned to him again. "And then she asked me if you really fell in love with my beauty at first sight." His gaze reflects only condemnation and misunderstanding. The girl feels extremely uncomfortable, although she doesn't understand why, because she is playing the role of a naive fool. Looking at his expression, one can understand that everything is not so good, and the only reason for marrying her is not love at all. She openly asked if he really made a deal with her father, and the means for revenge that he will be able to obtain after marrying her. And before that, he probably made a deal with Evie's father, for the same purposes, because in the original story, everything was exactly like that. The man hesitated and looked straight at her, without answering. "And finally," he said briefly, "that's what the girl expected." And looking at him with sparkling eyes, she said then. The man looked at her piercingly, with his bright red eyes, and listened attentively. She stood in front of him, not looking away, as if trying to read the truth in his features, and asked him to tell her the essence of the deal. The leaves rustled in the deep night, like the whispers of those who knew more than the living were allowed to. A couple stood opposite each other, silence stretched between them like a string, ready to snap at the first wrong word. The girl, slightly opening her mouth, said, "Perhaps it's because of money, yes, not feelings, not memory, but simply the amount in the account." The main character asked in surprise, looking straight into her eyes, "Do you really think that our house needs money?" Yes, his main goal is still revenge, not for the sake of blood, but for the sake of restoring what was lost. And in this, he will clearly be helped by Evie's father, a man thirsty for power, ready to conclude a marriage deal, even if it becomes a knot of intrigue and not a union of hearts. In his thoughts, there is only luxury and glitter, as if power is not a responsibility, but a showcase behind which emptiness is hidden. Rebellion said, reservedly but firmly, "If the girl is not interested in anything else, I will go." And, not hearing the girl, he asked again, slightly tilting his head, "What did you just say?" "My father is trying to make me empress by helping your excellency become emperor," said the main character, and then the man's hand suddenly rushed towards Evie, not threateningly, but with unexpected determination. He covered her mouth with his palm, not roughly, but insistently, looking straight into her eyes, and told the heroine, "Bite your tongue." He said a little angrily, with a cold shadow in his voice, "This is not something that can be said so frivolously." And he would like her not to try to find out more about this deal, not because she is not allowed to, but because knowing would make her a participant. He continued that this burden was too heavy for you, and the girl could not breathe and tried to say at least a word. She punched him in the chest, and the man, confused and with a hint of alarm, asked, "What are you saying?" And she screamed through his hand, breaking into a shout, "Let me go, you bastard!" Rebellion repeated her words mockingly, and the heroine was shocked, so he understood everything she said. And so, he let go of his hand. And Evie, breathing heavily, began to ask, with pain, with despair, "Can't I really cope with what my father offered in exchange for the wedding?" The hero started to walk forward, dryly saying no, and the girl asked, "Well, can't you at least hint what it is?" Turning around, the man said, "If it's a thing, then it's a thing. If not, then it's not." She lowered her head, asking what that meant, and added that she did not need an escort. But Rebellion still asked her to hold on to him, quietly, almost tenderly, as if he knew that things would be harder ahead than she thought. "You did hurt your ankle," he added, looking at her with that stubborn concern that was hard to accept, but impossible to ignore. "No, I hurt it," she replied. But as soon as she took a step forward, pain shot through her ankle, and grabbing the hero's hand, she thought with shock how he understood this at all. She herself was not sure until the pain reminded her of itself. The moon seemed to blind as if it were daytime. Its light was cold but bright, as if the night itself had decided to reveal all its secrets without a trace. But as soon as one looked at the ground, the world returned to night, to shadows, to silence, as if the moonlight were just an illusion. The couple walked in silence through this magical park, where every step seemed like an echo of a fairy tale, and the branches of the trees bowed. The main character was alarmed, because despite everything, she still hadn't learned anything new. She realized that she needed to find another plan, because if the event did happen, there would be a catastrophic shortage of time. After all, if Evie does not leave Rebellion and becomes Duchess Florence, her life will be in great danger. And a disturbing thought occurred to her. What if this was a pre-plot line, and she simply couldn't control the events here? In the original story, Rebellion appears as a married man, confident, reserved, already tied in bonds. But what if the heroine changes this attitude and does not marry him? By the time the story begins, the protagonist will be a completely different person, not the one she knew in the pre-plot line, but the one shaped by her decisions. Does the girl fail just because she constantly tries to change the plot and the characters' attitudes? She was furious that she was allowed to interfere with the love line, but not with what was really important. She frowned, remembering. Wait. Now that I think about it, in the stories I've read, it became easier to change the plot after going into the original storyline. Conversely, in an attempt to preserve the original, distortions often arose. Rubellion noticed how she frowned when she was alone, then calmed down for a moment, and then frowned again, as if arguing with herself. The man asked why the mood had suddenly improved, whether something good had happened, and she smiled and said, "No, I just thought that maybe this marriage wouldn't be so bad. Let's do it, let's get married," she said, still smiling, but with an unexpected determination in her voice. The main character answered with a smile. "Of course we will get married." The day came. The mansion sparkled, as if it was celebrating the upcoming event itself. The man said with a smile, "It's simple." And laughing with joy, the father exclaimed, "This is simply impressive, my daughter." Holding his daughter's hands, the man asked if she was well received in the Duke's house and if she was comfortable, and she answered with a smile that she was. Evie began to walk away with a forced smile, thinking how superficial her father was. It was terribly uncomfortable. And now the maid is meeting her, exclaiming enthusiastically, "Miss, this is such amazing news." The girl asked excitedly if she had been proposed to, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and joy. The heroine only made excuses and asked him to stop asking such questions. Evie mentally complained that being a duchess was more trouble than it was worth. She thought that since she couldn't change the essence of the original story, she would just go through with this marriage. Exhaling, she thought that if this marriage was inevitable, then maybe it was worth living it with dignity. After all, in her past life, the main character was the embodiment of persistence and stubbornness. The family was a great inconvenience, because every glance they gave her reminded her that they considered themselves superior to others. The girl left them and passed her law exams on the first try, deciding that she would never let them control her life again. She decided that she would just wait and see what would happen in the original story first, because for her, nothing was impossible. She realized that the more she tried to follow the original plot, the faster everything began to change on its own. And then came the official proposal of marriage from Duke Florence. However, the next day another letter arrived. It was the opposite of the first, so snow-white. The girls looked at the letter in shock, not believing that it had actually arrived and was sealed with the imperial seal. And looking at the seal, one of the girls exclaimed that this was definitely from His Highness, the Crown Prince. What the hell, she thought. The story hasn't even begun yet, and everything is already going wrong. Evie was in complete shock, unable to understand what was happening at all, and only clutched the letter tighter in her trembling hands. The diary said that changing the original story turned out to be much more difficult than she imagined. She stopped in front of the luxurious castle, thinking that perhaps this was where her real story would begin. There was a guard at the gate. He didn't suspect anything yet, and quietly guarded his post. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching, and a strange tension hung in the air. He was clearly staring at something, frowning, as if trying to remember if he had seen her before. But it turned out that he was looking at a letter with a seal, and his expression instantly changed. Evie, a heavenly beautiful girl whose gait combined determination and slight anxiety, was approaching the castle. Elegantly handing over the letter, she said that His Highness, the Crown Prince, had summoned her. She was let inside. The castle was magnificent, and there was an atmosphere of history in the air. The man bowed respectfully and said, "It's been a long time, Medeli," as if her return had been expected, but still surprising. The main character made a curtsy and said, "It has been a long time since we last saw each other, young Count Tolls." Milady looked back warily, as if she felt that someone was watching her from the shadows of the columns. They were servants who were whispering among themselves, casting curious and distrustful glances at her. She sighed and thought that it was understandable. After that confession, rumors about me had already spread throughout the entire palace. It didn't matter, she said, because once the original story began, all the noise around it would die down. Now the concern is different, she thought, because she needs to understand why the Crown Prince called her here. And anyway, she thought, awkward encounters are just part of the game, especially when feelings have already been voiced. She was told that everyone was waiting for the girl in the garden, and the main character became wary. And with a misunderstanding, she asked again, "Wait, that's it?" Because she didn't expect that her appearance would become such an event. The hero asked in surprise, Didn't you know that there would be a lot of people there? And he explained that today, His Highness the Crown Prince was holding an ordinary tea party. What was this guy planning anyway? If after her refusal, he suddenly invites her to tea, and even among nobles, the girl nervously clutched the fabric of her dress, trying not to show her excitement, although her heart was already beating louder than the court music. Everyone around them turned gloomily in her direction, as if her presence disrupted the carefully constructed order of the day. It's like a tea party, with an eerie hostility about it, as if smiles are out of place here. I expected this, of course, but everyone I looked at despised me, and this feeling turned out to be stronger than the fear of the prince. The girl swallowed heavily, and trying to maintain her dignity, took a step forward. Smiling, she wondered if she would ever leave here alive, because there was a threat behind this luxury. And then she noticed a sly smile that was hidden behind the black and red fan, as if a sign that the game had begun. The heroine in the black dress turned to her, saying with an icy smile, "Oh my God, it must be so hard to wrap yourself in such vulgarity from head to toe." The woman continued with irony, "And yet Lady Evangeline manages to do the impossible." Her voice sounded like the rustle of poisonous petals. Duchess Colica said that since the wedding was inevitable, it would not hurt to learn to behave with dignity. She thought that perhaps he had invited her only to enjoy her humiliation. Others began to discuss her, because after the prince's refusal, she ended up on the blacklist. And those who were especially close to the prince, the ducal house of Colic, despised her more than anyone else, considering her a disgrace to the family. They are the most influential family, and no noble in this world would dare to oppose them. The Duchess looked at the girl with such disdain, as if she had dared to take a place that never belonged to her. Evie understood that after confessing to the prince and his refusal, she could no longer expect favor from high society. With a bow, the heroine said that, apparently, her person was arousing much more interest than she expected. And opening her fan, she said with a smile that she had always been unsurpassed, and there was not a drop of doubt about it. And as if the rose tenderly continued that, at least in terms of beauty, it has no equal. And with a smile I thought, let our confrontation begin, idiots, because Evie knew how to play beautifully better than anyone else. The girl simply shone in the midst of this darkness, as if the night itself had decided to decorate itself with a star. The Duchess replied with disgust that it was an indecent reaction, unworthy of a decent girl. Closing her fan again, the main character laughed and said that if it is a lady's job to start a fight, then it is her business to answer. The woman gave a piercing look and said that she thought the lady was being overly sensitive. With the same look, the girl replied that if this was an attempt at sarcasm, then she was seriously concerned about the quality of her interlocutor's upbringing. And laughing at the Duchess, she said that if her mentor taught her this, then even 2 points is a generous assessment. The woman was so shocked by the impudence that the fan fell from her hands, and silent indignation froze in her eyes. How amazed were all the servants, who froze, as if the silence itself told them not to interfere. And when the girl sat down on the chair, she heard, "Wow," just like the rumors said. It was Jellian Syke in a purple suit, and he said that a vulgar commoner had no place at such meetings. And gasping, the main character said that all this was becoming much more interesting. Wasn't he rejected by her herself? Enraged, the hero jumped up and justified himself by saying that he had never spoken to people like her, and yet her words made him think. The girl quoted the Lord's words about eyes like the full moon, and he blushed with embarrassment, realizing that his poetics had been revealed. And she continued, "You even suggested meeting alone under cover of night, didn't you?" And there was mockery in her voice. Everyone was already whispering, discussing how a commoner dared to answer the Lord so boldly, without flinching for a moment. The girl said that she was almost inclined to pity Count Siek, because his pride seemed to suffer more than he himself. And at that moment, there was a loud slam of a hand on the table, after which everyone in the hall fell silent, as if the air had become heavier. The man stood up from the table, knocking over his chair, and leaned his hand on the table. There was only rage in his gaze after such disrespectful words from some commoner. The heroine grinned. The provocation had worked, she thought, watching the Lord lose his composure, and standing up. The girl realized that, judging by his look, he really wanted to hit her. It was time to get out of here. The Lord swung and ran at the girl, shouting, "Does she really think that one face is enough to humiliate the nobility?" And just as he was about to strike, he heard the sound of stop, and the whole hall seemed to freeze in anticipation of the outcome. The man asked, "What do you think you're doing?" His voice was filled with anger and a desire to quickly find out the truth. The hero looked in fear towards the sound, as if hoping that the voice was just a figment of his imagination. Evie looked in the same direction, and her face became serious, as if she recognized the one who had intervened. It was her future husband who addressed Seek with cold politeness, asking if he had forgotten where he was. Although there was calm in his gaze, a storm was raging inside, restrained, dense, like a stormy sky before a discharge. Rebellion was like a light at the end of the tunnel, not blinding, but calling, promising a way out of the darkness. All eyes were on him, as if the silence itself was holding its breath, waiting for him to say or do something that would change the course of events. He began to take slow steps towards the heroes, as if testing whether the ground would hold up under his determination. The heroes began to address him, "Your Grace," and the Lord trembled, as if the title reminded him of the weight of power. And when Rebellion raised his hand, the hero immediately covered his face with his hands and screamed, as if he had a premonition of something terrible. The man didn't care about this coward. He stroked the girl's face and quietly asked if she was okay. The Lord froze in amazement, because even here all attention was directed at the commoner. When the man noticed the coward's gaze, his eyes flashed with anger, as if he was ready to explode. Rebellion turned angrily to Helen Fursick, and there was a threat in his voice that made the air heavier. The Lord immediately began to justify himself, saying that it was a misunderstanding. Suddenly, a soft voice was heard. "Yes, I expected to find you in a pleasant conversation." The Crown Prince continued, "But as I see, there has been some commotion here. It's a pity." He explained that he had deliberately arrived late so that Lady Evangeline could adjust to high society. The girl thanked him stammeringly, and the prince asked him to tell the full story of what had happened. Evie looked ahead, thoughtful, and a thought flashed in her eyes that this could work to her advantage. Clenching her fist, the girl decided that she would tell everything down to the smallest detail, without fear, without embellishment, as it really was. At the table, the prince announced that, having heard about the engagement, he decided to send an invitation for today. And looking at the girl, the prince said that Duchess Colica would give her some instructions at today's tea party. The woman waved her fan contentedly as she heard the words, "I certainly believe the Duchess gave the lady a few valuable lessons." But with a smile, the prince looked towards the other man, saying, "Although it seemed that some indecent breach of order had occurred today." At these words, the Lord trembled all over, as if his secret was about to be torn out. The Duchess made the characteristic sound of her fan, attracting attention to herself with a grace worthy of the stage. With a smile, she said that, despite her fears, Lady Evangeline was exceptionally graceful and wise. With a defiant look in her eyes, the woman continued that due to the environment in which she grew up, some disadvantages should be expected. Evie thought, "Oh wow, there it is, a classic aristocratic double entendre." She reported that, without their knowledge, the lady had spoken to Mr. Fursick in an offensive manner, which had led to the disturbance. And she asked, "Isn't that so, lady?" looking at Evie with feigned gentleness and cold interest. Laughing, she thought, "It was obvious after all. You can't say anything, right?" The woman noted that a real lady should not complain to her husband about difficulties, because this contradicts the dignity of an aristocrat. The girl said, "But, Your Highness," and embarrassed, she said, "To be honest, I'm not sure if I can do this, but—" The Duchess was clearly in complete shock. She still dared to say something, and with such an expression on her face. Pointing to the Duchess, Evie said, "Starting with that person, everything went wrong?" The woman pointed at herself in shock, and, pointing to the Lord, Evie added, "Finishing with that man." The man jumped up in fear, turning pale. Crying, she continued, "They all despised me so much that they even wanted to throw stones at me." Everyone stood in shock, not understanding where this wild story about stones and contempt came from. The girl's future husband looked at everyone with cold indignation, as if he himself did not believe that he was among them. After his gaze, everyone began to turn their heads in other directions, just to avoid meeting his eyes. Especially Lord Syke, the main character pointed out, because just recently he called her a woman who only cares about a pretty face. The girl continued to cry, because she didn't care at all if they insulted her, but to call his grace modest just because he proposed to someone like her. Evie said it broke my heart to see him being judged for this, her voice shaking with genuine pain. The hero tried to justify himself and shouted, "No, Your Highness, I never said anything like that." But the girl was adamant and, feigning pain, continued, "Moreover, he said that he would kill me." She thought that by spreading rumors, she could make a lie true by mixing 3 truths with 1 lie. Yes, at first she was shocked by the atmosphere here, and everything seemed too cruel. But then she realized that they were not much different from the people she had already dealt with in her past life. The main character, surprised, asked if I was right, if I just wanted everything to be fair. The Lord also responded in fear that he had never said anything like that, and had not threatened her with death. At this point, Rebellion angrily asked, "So is everything else true, or how should I understand your words?" There was still a coldness in his gaze, as if none of his words had any meaning for the hero. He only believed Evie. The hero trembled even more, unable to answer, as if every word struck his nerves. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and said that she never intended to gossip like that. The Duchess was shocked to think how such a small commoner could lie so skillfully. The Lord clenched his teeth in anger and said, "You devil!" His voice trembled with rage. He didn't know what he was doing. The prince said with displeasure that this was already going beyond the bounds of a simple misunderstanding, and he continued, "Perhaps the young gentleman should learn good manners." He froze, and he said, "No, wait, Your Highness. I offer my sincere apologies. Forgive me." Rebellion also responded coldly, "Apologies. This cannot be fixed by apologies alone," adding that this is an attempt to tarnish the reputation of an innocent lady and him along with her. Touching the protagonist's hand, the girl said, "Your Highness, please don't be too strict. After all, maybe he's just upset because she rejected his confession earlier." There was complete silence all around. The Lord was completely insulted and did not even try to hide his contempt. And stroking the hand of his beloved, the man asked if such a thing had really happened. Rebellion continued that he had heard many rumors about Lord Gellen's rudeness. However, seeing everything with my own eyes was simply amazing. The Duchess was amazed and whispered that she did not expect to hear such a thing in the presence of the royal family. The other guests were also amazed. Everyone was silent, as if they were afraid that one wrong word would destroy the fragile balance. The Lord looked down, offended, and his face was covered with a blush of shame, as if he himself did not believe that he had made such a mistake. He continued to look angrily at the girl, as if her silence was the most insolent of all possible answers. Laughing, the girl said that she was so sorry because this tea party turned into a disaster because of her and ended earlier than expected. And, without hiding her triumph, she mentally added that now Helen was forever forbidden to approach her. And Rebellion, looking angrily at Fiersick, said that this incident was not over. His voice sounded like a threat. The man said to the girl, "Let's go." And without waiting for an answer, he gently led her away from the tense scene. Sticking her tongue out at Fiersick, the girl thought that rumors about how the terrible mongrel was about to become the Duchess of the House of Florence had clearly already spread throughout the capital. With a cucumber mask on her face, Evie asked where abroad. The maid replied that Count Galen had fallen out of favor with Duke Florence and mentioned a small island recently discovered in the far north. Rumors say that Helen was exiled to another country, although officially it is called a trip. While nibbling on a cucumber, the main character said that if she had been insulted like that, she would not have left it unanswered either. The maid reported that the cucumbers were gone, and then added that the mistress ate 3 slices every time she put one down. Suddenly, the two of them froze. When they heard why you were eating what was stuck on your face, the voice sounded so serious that it made them feel uneasy. Rebellion appeared in the doorway, his arms crossed, waiting for an answer, and his gaze made it clear that the jokes were over. The girl sat up in surprise and asked what was going on. There was still a lot of time before the wedding. The protagonist explained that they needed to leave for a short time to prepare for the ceremony, and so he came for her. He cast a long, searching glance at his future wife, who had something on her face, and then, looking down in embarrassment, he said that he would wait outside, trying not to look at the girl. She asked what was wrong with him, and the maid said, "Your face is still covered in cucumbers, my lady." But, looking in the mirror, the main character realized that it was her bangs, and exclaimed that she had been in public with bangs like that. The man sat on the sofa, waiting, and from time to time he glanced at the door, as if hoping that it would open first. The girl's open pajamas and her beautiful face were spinning in his head, and he tried to concentrate. He was clearly aroused by his thoughts. His breathing became intermittent, and his gaze was absent-minded, as if he still saw her silhouette in front of him. He looked away so as not to give himself away, but her image still flashed before his eyes, causing a slight tremor. And at that moment, he noticed something in front of him. It was a photo of Evie in a gold frame, sitting on the table like a reminder of something important and unsaid. While Rebellion was looking at her photo, a girl appeared behind him and quietly said that she was ready. Surprised, she asked what he was looking at, and he, smiling, replied that he was looking at her portrait in a gold frame. The heroine thought to herself, did she really look like that when she was younger? And so she began to admire the actions of her future husband with interest, trying to understand what he would be like in their life together. When he smiled, the girl frowned and asked why he was laughing. Did she really look shabby? But the hero explained that no, he just wanted to smile. She froze in surprise, as if she had not expected such a simple and warm reaction from him. And then she said that if he continued to look at her like that, she would have to get used to being constantly embarrassed. Rebellion noted that a real lady should not slap people on the hands, even if they stare too long. And the heroine was surprised, because after all, despite everything she's done, he still thinks she's a real lady. How is that even possible? And then the man said he didn't know. And with some melancholy, he continued that he suddenly felt sorry, as if something important had slipped away unnoticed. The girl looked at him in surprise, not understanding why this man was behaving like this. A man who is about to get married has no reason to apologize seriously to his bride. And then she suggested that he couldn't have children, and Rebellion jumped up and said sharply, no, of course he could. Evie said, oh my God, you scared me. If that's not it, then why are you screaming? Explain. The man suddenly covered his mouth with his hand and became embarrassed. Realizing that he had flared up for no reason, he turned away. Evie leaned on the sofa and continued, come on, why are you so shy? We're about to get married. She wondered why he was so embarrassed when he was supposed to be the villain. And then she started licking her lips, and the man asked her why she was doing that. Evie just replied with a slight shrug. Oh well, I didn't think about anything like that. Hey. And approaching her future husband, she asked why he was avoiding her, assuring him that she had no plans for anything bad. And when she sat down next to him, Rebellion suddenly jumped up, as if remembering an urgent matter or trying to hide his embarrassment. He asked her to throw bad thoughts out of her head, and the main character, turning away, said, ah, I'll throw them out, you hate me so much. He looked at her with confusion and wondered who could possibly say that he hated her, and, touching her face with his fingertips, Rebellion said tenderly that he did not. But you did. And they both looked away, blushing, as if they had accidentally touched on something too personal. And, to dispel the awkwardness, Evie asked, we were going somewhere, right? Where we were heading. When the main character answered that the path would be to the theater district, the girl thought about it. After all, if she remembered correctly, this was the area where she once lived. The main character is named Rachel, and everything suddenly seemed so familiar. And, as she remembered, it was here that her stepmother once tried to sell her near the theater to cover her debts. She wondered if the heroine would show up early if they happened to cross paths in her area. The man gently extended his hand to the girl, as if offering not a solution, but an opportunity to take a break from worries. And, putting his arm around her shoulder, he asked if she was okay, if she was too often lost in her thoughts. The main character, waking up from her worries, looked at Rebellion as if she had noticed something. She couldn't understand why his expression suddenly became so worried, as if he was more worried about her than about himself. He thought that if he suddenly met Rachel today and made a good impression, everything could change. Because then, after the original story began, it could help improve the relationship between Rebellion and Rachel, because she was only targeted by the man because of the crown prince. And as she watched Rachel twirl with her among the flowers, she thought she could persuade Rebellion not to harm her. And then, as if everything fell into place, she realized that if everything went according to plan, she and Rebellion would be able to avoid death by Rachel's sword, as in the original. She suddenly greatly confused the hero with her rapidly changing thoughts, as if three different endings were simultaneously unfolding in her head. Rubellion wondered why she had suddenly grabbed his hand, as if something had frightened her or pushed her to open up. But she, without explaining anything, simply said, "Let's hurry to the theater district," as if something important and inexplicably personal was waiting for her there. At the same time, continuing to hold the hand of her future husband, she tried not to look him in the eyes, so as not to betray her own confusion. He only exhaled with a smile, as if he took her silence for consent, and did not want to scare away the fragile moment of intimacy. And smiling, she made plans in her head, because making a good impression before the story began seemed much more important than changing the settings, as with Rubellion. The hero asked if she was hungry and suggested that they eat in town, as if hoping to extend their conversation beyond the stage. The main character just said with a smile that it sounded wonderful, although she was already running through possible lines in her head. She thought she really hoped to see Rachel in the theater district when they got there. The theater district looked a little poorer than the central one, but there was more life in it. They found themselves in a boutique, where shopping unexpectedly turned into a game. She pointed at the outfits and said, "I start from here to the very end. Give me everything," as if she was going to live her whole life in these images. Rubellion noted that she took the phrase, "deny yourself nothing," too literally. Evie replied that she was used to perceiving everything incorrectly. The hero replied that he didn't know what that meant, but most people at least behaved more restrainedly. The main character irritably replied that if he didn't like her choice, then he should cancel the wedding, since it was he who suggested that she buy whatever she wanted. The man asked if she needed anything else, and Evie replied, "You know, a dress and a pair of shoes. That's just the basics, right?" Exhaling, the protagonist said, "Bring out the shoes," as if capitulating to her stubbornness. While Rubellion was deciding the price issue, the girl was relaxing and drinking grapefruit juice. Then, stopping drinking, she glanced to the side, as if she had caught a familiar silhouette among the shop windows. Thinking about the theater district, she suddenly imagined meeting Rachel. She wondered to herself, could Rachel be among those people? In Evie's memories, the original protagonist has silver hair and purple eyes. And if she's lucky, she'll be able to spot it and get outside before the scene starts. And so Evie looked attentively at the street, without looking away, as if she hoped that fate would give her a sign. The maid turned to her and said, "While his lordship is sorting out the bill, let me show you a pair of our best-selling shoes." The shoes were really beautiful and came in a variety of colors, as if each pair offered its own option. The heroine smiled and said, "His lordship values me very much, miss." Evie suddenly wondered if that was what it looked like, and for some reason it made her a little uneasy. The maid said dreamily, "Yes, people really do become more beautiful when they are loved." But, having shattered the girl's dreams, the main character said that she had always been beautiful. When Rubellion arrived, the main character asked how much it was in the end. He smiled and replied that it was like estates on the outskirts of the capital. Evie thought for a moment and said, "Wow, just one estate," with that same intonation where surprise mixed with a slight mockery. The man looked away and said that she really didn't know what modesty was, and she smiled and replied that she was just joking. And she continued, "So I should act pathetic. Besides, people like us need to spend freely. It stimulates the economy." Stretching, she cried out that everything was too beautiful, and laughing, asked to cancel the dress, the shoes, and the wedding. Their resentment seemed rather cute, as if both knew they were playing roles, and neither was seriously planning to leave the stage. He asked with a grin what they would do if they called off the wedding. "Perhaps you already have someone else in mind," he said, trying to sound light, but his look gave away more than his words. And the girl asked whether she should get married at all, because with such beauty and intelligence, she would be fine without marriage. Smiling, Rubellion continued, "Well, your beauty is undeniable, but—" and paused, as if weighing whether to say what he thought. He still said that the girl's intelligence was questionable, and she froze for a moment. The man smiled and watched his beloved, expecting a violent reaction from her, as if he wanted it himself. And Evie thought, why did he suddenly stop? Even so, he is still very handsome. And, leaning closer to the girl's lips, Rubellion said that he would not allow this. "The wedding, I'm not going to cancel it," he said, looking straight into my eyes. "And apparently, I'll have to feed you for the rest of my life." The main character asked, "So you gave me hope, so that later you could say that this would not happen, and the maids were watching all this. The man asked to stop wishing for something like that, and the girl replied, "But who knows? Maybe after seeing the other side of me, you will be completely disappointed." He asked in surprise, "Do you still have something to show me?" As if he didn't expect that she might be hiding something more. And so they simply relaxed and sat in silence, without the need for words, as if each other's presence alone was enough. It was evening outside, words were spoken, and the silence suddenly became more significant than speech. The girl replied that she was not in a position to talk about the wedding right now, and Rebellion asked if the girl was tired of buying dresses, shoes, and jewelry from the most famous jeweler in the capital. And saying, "Well, I didn't think I asked you to buy them for me," she started massaging her feet. And, saying how her legs hurt, she sat down on the sofa, as if the whole day had not been a holiday, but a test. Extending his hand, Rebellion quietly asked for forgiveness, as if hoping that the touch would say more than words. He took the girl's leg in his hands and began to massage the tips of her fingers. She said, "Oh, you shouldn't look at a lady's ankle so carelessly," with a slight mockery, as if teasing him for being too direct. After these words, the man blushed, and Evie said, "It's just a joke, a joke. You shouldn't take it seriously." Suddenly, Rebellion's gaze lingered, and he said, "Your feet are so sore. How could you even walk around in that condition?" The girl said she was very resilient, but the hero replied, "You don't look like someone who should endure pain for the sake of decency." He continued, "From this point on, if there is something you would like to buy, then buy it whenever you want. No need to buy it all at once." She chuckled and asked, "Are you sure you won't take that back later?" with a mischievous glint in her eyes, as if testing his resolve. Rebellion confidently replied that he would not take his words back, even if she decided to buy the entire block. But she never saw the main character, and there was a hint of regret in her voice, as if she had a premonition of something irreversible. She tearfully wondered where you were and what you were doing, Rachel, and if everything had gone according to plan, she would have been able to avoid the wedding. After all, Rebellion probably continues to dream of revenge even now, and she was scared by how far things had gone. She called out to the hero tenderly, and she asked what you were going to do, because if Rebellion still dreams of revenge, there was very little time left. The girl thought, "Even if you are destined to die, you will still go to the very end," and her heart sank with anxiety. Suddenly, she looked sharply at the main character, as if trying to understand whether he was ready to go to the very end, no matter what. But the man, not expecting this, abruptly let go of his hand. She couldn't understand why he looked so guilty, and there was a note of disbelief mixed with concern in her voice. And then Evie smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just want to get home as soon as possible and rest." Rebellion answered thoughtfully, "That's it." And there was a weariness in his voice, as if he finally realized that everything had already been decided. The girl just laughed and then repeated his words, "That's it." As the carriage rattled, Evie thought that perhaps it was worth pondering such difficult questions after the original story had begun. Several days passed. Evie and the maid looked at the mountain of gifts. Their gazes were a mixture of surprise, alarm, and slight confusion. The main character asked Rebellion, "You really didn't buy every pair of shoes in the capital?" And he replied that he bought special shoes that wouldn't rub her feet so much. And he brought something else, turning his gaze to the maid holding a box that perhaps contained the most important gift of all. He had to give it to her before the wedding, because even the gift-giving trip itself now seemed like just a prelude to something more. Evie asked what was inside, because hadn't they gone shopping for wedding presents so long ago? Rebellion said she could open it, and there was a slight smile in his voice, as if he knew there was something special waiting for her inside. The heroine slowly began to open the box, remembering how they had recently discussed shoes, and before her appeared a beautiful silver ring with a large blue stone, shining as if it held a whole story within itself. The girl was surprised by the ring. It seemed to her that it was just a dream. The main character began to tell a story about this ring. "It is a symbol that adorns the duchesses of our house," he said, and there was a note of pride in his words, as if he were passing on not just a ring, but a piece of history. And this thing was passed down from generation to generation and is a symbol of the House of Florence, he added, as if emphasizing its special significance. "And it is made of sapphire, which is mined only in our territories, so no craftsman can repeat it or even fake it. He asked not to sell the ring, adding that if you need anything when you leave, you can take the ring with you. If you show this ring to the seller, he will immediately understand who you are. And the invoice will be presented to the Duchy of Florence and can be used throughout the continent. And as he said, its value for him knows no bounds. It is not just a decoration, but a part of his heart, entrusted to her forever. And he repeated again that she should not sell it, because, as he had already said, there were no limits to its value for him. Trembling slightly, the girl began to wonder what if the ring really was so priceless. So now she has her own unlimited card, she muttered with a nervous laugh. Tilting his head slightly to the side, Rebellion asked, "Sorry?" Looking at the box, she thought, "In my past life, I barely managed to save up for a house, and I couldn't even think about such a card. My God, I didn't expect such happiness to fall on me in this life." Clutching the box to her chest, she continued to think, "And I can enjoy luxuries that I never had in that life." The thoughts began, and among the shoes, jewelry, and food, she tried to decide how to use the ring, remembering a past life where all this was unattainable. Suddenly, she called out her future husband's name. Her voice was quiet but confident, and she said tenderly that she loved him, looking straight into his eyes, as if she wanted him to feel every word as a touch to his soul. The man seemed to be frozen. He clearly had not expected this, and his gaze was a mixture of surprise, awe, and the very feeling that he had long hidden deep inside. The girl pressed the box and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you going to take it away?" Rebellion asked how she could say such words so simply, and there was no reproach in his voice, but confusion. She asked why she couldn't tell him that, especially after he gave her one, and added that she was just happy. She asked in confusion, "Oh my God, will people really think that I said such words only because of money? But what's wrong with saying I love you? I always say that to Ada instead of thank you." And the maid, waving her hand, explained, Miss, it's a little different." And there was confusion in her voice. And closing his eyes, Rebellion reminded, "In any case, do not even think of selling it." And these words did not sound like a threat, but a request. The girl said nervously, "Come on, seriously, who do you take me for?" And her voice trembled, as if she was trying to protect not only herself, but also her feelings. Offended, she continued, "Okay, I understand everything. You suffered because of your unreliable fiancé. If I say thank you, you will scold me. If I don't, you will scold me too. Seriously, how can I marry you if you don't trust me?" He stroked Evie's face and asked her to go to bed early, his voice soft, almost apologetic. He continued with a smile, "And don't be nervous about tomorrow's ceremony, because everything has already been decided. And you will cope, as always." The man began to walk away, and the maid ran to see him off, leaving Evie alone with her thoughts. The girl was sure that if he had not been a villain, she would have definitely succumbed to his charm. The first rays of light fell on the roof, soft and golden, like the touch of a memory. Mom, crying, says that she can't believe that Eva is getting married. Who would have thought that this day would ever come? The girl said not to cry, but her mother replied that if she got married, she would very rarely visit her home. The parents asked Evie not to be sad about her low status. They spoke softly, with care, trying to comfort her. Her father told her not to worry, and if the Duke suddenly started looking down on her, she could always write to him. The girl simply stood silently in her wedding dress, her eyes downcast, her hands clasped, her breathing even. She didn't understand why her father, who was now so sad, had once tried to sell her. The main character was called out by her maid in tears, her voice trembling. She said she could not go with them because of her status as a commoner, but hoped she would be healthy and well-fed. And she knelt down and said, "Please be happy even when I'm not around." The bride thought that she would have to urgently ask for Ada to be sent to her, because without her, everything would seem strange. And yet, having a family to see you off is something that warms the heart so much. The carriage arrived and 3 maids ran towards it. They shouted in unison, "Welcome, madam!" But suddenly they covered their mouths with their hands, saying, "Oh my God!" The main character got out of the carriage. Her dress slightly caught on the step. The gaze is directed forward, the face is calm, but in the eyes there is anxiety and determination and a chic wedding dress. The maids began to discuss, as expected, the mistress, the most beautiful bride in the world, eyes shining, voices full of admiration and tenderness. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to the girl. It was warm, a little excited, and joy could be heard in it. Evie turned around, and her eyes lit up as if everything in the world had become brighter. Her lips trembled, her heart filled with light, and her breathing became easy. A man in a wedding suit, wearing white shoes, and walking confidently, was approaching her. He looked at the bride in surprise, amazed by her beauty. His eyes widened, his breath caught, as if a miracle itself stood before him. They stood there, looking at each other, not saying a word, as if the whole world had disappeared, and there were only them, and the silence between them was full of meaning. The girl thought irritably, "Damn! Why did I stare at him?" Her gaze darted to the side, her face flushed. Smiling, she said, "You look very beautiful today, Your Highness." But he was silent, so Evie, frowning slightly, asked, "Your Grace, is something wrong? Did you eat something wrong today?" Taking hold of the fabric of her skirt, she leaned forward slightly, her voice becoming softer. The bride asked how she looked, whether she was good, whether she was dazzling, and there was confidence in her voice, mixed with slight excitement. The man nodded and said, "Yes, you are beautiful." She thought, no. If he admitted it so easily, then she would have nothing to say, because he had to ask those offensive questions. Taking his beloved by the hand, he leaned closer, and he warmly kissed the tips of her fingers. And then, looking reverently at his future wife, he said, "Let's go." The maid behind me said, "Madam, I will hold up the hem of your dress." Her voice was excited but full of devotion. And so they walk through the snow-white church, their steps light. There are flowers all around, light pouring from the windows. Their couple looks so different, but so beautiful. He is reserved and majestic. She is bright and gentle. And finally, he put the ring on his beloved's ring finger. It sparkled in the ray of light. Their union is official. Applause rings out, smiles shine, hearts are filled with warmth. The main character looked at her husband with a blush. Her eyes sparkled. Her lips trembled with a smile. He looked confidently. His gaze was firm but warm. His posture was straight. In his eyes there was a promise to be there, to protect, to love, no matter what. They merged in a kiss, tender and trembling, like the touch of the wind on a petal. Time stopped, and the whole world became just a backdrop for their love. The original story has officially begun, with the first kiss, with the first sight, with the first promise. The hero puts the girl to bed, carefully and tenderly adjusts the pillow. His gaze is soft. She opens her eyes, tired but shining, and barely audibly, almost in a whisper, she says his name. She, still half asleep, runs her fingers down his neck and asks him to take this offer. Loose hair, a shadow on her face, a soft smile, a bare shoulder, a look in which there is warmth, peace, desire. He holds his gaze, slowly, as if absorbing every detail. The curve of her lips, the light breathing. He closes his eyes, as if trying to hold back the growing feeling, and with a quiet grin, almost under his breath, he says, "You're going to drive me crazy soon." It was semi-dark. It was already night outside. Lazy sounds could be heard, as if someone had just stretched in bed. Sitting in a chair, in the shadow of a nightlight, he looked at her with a soft smile and quietly asked, without taking his eyes off her, "Are you coming to your senses?" Evie, rubbing her eyes, asked about the guests. The hero, sitting in a chair, answered, "I ordered them to be sent home as soon as the wedding celebration comes to an end." She asked where she was. He answered calmly that now this bedroom was theirs to share. His voice was warm, his gaze confident. He also noted that she had a low tolerance for alcohol and added with a slight grin that after a couple of sips of wine, she already needed rest. But the main character didn't understand, because in the good old days she could drink a whole barrel of wine and still go to work in the morning looking her best. Pouring water into a glass, Rebellion asked, his gaze calm, "What are you talking about?" He realized that this was probably just drunken delirium and asked her not to overexert herself, because he, too, was planning to go to bed soon. The girl took hold of the glass, and the man, looking at her with gentle seriousness, asked, "In any case, from now on, be careful when you drink." Then, looking away, she asked about the guests. Her voice was still hoarse, but there was an insistence in it. And then she remembered that the guests had already left. Her face relaxed. Her breathing became even, and she began to drink water. But after that, she again exclaimed about the guests. Her voice became louder, more anxious. Rebellion looked at her with alarm, sighed, and softly said for her to go to bed. But as soon as she took a step, she began to talk about the first night. Her voice trembled with excitement. Suddenly, her legs gave way, her body swayed, and she began to fall, her gaze confused. The man screamed her name. His voice broke. The chair flew back. He jumped up, stepped towards her. He managed to catch her, his arms wrapped around her waist. Her body softly sank into his arms. Her breathing became ragged. He asked if everything was okay, his voice anxious but controlled. And Evie, clinging to him, answered with a crooked grimace that she felt sick, adding with irritated tenderness that he should stand still. And she suddenly began to stroke his face, her fingers gliding over his cheekbones. Her voice became soft, intermittent. She said how handsome he was. The glass was already empty. It stood on the table and glittered. And she refused to sleep, so he barely managed to get her to sit up, his voice tired but patient. He said, looking at her with gentle insistence, "If your stomach gets better, then you should definitely get some sleep." But the heroine, looking drunk, said, "Why sleep? Today is our first wedding night." She began to hold the man by the shirt, her fingers clinging to the fabric, her movements hesitant but insistent. Holding Evie's hands, the hero explained that he was not in the habit of babysitting drunks. His voice was firm but not rough, and added that she could barely string words together. She said she was perfectly fine, but for some reason the world was spinning again. Looking into his eyes, the girl asked. Her voice was quiet, almost a whisper. There was anxiety and curiosity in it. "Why do you have such a look?" They froze like that for a moment, their breaths mingling, their gazes intertwined. And then, waving her hand, Evie said, her voice playful, with a slight grin, "Yes," looking at me with those mischievous cat eyes. "How could I not stay?" The man asked, dumbfounded, what she was doing now. His voice trembled, his gaze darted. Evie replied calmly, "I'm taking off my clothes. What's wrong? I need to put on my pajamas to sleep." Holding her hands again, Rebellion said that she was already in her pajamas. Evie replied, frowning, with a slight uncertainty that she had not changed. The man replied that he had asked Lilith to change her clothes. His voice was calm, but with a hint of embarrassment. He put his arm around her waist, and after that, the girl fell onto the man's chest, as if her strength had finally left her. She listened to the beating of his heart. Her eyes closed, her lips whispered. How warm, how calm. He responded excitedly. His voice became hoarse, his breathing quickened, his fingers slightly squeezed on her back, and in a half-whisper he said, "You will bring me." Rebellion said, reservedly, but with a slight grin, "Your habit of stripping and hugging people when you're drunk. I'd rather you just break things." The heroine asked when she had hugged someone. The man said with a grin, "And now, what is she doing?" But she, not seeing anything wrong with this, said, You are my husband. What's wrong with this?" He hugged her and said, "Yes, husband." But the girl in a drunken stupor replied, "Why are you my husband? I wasn't going to get married, really. I wasn't going to." She continued, looking absent-mindedly, her voice trembling. But there was sincerity in it. Well, of course, with a face like Rebellion's. Even someone who didn't want to get married could change their mind. But still, I don't want to die." The man asked worriedly what she was talking about. She continued, "It is because I am weak and unhealthy, and you think that nothing terrible will happen if I die young with you." And then she asked, almost in a whisper, as if afraid to break the fragile silence between them, "Can't we just not?" And when the man asked again, with a barely noticeable tremor in his voice, that simply, "No, I don't understand," the girl cried out, and for the first time there was anger in her voice, like a flame breaking through an icy shell. Revenge. Evie thought about revenge, recognizing its appeal, understanding the desire for it, and she added sadly that he had not thought about her participation, that she would also be involved in this. What if there is a failure, and either Rebellion or she dies? What will happen then? Doesn't he think about it? Turning to his wife, the man extended his hand, and, stroking her face, he promised that she would not die, that if anyone was destined to die, it would be him. The girl asked again, so she wouldn't die. Her voice trembled, as if she didn't believe in the promise, but still clung to it. And then she said, "But why shouldn't I die? After all, I am your wife, which means I can die with you." Evie said, "If you die, how should I live? You didn't think that I could get involved in this too and die." She continued, even if she survived alone, nothing would change anyway, because as the wife of a traitor, she would lose her title, wealth, and would wander the streets. She pressed her lips together, not wanting to show her fear, not allowing herself to tremble, not allowing the tears to fall. But it was no use. The tears came out, and she said that she didn't know how to do anything. How could he leave her alone if their marriage was just a deal, something that didn't matter to him? It was already deep night outside the window. The silence seemed thick and viscous. Wiping away his tears, the man repeated his wife's name, and, approaching her face, he said, "I think you misunderstood something. Firstly, I'm not dead yet." Pulling her hand away, Evie said, "Who said I was talking about you? I was talking about Rebellion. Rebellion, that bastard!" She screamed. "There's a useless bastard who ruined everything trying to get revenge and let Evangeline die." And hugging the hero, the girl asked, "Just don't do this. I know it's selfish of me to say this when we got married without love, but still don't do this." He looked at the girl, saw pain in her eyes, heard a plea in her voice, and then he looked away towards the window. He saw that it was deep night there. Darkness had enveloped everything around. The stars were flickering dimly, as if they were afraid to look inside. And finally, Evie fell asleep on her husband's chest, her breathing becoming even. The man began to stroke the girl's head, carefully, as if he was afraid to wake her, as if he wanted to erase her pain, as if he himself needed this touch. Finally, it became quiet and calm. The night froze, breathing became easy, and time seemed to stop. It was a completely ordinary day, except for that. He saw a girl crawling out of the bushes. Her dress was dirty, and on his face there were leaves stuck to his skin. His tangled hair was caught in the branches. His breathing was ragged from fear. The man realized that on this day, a very strange creature had burst into his life, disrupting the usual course of events, changing everything without warning. With his arms crossed, he sank into his dreams, forgetting about reality, getting lost in images that seemed closer than the world around him. But it is worth saying that this happened long before rumors of a marriage between Duke Florence and the Claude family appeared. It happened at the table, where there was an ordinary cup of tea. The man said that the connection between the imperial court and Duke Colic could not be broken so easily. There was too much behind this alliance. That day, the head of the trading company, Claude, told the Duke something important, namely, proof that the enmity between the church and the emperor had its origins in a former association, the purpose of which was to eliminate the Duchess of Colica. This evidence was of the utmost importance to Rubellianus, who hated Duchess Colic and the imperial court, and dreamed of revenge. The secret of Rubellianus's birth was an open secret in the empire. His mother, Charlene, despite her lowly origins, became Duchess Florence due to her exceptional beauty. One day, rumors of this beauty reached the ears of the emperor, and he, having sent Duke Florence to the outskirts of the empire, took Charlene to the palace and forcibly took her into his arms. The story took the most convenient form. After Charlene became a duchess, she seduced the emperor and became his mistress. There were rumors of foul blood, that Charlene herself carried the curse of the lesser, and that her son, Rubellion, had inherited not only her beauty, but her darkness as well. No, intimacy alone was not enough for her. She also had a child from the emperor. She seduced the emperor, became close to the duke, and trampled on honor. A woman in a red dress approached the heroine, her gait confident. She said, "Oh, poor empress, her heart must be breaking with pain." The mother passed away immediately after birth, leaving behind emptiness, silence, and loneliness. From that moment on, Rubellion began to feel hatred towards the emperor and Duchess Colic. And through the years, his goal was simple, and it remained the same: to eliminate the Duchess of Colic, who had tormented his mother and had embarrassed his father by humiliating his mother. All that was needed was to plunge a knife into the emperor's heart and destroy the entire imperial family. A voice was heard, calm but insistent, and with it the rustling of papers. A letter had arrived from the head of the Claude family. The maid handed the letter to Rubellion with her eyes downcast. The man began to read, his gaze sliding over the lines, each of which sounded like a promise. I am writing you this letter for the sole purpose of helping you find that. What have you been looking for so diligently for a long time? The main character thoughtfully read these lines. It is not known whether the head of the trading house, Claude, knew about the secret affairs of rebellion, but thanks to this letter, the meeting of these two gentlemen took place. Looking down, the father spoke quietly, with restraint, as if every word was an echo of pain, first and foremost. I would like to ask you for something else, Your Excellency. Please accept my daughter as your wife, in exchange for evidence. Rebellion laughed, turning to Monsieur Claude, his voice cold as steel. He froze in amazement, his breathing became ragged, his fingers clenched. And Rebellion continued, not taking his eyes off his interlocutor. His voice sounded calm, but there was an icy mockery in it. You take the nobles for fools. How dare a commoner demand a deal that sounds like an invitation to his own destruction? And he confidently continued, if I use violence against you, then you will most likely talk without a deal. Father said, even if you seek it using such methods, your affairs will not be crowned with success. This item is not so simple. It is imbued with ancient magic, and only I know how to open this item. Judging by his behavior, it is clear that he will not say a word even if he is tortured. But maybe this really is the information I needed. It can't be lost so easily. Once you have this evidence, you will have the right to punish me, as you wish. But I insist that my daughter be sent to the Duke's house. The protagonist coldly asked why. You are the head of the family, a merchant. So why are you willing to give away your daughter as if she were part of the deal? The man fell silent, as if every word of the protagonist burned him. Then he slowly clenched his fists, as if trying to hold back from pain, something that had long since slipped away. And he said that his daughter had long wanted to link her fate with a duke like him. This child, who had not left his room since birth and had not shown his desires, asked for something for the first time. And so you think that the best wish fulfiller will be me? Asked Rebellion. The father bowed his head and said that the imperial court was too cruel. But you seem kind enough to us, once I took in an orphan. But even after becoming a duchess, she remained just as kind, sending me gifts every year as a token of gratitude. And the child of that very Charlene could not become truly cruel. Rebellion's world turned upside down after such words. The man just smiled, not knowing what the reaction would be. Rebellion only remained silent. He couldn't believe what he heard. The man wondered if that girl was the only child in the Claude family. I thought she was big. You can't marry her. She's a commoner without a drop of education, and she even dared to propose to the crown prince. Oh, and lately there have been strange rumors circulating around the capital, which have a grain of truth. Yes, they say that someone persistently wants to know about your preferences. I thought it was stupid, so I ignored this fact. But is all this connected with this girl? The maid asked if it was necessary to take this particular girl. Rebellion exhaled and said that yes, it was part of the deal. Lilith will be delighted. She goes crazy over beautiful girls. Then, when the man looked at the maid, she asked what happened and why he was looking so strangely. Rebellion explained that he had never seen her, and the woman was in complete shock. Although he agreed to the marriage, in fact, he never met her for several years, and the reason was due to Milady's illnesses. Even among the many rejections, he still continued to think about her. Fragile figure, strange rumors. At some point, my mind drew her as a weak and innocent girl about whom strange rumors were circulating. He remembered that she needed to be well fed, because she was in poor health and thin. And then came that moment when everything that seemed like a game suddenly became reality. He finally came to their house to meet his future bride and saw the girl on the ground. He froze and thought, what kind of strange meeting was this? Could this girl really be the future bride? The merchant's only daughter, Evangeline Claude? He still couldn't believe that she was that same daughter. Disheveled hair, dirty face with wide-open mouth, skirt heavily stained with dirt. All this does not correspond at all with the rumors, and the girl did not expect to see him right now. And even when they walked, he still kept his distance, wondering if she looks like the kind of person who wants to get married. And he definitely heard correctly that the daughter of the head of the trading house wants to get married. But here, she doesn't behave like that. And then he remembered that she had proposed to the prince himself. How was that possible? Rebellion froze in his thoughts, and Evie, barefoot, called out questioningly, Duke? So this girl didn't just want to get married, she wanted to marry the crown prince? And in general, why did she constantly behave so strangely? She wanted to escape through a mouse hole. She didn't say a word and pretended to be mute. And the transition to hysteria is so similar to a second personality. So the reason we couldn't meet for so long was pretense. As soon as I said that I don't like chatter, she immediately started chatting nonstop. She was rejected by the crown prince, and maybe she can't let it go. And in principle, thought Rebellion, it was not his concern. As they approached the mansion, the most important thing now is to get proof by fulfilling the condition. Evangeline, who finds herself in an unwanted marriage, is simply unlucky. That's exactly what Rebellion thought all the time, but when the girl got herself in order, everything fell into place. As they said, you are incredibly beautiful. You studied my preferences and did everything the opposite. But the expression on your face gave it all away. You're a little late, she said with a smile, as if everything was going exactly according to her plan. I was quite interested in watching her efforts to avoid this marriage, so he decided to watch her. And the maid kept shouting that she wasn't right for us, but no one listened to her seriously. Throwing up her hands, she argued that, well, didn't you see how she behaved during the day? It was something incredible. How is this even possible? She was like a squirrel that gnaws all the sweets without noticing anything around. She's clearly not a lady because that's not how they behave. The woman said irritably, I think I've gone crazy. How could I even think of her in a good light for a moment? But she is beautiful, isn't she? Said Lilith, looking at her with admiration and a little mockery. Having slapped her, the maid screamed, You have had a weakness for pretty faces since childhood. Have you completely lost your common sense? With such a beautiful face, how is she even capable of such actions? Why would she even do this? She's clearly a terrible actress. It all looks forced and unnatural. Rebellion shook his hand and continued his reasoning. Maybe she's just acting like this because she doesn't like the main character. That's all. But Rebellion remembered something and began to weigh the second option. Although she said that she never loved the prince, maybe she is still in love with him. But I don't care, because she is only needed for my revenge. That's probably why he has no choice but to accept her hatred. But to destroy someone's life for the sake of your own desires, then how is he any different from the Emperor if he is ready to do such a thing? Rebellion decided that he needed to discuss everything with the girl and told Lilith to call the girl. He said that if she was still awake, then let the maid tell her that he wanted to see her. Rebellion said he needed to discuss marriage. The maid nodded happily, but the servant was upset. Lilith got nervous and ran away, and the maid, looking after her, muttered with slight annoyance, Ah, this girl. Has she suddenly started puberty? Excuse me? Then the door swung open, and an agitated Lilith stood on the threshold. She screamed that Madame was missing. She was not in the room. The window is open, and it looks like she got tangled in the curtains and blanket when she went out. What if someone kidnapped Madame because of her beauty? He knows she's an unusual girl, but running away in her pajamas in the middle of the night is too much. If she's still on the estate grounds, that's great. But if she goes outside and gets into a dangerous situation, he walked in search. I was afraid that this could really happen. At that moment, rustling sounds were heard from the garden. The man turned towards the sound, with a slight hope, and so he saw what he was looking for. The bride, as a condition for the deal. I thought that was all she was capable of. Unpredictable in her actions, and she reacts to everything that might affect her. But just seeing her safe next to me gives me some relief. He didn't understand what this feeling was inside him, but I just want to enjoy this feeling of calm. He decided to put off talking about marriage for a while. For some reason, I have a desire to get to know this strange girl a little better. And when Evie replied, I think this marriage will be quite successful, Rebellion's expression was funny. After all, she said so carefree, let's get married. I don't know what changes took place in her heart that made her smile so sweetly and suddenly agree to the marriage. But thanks to her consent, Rebellion will be able to stay by her side. Now, no matter what is in my heart, the truth is that the intentions for this marriage were not entirely acceptable from the start. Although, perhaps, there is still a prince living in her heart. And with this marriage, I am hurting her, so I use this as an excuse. It is even better, even sweeter, if you treat her as someone very dear and love her more nobly than anyone else. Won't she at least pay a little attention to me? After all, we will have so much time to spend together, thought Rebellion, sitting by his beloved's bed. The morning in the castle began not with the ringing of the clock, but with the soft breath of light making its way through the stained glass windows. The girl lay in bed, wrapped in a light blanket, and thought how soft and cozy it was here. She lay as if floating on a warm cloud, weightless, fluffy, saturated with the aroma of lavender and the morning sun. She muttered to herself, but for some reason her head was splitting. "Oh, well, I drank. There was a wedding yesterday and—" Without finishing the dialogue of her thoughts, she suddenly opened her eyes. In her mind she screamed, "What wedding?" and heard her husband's voice asking, "Are you awake?" They were lying in an embrace, in the same bed, and he was wearing only a robe and she was wearing pajamas. When he asked if she had slept well, she turned blue with shock and for a moment forgot how to breathe. In the morning, there is such a beautiful view, but instead of a morning greeting, an anxious question, "Does anything hurt or do you have any strange sensations?" She lay silently, as if driven into a corner, without moving, with her eyes fixed on one point. Evie also noticed that they were pressed so tightly against each other. Rebellion asked her not to move and lie still, but the girl said that she was uncomfortable. The man just blushed and closed his eyes, trying not to show his embarrassment and remain calm. Evie was ashamed and blushed as well, and she also thought about it. "And he doesn't remember at all what happened yesterday. I don't remember at all what happened yesterday." It was swirling anxiously in the main character's head. "But how could I forget everything? And I don't even remember my first wedding night in my life. And how can this body be so weak to alcohol?" Before the main character was an inveterate drunkard. The girl suddenly jumped out of bed, calling Rebellion. He asked what she wanted from him. She awkwardly started asking, well, yesterday, damn. I just wanted to ask if anything happened last night, but it became so awkward that I couldn't finish." The main character blushed and turned away, wondering what she could say to justify herself. The man repeated her words yesterday. The girl turned away at the sounds of Rebellion getting out of bed. He asked softly if she wanted to know if something had happened yesterday, with a sly smile. Continuing to smile, he asked the girl, "What do you think could have happened between us?" Evie's mouth dropped open in surprise. What kind of smile was that? He was always so sly. The girl said that there was nothing special, and Rebellion said with a grin, "Well, of course you were being so naughty." The heroine turned in his direction with distrust and asked him again what she had been doing naughty. And then, jumping up, she asked in what sense she was being naughty. This couldn't be. And the hero calmly answered, "What else could it be? Yesterday, it seemed to me that you wanted something and grabbed onto me. And I, being a gentleman, did not contradict a drunk man." Is he really implying that she was the reason Rebellion had a bit of a hard time yesterday? It's like he's laughing at me, Evie thought, and a very cunning plan formed in her head. She started crawling towards him, with a playful smile. The main character asked in shock why she was doing this. "You mean to say that I did it last night?" Rebellion replied. "Yes, I did." And when Evie crawled close enough, she suggested doing it now, since she already had experience. He suddenly covered her mouth with his hand. "And all red?" he asked. "What are you saying?" She realized that, judging by his reaction, nothing had happened last night, and the man asked her to stop. Evie muttered through his hand, "Are you really disappointed?" Suddenly, there was a knock on their door, and they asked, "Master and mistress, are you awake yet?" And, letting go of his hand, the man shouted, "Come back a little later." The girl behind the door answered that she understood and left. Pressing herself against Rebellion's chest, the heroine wondered why later. Was he really planning it? And, poking his finger at the girl's forehead, the main character moved her away from his chest, as if keeping his distance. He chuckled and said that it looked like she was waiting for something, but nothing would happen. The main character got out of bed and said that he would go first and that she should rest. The girl suddenly grabbed her husband's sleeve, and she asked, "So we really didn't do anything. Don't you regret it one bit?" Rebellion stared at the heroine, thinking about something, and then, all flushed, he turned away. And laughing, he replied that he had nothing to regret. The morning bath procedures have begun. The water sparkled and beckoned with its brilliance. The main character was thinking maliciously, "He has nothing to regret, as if I have something to regret." She also has nothing to regret, although, to be honest, the life of an aristocrat is not so bad. Suddenly, there was a noise. The main character asked what happened, and she asked the maid Marie to see what was going on there. She quickly left, and when the maid returned, she had a nervous expression on her face. She addressed her, "Mistress, it looks like the owner won't be able to join you for breakfast." He left with a serious expression on his face. Hearing this, she quickly ran out of the bathroom. The maids stopped her, offered to dry off a little, but she did not listen. How is that even possible? There was no wedding night. There won't be any left for breakfast. Does he really not have any romance? Suddenly, a voice called out to the girl. It was Rebellion, who was already knocking on her room door. The man thought that since her voice was so calm, she was not offended, and explained that after breakfast, he needed to go to the palace. Suddenly, the large door opened, and a girl appeared on the threshold, still wet from the bath. Evie asked what had happened there. Had a summons arrived or something? Rebellion stared at her, trying to process what was happening. Then he quickly cleared his throat, and he explained that this morning in the capital's theater district, the power of the goddess appeared. If I go with Rebellion, I will be able to see Rachel, the main character thought. This is a good chance, because the original story has begun. And jumping out of the room, she asked, "Take me with you," repeating that she would get ready quickly. There are 3 guards at the entrance. One is silent, another is looking intently, and the third seems about to speak. The girl is alone, sitting at the table. She was thinking sadly, "In the end, I went after him." She only missed the fact that he was being too pushy and doing strange things. Then the girl began to twist back and forth. And suddenly, I decided to relax, inhaling and exhaling. Holding her head, the main character did not understand why she was so worried. Sometimes I wonder why this life seems more stressful than the last one. And in general, everything has become different. Although this is already clear, this is a meeting not with the main character, not with the antagonist. This is a meeting with the main heroine of the novel. From what I remember, Rachel was an ordinary girl. Her fate seemed difficult, and in general, everything in her life was not easy. The story begins with Rachel's family, including her stepmother, selling her to the head of the theater, an old man, and in general, it all seems strange. She had a hard time. Rachel is trying to escape. She feels the power of the goddess awakening inside her, and in general, everything is happening too fast. The imperial court senses the power, takes Rachel to itself, and both main characters meet for the first time. And in general, everything starts exactly from this. And today is the very day when that very meeting took place in the original story. The main character was thinking, maybe she could meet Rachel here. And in general, everything was turning out strange. She thought hard. She should be kind to her, try to be friends, and in general, it would be nice. She thought hard. Do you hear me? Be sure to be friends with her. To prevent her from killing us with her sword. Be sure to befriend her, Evie. The heroine did not take her eyes off the window, looked at the street, and thought that everything had changed. She has been in the waiting room for an hour now, waiting, not knowing what is happening outside, and generally feeling helpless. And then suddenly a girl appears with her hands tied and that same gray hair. Evie turned towards the sound, looked towards the door, and felt everything inside her tighten. The main character's eyes widened. A girl with bare feet and tied hands entered the room. She moved slowly. The heroine looked at the floor. She was ashamed and looked, to put it mildly, poor. Even the security guard looked at her with disgust. Suddenly, he noticed the lady and turned to her. His voice was quiet, his gaze wary. And suddenly he said, "Sorry, he didn't know she was here." And in general, they were ready to go to another room. Evie replied that everything was fine, but she apparently didn't recognize Rachel. I thought that she didn't look like a person from the imperial court. Her movements were simple, her gaze was open, and in general, there was not a drop of arrogance in her. The guards started discussing outside the door. Duchess Florence was inside. She needed to be taken to another room, and in general, it all looked like an urgent matter. Quickly approaching them, the girl said, "Wait, what's going on? She's a guest of the palace, and in general, this looks strange." The guard explained that today she had shown the power of a goddess. Evie froze and thought, as I expected. In any case, she is dangerous, so we will go. At this moment, the lady screamed no, her voice trembling. Both heroes froze in amazement, not understanding what the lady was doing and, in principle, what was going on in her head. She continued, "Where are you going to take her? Do you really want to lock up the one who carries holy power? And in general, this sounds like madness." And holding out her hand in invitation, Evie invited the girl to come in. Her gaze was calm, her movements were soft. Rachel was shocked by such actions. The guard came out and said, "Then I'll be outside, if there are any problems." Call me. One guard asked if something had happened, and the second one replied that he didn't understand, that she probably felt sorry for this commoner. There was silence between them. No one moved, no one spoke. Evie sat tensely, thinking that something was awkward. Clenching my hands, thoughts were spinning in my head. Maybe I should ask about a hobby. No, that's stupid. Or about an ideal. That's not it either. And anyway, this isn't a date. I need to think better. And so, the heroine broke the silence. Turning to the lady, she thanked her and apologized for the fact that someone like her was here, next to the lady. Evie accepted the apology and asked her name. The heroine answered, "Rachel." Her voice was quiet, and in general, she tried not to look into the eyes. She nodded, saying that it was very nice to meet you, and confirmed to herself that this was definitely the one. The real Rachel, the main character of the original novel, gray hair, pale face, and purple eyes, dressed in old and torn clothes, but this does not hide her radiant beauty. She really is the same as in the novel. What happiness to meet the main character from what you read. And in general, it's like a dream. The main character gently introduced herself, that her name was Evangeline, and that she was the Duchess of the Florence family. She extended her hand and suggested, "You had breakfast, let's have some tea together. It's beautiful in the Imperial Palace, and in general, it will help you relax a little." "Oh yeah, your hands are tied. Now I'll untie them for you, and you can have breakfast." After all, the path to a strong friendship lies through the stomach. The girl started to cry. Tears dripped onto the floor, her shoulders shook, and in general, everything inside seemed to be breaking apart. Evie froze in astonishment. Her eyes widened, and her breathing became labored. The heroine whined and fell to her knees. Evie jumped up to her. She asked if everything was okay. Maybe she wasn't feeling well. The main character didn't understand why. It wasn't her fault or hers. But first, we need to somehow calm poor Rachel down. And when she reached out to the girl, she was struck by lightning. The flash blinded her. The air shook. What happened anyway? Was it because of trying to touch? Or is it the same power of the goddess? Nothing is clear. And, rubbing her hand, the lady asked, "Rachel, are you okay?" But before she could say anything, she herself was apparently in amazement, when suddenly, Rubellion ran into the room and called out to Evie. He stood on the threshold, ready to run to his wife at any second. The main character tried to quickly assess the situation with his gaze, and, apparently realizing what had happened, he froze. And pointing their fingers at Rachel, the servant said, "The mistress has suffered. This wicked woman is to blame." The main character couldn't understand what was happening. Everyone suddenly appeared here. And most importantly, why did her husband end up here at this particular moment? This affair brought him to a moment when everything could be misunderstood. The girl came closer. Her voice was restrained. She said, "Your Highness, unexpectedly so many people. What is all this noise about? It all seems strange." But Rebellion silently grabbed Evie's hand, and he began to examine her hands, slowly, carefully, as if looking for confirmation. The guard began to be scolded. The voice was harsh. "What were you thinking? How could you leave the Duchess alone with this wicked girl?" And, trying to escape from the hands of Rubellion, Evie said with a smile that she was perfectly fine. The main character shouted, "Call a doctor, quickly!" His voice was loud and harsh. Everyone around fell silent. "And immediately," he said coldly, hugging his wife tightly and continuing to hold her hand. The guards followed the order. One of them rushed to the exit. The other was already calling someone in the corridor. The other servants simply began to disperse, but still it was audible. Someone whispered about the unholy, the power of the goddess. Others said, "The holy power, this is the power of the demon, which can destroy the empire." They recalled the Duchess's wounded hand and claimed that that girl had done it. The words sounded muffled, but they penetrated the silence. "No, this won't do. I have to explain the whole situation to Rebellion." Thoughts were racing through her head. After all, the poor girl sits all alone and everyone is against her. Evie didn't understand why he was looking at her so angrily. His gaze was heavy, as if accusing. She felt how everything inside was shrinking. After all, they were standing together, hugging each other, and Rachel sat on the floor all alone. And you could see how the clouds were gathering above the main character. The sky was darkening, as if reflecting the tension in the hall. Each time he looked more and more angry. Stroking her husband's hand, she said, "Rebellion?" Her voice was quiet, almost a whisper. She asked, "What's wrong with your face? You're scaring me." Her voice was soft, but there was anxiety in it. And now, the main character seemed to come to his senses. Looking down, he explained that her wound frightened him. And then, lifting her hand and pulling it to his lips, he kissed the girl's fingers. The girl didn't understand why she needed a kiss in such a situation. Her thoughts were confused. Everything was happening too quickly. Her husband was worried that she might be badly hurt, but Evie just denied it and said that it was only her fault and everything was fine. She began to explain that I had hurt myself by accident, simply because I had not poured the tea carefully. Her voice was choppy but sincere. Then she added, Rachel wasn't guilty of anything, if it came down to it. Her only fault was that she was too beautiful. The words came with a slight smile, but there was worry in her eyes. Suddenly, with a strong tremor in her body, and with her gaze downcast, the heroine asked for forgiveness. The servants began to shout, You are the witch who caused harm to the mistress, and you still dare to claim that you are innocent. The voices merged into a roar of accusations. Their faces were distorted with anger. The footsteps were approaching. They were saying that this girl needed to be arrested immediately. The main character didn't understand what the hell they were talking about, what this feigned concern was for. Her thoughts were confused. After all, they should like the girl who has the power of a goddess more, and not the girl who seduced the duke with her beauty for the sake of status. In the original, the power of the goddess is a holy power, and according to prophecy, the owner of this power is able to destroy the empire. So this power is also called the power of the demon. After all, this is precisely why, at the very beginning of the novel, Rachel, even after entering the palace, encounters such an attitude. Seeing all this with your own eyes is simply disgusting, both in a past life and here. By trampling on those who are weaker, they are only trying to prove their own importance, a human trait that remains unchanged. They continued, Your Grace, it is unknown when she will awaken her power again. Immediately inform His Highness the Prince, so that this girl can be executed immediately. The main character told them that it was enough. I was the one who suffered. Why are you so worried? And why do you continue to accuse her without evidence? The voice sounded firm. The servants hesitated. We are worried about the well-being of the state and the lady. She just grinned, placing her hands on her hips. And she said with a smile, Those who recently said that I was vulgar and wasteful now suddenly care. How touching. There was a silent silence all around. And this silence was broken by the doctor's voice, who said that he had come here because the lady had suffered. But everything around was so strange. The doctor began to examine the lady's hand. His movements were careful. He said that it was just a slight burn, and that it would definitely go away in a few days. The main character heard servants in the distance telling her husband that this person should be arrested. And he glanced sideways at the girl, saying that this time the matter would not be resolved by simple sympathy. The main character ran up to the heroes. Her voice was excited. Your Highness, are you really going to put her in jail? I already said that it was my mistake. Everyone turned towards the girl. Rebellion said, For now, strengthen the security and place her in a separate room. His voice was calm. He also continued, The imperial court ordered that the owner of the goddess's power be isolated in a separate room. Until the imperial court cancels this order, prison will do. And those who object will be considered traitors, going against the orders of the imperial court. The girl chuckled, thinking how he had pacified them. Poor Rachel turned to look at them, her eyes looking tired and empty, as if she hadn't rested for several days. She asked, But Rachel will be fine. There will be no punishment against her. Rebellion replied that it was decided by the imperial court, but this incident is worth talking about. Evie wondered why you say that. Didn't it all end up being my mistake? The hero replied that his wife was too persistent, but no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a tea burn. In any case, you have suffered and appropriate measures must be taken. My meeting with the imperial court may be delayed, so you can go home. Evie was surprised that. She asked if she could stay and wait for him, but the hero replied that no, and that she needed to rest. But if Rebellion punished Rachel for this incident, their relationship would be at its worst. And like in the original, I would die by Rachel's sword. Zrenia, even if you are stubborn and don't want to leave, I won't make concessions. The voice sounded firm. Go home and rest, he said. And there was not only concern in his voice, but also a hidden worry. It's not fair. It's a plot to make me unhappy, she screamed in her mind. She sat devastated in the carriage, her fingers clenched until they turned white. And through her tears, she asked herself if she should just die and not suffer like this. At least it's better than being chopped up with a sword. I wanted to change the cliché, but it turned out to be stronger than me. Chapter 2. End. After that incident, according to Rubelian, Rachel was temporarily imprisoned in an underground prison, as in the original story, regardless of the incident with me. But the good news is that the girl has not been punished yet. The girl calmly offered her husband a piece of fruit on a fork. He asked her why she was doing this, but the girl replied, "Hey, I just want to feed you." And waving her fork in front of his mouth, she said, "Come on, Your Highness, let's go." But he just quickly dodged the fork. She jumped up angrily and shouted, "We're on a honeymoon! Where's the romance?" The girl was already boiling. "I just wanted to create a romantic atmosphere. At least pretend that you're playing along with me, okay?" It's obvious that Rebellion is angry with Rachel, so I try in every way to cheer him up, using various tricks. But they don't really help. Hey, really, this is the first time in my life I'm trying to be nice to someone. Having grabbed the fruit with his fork, the man began to speak. "And why? You are so sweet to me today." Looking away, she said, "Actually, I have a favor to ask, and he must promise to fulfill it." Really? Did he really just agree to this? Of course. I simply have to fulfill my wife's request, since she is so persistent. And she hesitated. She was talking about Rachel. "Could you treat her a little better? She's not a bad person," he asked again. "Does he treat the demon who will destroy the empire well? I just don't understand why you're trying to protect her. Can't you just side with the innocent man? That day Rachel didn't do anything to me. She is just an ordinary woman. But the power of a goddess awakens within her, hidden behind her calm appearance. She is sorry that she is considered guilty of everything, especially by the aristocrats." The girl was surprised why Rebellion was looking like that. He replied that it was just unexpected. "I thought that now you would choose some ridiculous role. Why this happens, I don't know. I just wanted to stop you, because you're talking as if everything was like when I was playing a role before the wedding, when I licked plates and licked my fingers. Did you realize it back when I was licking the plates and licking my fingers? Or was it all clear from the start? Because perhaps my acting was too unconvincing, and everything turned out to be too noticeable." "I see what you're thinking now," said Rebellion. "Wait, maybe this is for the best, because now all the misunderstandings can be cleared up. Although if you already knew everything, then perhaps there was no misunderstanding." "Okay, so you had your reasons that day, but why are you so protective of Rachel?" With a fake smile, the main character replied, "Because she was incredibly beautiful." The main character said that it was no longer worth communicating with Lilith. Rebellion said that Rachel was a demon who was causing pain to his wife, but the heroine asked him to stop. "You would be okay with being called that." The man exhaled and said that he didn't really care about his reputation. "Wait, if your child was named a demon, you'd like it." She burst into tears and said that Rachel's parents would obviously be upset that their child was named that. Evie wasn't worried about the girl's parents, but I think Rebellion wasn't too worried either. When the girl started talking about our child, the main character became so serious. "Did it really work?" the girl thought. And she said, "Look how sad you are." The man said that no matter what your comparison, the real punishment depends on the empire. Rebellion explained that he could only express his opinion on the punishment. He could not defend her. The imperial family will cope, and he just needs to sit quietly, calmly, and keep quiet. The girl was proud of herself because the job was done. Suddenly, the main character asked him to listen, and blushing, he asked what she had said about the child, whether she wanted this child. The main character opened her mouth wide. Why did he suddenly ask about the child? And what is it? Why is he so downcast? A maid was quickly approaching them. "Your Highness, a message has come from the palace, and you know what?" She quickly ran in, greeting the lady. She crossed her fingers and hesitated, unable to begin. Well, the Empress invited the lady to a secret meeting. That is, she sent an invitation. After I came to this world, I heard about one secret. In aristocratic society, there are various forms of secret meetings, and one of them, the Empress's secret tea party. This meeting is held in the strictest confidence. Being a closed meeting, Duchess Colica invites only her close friends and young ladies. To put it simply, it is a secret meeting of Duchess Colica's admirers. The man said she didn't have to go, but Evie said if I didn't go, it would be disobeying the imperial order. "There is no need to meet the Empress in person. I will reject this order," he added coldly. Evie noticed that Rebellion looked very worried. Probably because in the original, Rubellion's mother suffered from the abuse of Duchess colic. I wouldn't go either if I could refuse the consequences. You know I'm not one to give up that easily, so don't worry. The man said the girl's name and blushed with worry. The main character tried to console him and said that everything would be okay. But, to be honest, even she is a little scared. But she will accept this challenge. At the same time, in the secret room of the Imperial Palace, there was obvious darkness there. Everyone was gloomy and angry. The girl was riding in a carriage, straight to a secret tea party. Name, Alexandria Kalika. Current name, Alexandria Telly. Age, 50 years old. Character, evil. The girl read aloud. The maid asked what it was, and the main character replied that it was a characteristic of the Empress. He loves his son and hates those who hang around his son. Well, and probably the Empress was not satisfied with the fact that last time she failed to break the heroine. After all, a simple girl approached her beloved son, so she not only approached her son, but also proposed. She soon married the Duke of Florence, and at the last tea party I openly spoke out against her and entered into conflict. Of course, I am like a bone in her throat. I wonder if she did the same thing to Rachel in the original. After all, when the prince fell in love with the simpleton Rachel, the Empress was furious. A commoner with the power of a goddess. How dare she come near my son? She began to cruelly abuse Rachel, and when the Emperor found out about this, he destroyed Kolik's family. She simply hates commoners, especially if they are beautiful and lay claim to her son. Of course, in the original, Dame Florence was behind this scenario, manipulating Kolika. The maid grabbed her mistress's hands and said, "Don't worry so much. No matter what the Empress says, just ignore it. She's not one to talk much, but if something happens, don't forget to scream." Smiling, the heroine said, "Don't worry, by the way, Lilith. Come here, we need to whisper." A long, snow-white and luxurious corridor appeared before my eyes. The main character walked along it tiredly. And now, finally, she is at that very door, to the place where the atrocities of Duchess Kolika are secretly committed. The girl came inside and said, "Thank you for the invitation, Your Majesty." Suddenly, the heroine was grabbed by the hair, and they shouted that, "What impudence to raise the head of this commoner! All Florence's women are alike, without clan or tribe. What else would you expect in a house where only vulgar women gather?" They got straight to the point, without any preamble. It's unbearable. Are they some kind of local hooligans? The main character looked back sharply and saw a girl, who swung and said, "How dare she look at me like that?" The sound of the slap rang out like a gunshot in the silence. Her cheek burned, but the humiliation burned even more. The heroine's gaze remained firm. The woman swung again, her hand raised like a bird of prey, ready to strike. The countess's hand froze in the air, her fingers still tense. The voice that sounded behind her was even, but there was a sense of power in it. Enough. The girl was scared. Of course, even if I come out and say that the countess hit me, the Empress will say that it didn't happen, and everything will fall apart. While the girl was holding her cheek, the Empress said, "Don't forget, whatever is here will never come out. After all, this is a secret meeting of the Empress. The men of Florence's house have a constant taste," she said, as if thinking aloud, "and they seem to like women who are both beautiful and vulgar." The girl sighed and decided to speak. "I beg the Empress's forgiveness," she said, bowing her head slightly. "But my husband and the previous duke love beautiful women. Men always give in to vulgar women." The voice was cold as marble and sounded from the height of the throne. No shame, just a slut. Like some kind of prostitute, Evie thought. Wow, how many dirty words those lips use. Calm down. I'm not so weak as to give in to such stupid provocations. And the main character replied that yes, it is so. And she is not ashamed of her origin, which is why she dared to fall in love with the Duke. And she looked playfully at the Empress, asking, "Do you want to punish me?" I do understand the Empress's feelings a little. The only vow in life was broken. What woman would not be sad? The Empress became angry and asked what. And the heroine said, "Well, what are you saying? I understand your anger. And this anger must be directed at the one who broke the vow. Even a commoner like me knows this." The same Duchess walked towards the main character with a swing and shouted, "How dare you speak to the Empress like that?" But the Empress was faster. She took a decisive step forward, and she gave Evie a loud slap in the face. She had a cut on her cheek, but she held herself with dignity, not a drop of tears, not a drop of pity. The woman said that she would be generous and forgive the commoner for her words. Holding her cheek, she replied, If you wanted to take your anger out on me, you could have warned me in advance. And with a crazy smile, she said that she would prepare herself and try to please the Empress herself. The woman stood there in shock and said that she was clearly crazy, and Evie nodded and said that she sometimes bites people. She asked again, stuttering, "Do you bite?" "And predatory," the girl said. "You never know when I'll go crazy, so it's better not to touch me." The woman took a swing and said that this person did not understand what she was saying, but the heroine resolutely dodged. At that moment, she felt the splashes of tea on herself. Everything around suddenly froze. It was unclear where the blow came from. A cup of tea was lying on the floor, and a voice was heard from behind, saying that even vulgarity has its limits. Evie turned towards the voice to see who the brave one was. A girl in red shoes walked towards them. She said, "Don't be offended, it's deserved. For the fact that such a worthless person as she dared to encroach on the prince himself. And of course, for disrespect to the Empress. Who the hell are you, a commoner? Before, I pretended to be crazy and even proposed to the prince to save my life. But the prince already had a bride. And she even appeared in the original, Melina Vanes, daughter of Marquis Vanes, one of those who, together with Duchess Colica, bullied Rachel. She is a minor character, so the main character does not remember her appearance. But judging by the situation, this is exactly it." She looked down on the girl, and the main character said, "That's the one." Looking at her hands, the heroine thought, "Well, this is even for the best. And it's time to start your acting." The girl began to cry very loudly. Everyone around was scared. They definitely didn't expect such a turn of events. Evie screamed, "Why was the tea so hot? Oh, ouch." She kept crying, sob, my face. And with disbelief, the heroine said, "Hey, your face is fine." She screamed again, "It's not okay," and began to sob louder. The Duchess said worriedly, "Your Majesty, I think you had better step aside." And then the Empress screamed, "Crazy girl, how dare you deceive me like this? Do you think I'll be scared?" In fact, the woman expected to see a different picture. Like with Charlene, whom she had tormented before, she probably expected me to beg for forgiveness. "How dare you continue to pretend to cry?" the Duchess asked with a flourish. And suddenly, a voice was heard. "What is happening here, mother?" Melina turned pale in shock as she turned her gaze towards the familiar voice. The Crown Prince entered the room, and behind him stood a maid, and the silhouette of rebellion was visible. The maid ran in and quickly began calling the lady, and the mother was interested in how the prince ended up there. And then, dark as night, rebellion entered the room. Both heroines were caught red-handed. Turning to the main character, the Empress said, "Is it really you?" But a maid had already passed in front of the woman. Lilith asked anxiously, "What kind of wound do you have, and what tea is on your face? Are you not okay at all?" And with a smile, the heroine whispered, "Thank you for your help." She smiled slyly and chuckled, because this was all part of her cunning plan. A few hours ago in the carriage, he and Lilith were whispering, "Rebellion is probably worried that I will go there alone, and will most likely find an excuse to visit the palace sometime after our arrival. I'll be stalling for time at the secret meeting. When you see the prince or rebellion, try to be with them. And when I scream, quickly bring them to me. Wait, what if I don't meet the prince, and your highness really comes to the palace? Don't worry, my husband will definitely come. And I believe in you, you can handle it." With her fingers crossed, the maid said, "I will do everything, trust me." Evie just smiled, knowing that the girl would not betray her, regardless of whether Rebellion loves me. When he sees that I was tied to the Empress, he will certainly remember how his mother suffered in the past. Dreaming of revenge, Rebellion will in any case stop at the Imperial Palace to sort out the affairs of the palace. In the end, the operation was successful. "I'm sorry I used his pain, but I gave you a reason for revenge." Her worried husband approached her. The girl looked at him with a frightened look. The main character took off his fur jacket, and he put it on his wife's shoulders. She turned to him, "Your Highness," but he only remained silent, covering her so that she would not freeze. Suddenly, a loud and nasty voice was heard. "Your Highness, this is unfair. This woman has shown disrespect. Shouldn't the Empress restore discipline?" The main character pressed herself against her husband's chest and said tearfully, "Ah, Rebellion, I was so scared." And she sobbed right into his chest, inconsolably. The prince, who was watching all this, looked down wearily. "Mother, how could you? Rebellion is my friend, and his wife is the Duchess Florence." The Empress said that she had done nothing of the sort, but had simply been educating the new Duchess. The man asked angrily if this was the kind of upbringing one should do, to inflict wounds and pour tea on one's face. The Empress explained that every education must include corporal punishment. Squeezing his wife's shoulders slightly, he said that he grew up in a great family and with a good upbringing, so why on earth did she have the right to appoint such a thing? This is too rude, Duke Florence. You dare to speak like that to the Empress just because of one girl. My wife, the mistress of Florence's house, regardless of the Emperor's favor. Since when did the house of Duke Florence become subordinate to the house of Duke Colic? Evie watched this and thought, oh my man, such a sharp tongue, keep going and don't stop. The prince finally said, Mother, I allowed you to invite ladies and young ladies to the palace often so that you would not be bored. But now I need to think about it a little. I am not the son of the house of Duke Colic, but the son of your majesty. So don't try to manipulate me. This was clearly a strong blow for Mother. And moreover, you cannot disrespect Florence's family so much. The woman screamed, Your Highness, they will betray you. This is Florence's family. They are my close friends. And when I ascend the throne, they will become my most trusted allies. This is too big a statement. Now my conscience will bother me. And in the end, rebellion will betray the crown prince. The girl started running up to the prince and shouting, Your Highness, this is unfair. The Empress only educated this ignoramus. Duchess Florence is just overreacting to everything. How can you not trust your mother at all? The main character realized that if she continued in the same spirit, she simply would not be able to remain silent any longer. The girl turned to Your Highness and rebellion, her voice trembling. With an innocent look, she explained, The Empress did nothing. She was simply teaching me a lesson by grabbing my hair when I did not bow to her just by entering the room. Melina Vanes couldn't have known about it. That's how it turns out. But could she have intentionally splashed hot tea on my face? The man looked angrily and coldly in the direction of the Empress. His gaze was heavy. There was not a drop of doubt or a shadow of fear in it. Hugging his wife, he said, I hope that in the future you will not call my wife so frivolously. The walls of the corridor rose like waves of stone silk, covered with intricate patterns, where light glided along the arches. This peace was broken by the angry voice of the maid. Melina! She's a bitch. If I see her next time, I'll definitely leave a couple of scratches on her face. Evie explained. Oh, Lilith, these wounds are the work of the Empress, and the tea too. The girl said that she was fine, and the wound would disappear in a couple of days. And her husband stroked her face, silently, tenderly. The door opened suddenly, and a draft burst into the room. The prince appeared on the threshold. I apologized to Duchess Florence. I think something similar might have happened last time. With a slight bow, the main character said, I would like for something like this not to happen again, although in fact, I assumed that something like this could happen. The hero said, I will take care of it. Even if Her Majesty invites you to the exit, you are not obliged to come. His Majesty will understand everything. I also addressed my friend Rebellion. I ask your forgiveness too. He was silent for a moment and finally spoke. You can do whatever you want with me, but I hope that my wife will not visit the palace. The prince promised that he would take this into account, and the heroes quickly began to leave, saying goodbye to His Highness. It was obvious that he was worried. His gaze darted around, his fingers clenched into fists. His voice sounded even, but there was anxiety trembling in it. And the heroes weren't very comfortable either. Tension was in the air, but at the same time, their posture was straight. Their backs were straight. Their chins were raised, as if dignity were a shield. The steps were confident, measured, as if each step claimed the right to be heard. The floor echoed faintly. They didn't say anything to the prince at the end. They didn't even turn around in his direction. Evie wondered if it was possible to leave just like that. Rebellion explained that it was, and she shouldn't even think about it. And when the man began to hug his wife, she asked him to stay away from her, because she was sticky and dirty, and the hero just grinned, saying that it was okay. After all, even if he gets dirty, more than anything in the world he wants to take his wife home. My thoughts were getting confused. That, if I heard correctly, now that we are married, he doesn't care whether I am dirty or not. The man noticed this and exhaled contentedly. The corners of his lips twitched. His gaze became softer. And again, hugging his wife, he said, Let's go home. His voice was calm. There was weariness and tenderness in it. One evening, a few days later, the air was still. The windows reflected the sunset. Lilith shared with Evie "Oh, I did this and that. I scratched this girl pretty bad." "So it was true, these damn things," said the head maid, entering the hall. "Dinner will be ready soon. I will take you to the dining room," the woman said, and then looked angrily at the girl and shouted, "Lilith, stop chatting and get back to work." After this incident, the Empress no longer sent me invitations, after which peaceful days returned, and I seemed to be able to adapt to life in the ducal family. I also wanted to visit Rachel, but she is still isolated from society in prison, so I decided to wait for the ritual in honor of the saint. God, why do I feel somehow uncomfortable, like I'm out of place? The man, kneeling, dried his wife's hair with a towel, carefully, with trepidation. My wife asked, "Rubelin, aren't you busy these days?" When he asked why she was asking, she replied, "You look very busy, but at the same time you're always at home. Starting tomorrow, I will cut my working hours," he said calmly. And when the heroine asked if it was normal to cut back on hours so much, he replied no. "Did I imagine it, or did you want me to play with you?" he asked with a slight smile, looking into her eyes. The girl, slightly trembling, looked at her husband with confusion. Her gaze was confused. "Hey, when I said that, I didn't ask for this," she muttered, still not understanding where he was going with this. And when he leaned over, she quietly said, "Could you move away?" Her voice was uncertain, but it sounded like a request, not a reproach. Rubellion asked with concern if this was bothering her. Looking away, she explained, "It doesn't bother me now, it's just—" And as he approached, he said softly, "If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me." His voice was soft, enveloping, like a promise of care. The main character blushed and thought, "Yes. What's wrong with him?" But today he looked so charming. Her heart beat a little faster, and her thoughts were confused in her blush. Kiss, kiss. The atmosphere is heating up, but I can't. He's a villain and so cruel, she thought, struggling with excitement and inner turmoil. And pushing the hero away, she screamed, "It was impossible to have a child yet." Her voice trembled, but determination sounded in it. Rubellion asked sheepishly, "Didn't you say yourself that you still don't want a child from me?" The heroine only said that she wasn't ready. The man continued in surprise, "But if you are ready, he might show up for me." There was hope in his voice. The girl asked again, "Well, then who else will I have a child from, if not from you?" "Wait, just to be clear, you didn't think I'd want to have another man's baby just because I didn't like you?" And blushing slightly, he said, "I thought you hated me." His voice was quiet, almost a whisper, like a confession that he had not dared to utter for a long time. His sweetness was like an arrow to the very heart, awakening in her a tenderness that she tried to hide, but which was already blossoming in her gaze and slight smile. Evie continued, "No, it's not that I hate you. I just didn't want to get married, so I don't hold a grudge against you." And he thanked his wife, with warmth in his voice, quietly saying, "Thank you. Thank you for not holding a grudge against me." He started sniffing the girl's hair. She asked what he was doing. Her voice was trembling. The smell of jasmine was in the air. Rubellion looked at his wife and said that he was holding back as much as possible. And, lowering her onto the bed, he asked, "Am I unreliable to become the father of your child?" Evie explained. "We have known each other for several months, and have been married for a little more than 10 days. No matter how honest you are with me, if I'm not ready for it, nothing will happen." "Well, maybe until then," the husband said with warm affection. The main character looked at him silently, while inside everything was pounding at a furious pace. Well, really, the fact that this guy is the main villain is the biggest waste of money in the world. The prince was walking in his garden. The air was filled with the scent of flowers, and in the background was a snow-white castle. The hero was humming a song, touching the red roses, the petals trembling from his touch. Suddenly, this atmosphere was broken by the voice of Rubellion, who addressed His Highness. It sounded firm, without hesitation. The prince asked awkwardly, "Ah, Rubellion, have you arrived yet?" His voice trembled. Without wasting any time, he added, "So you are going to take Lady Claude as your wife," the wind rustling through the leaves. "Well, that's good. She's quite a beautiful and kind young lady, although one can see that she's not very modest." There was silence between them. It was clear that the hero did not treat the prince very well. Breaking the awkward silence, the man said, "Oh yes, I invited Lady Evangeline today." Rubellion cried out in shock. Then, a little more quietly, added, "What do you mean?" His face turned pale. After picking the flower, The prince replied, "From now on, we will see each other quite often. After all, she will have to deal with the Duchy of Colic, so I thought it would not hurt to get to know them beforehand." The protagonist looked down and said, "You know that the Duchy of Colica is not very friendly towards the Duchy of Florence. And yet the crown prince still sent the invitation." Rubellion said coldly, "There is no one who does not know whose invitation to the palace my mother received before entering the palace." Shaking slightly, the prince said, "Duke, please don't drag her into this." His voice was restrained. The hero simply explained, "I would not want that incident to happen again." His voice was calm, but there was a shadow of the past in it. "I understand your highness's intentions, but unfortunately, I cannot accept them voluntarily. For all I know, the crown prince probably understands that Evangeline and the former Duchess Florence are in a similar position." The prince shouted, "Wait, Rebellion!" His voice broke. His step forward was sharp, but he was lost in his thoughts. Both were commoners, both married a duke, and both had casual relationships with men from the imperial family. The footsteps sounded dull, like an echo of the past. The clouds floated slowly across the sky, not noticing the anxiety that hovered below. The prince, lost in thought, threw the rose down, the petals swirling in the air, as if not wanting to fall. When the rose was on the ground, he said, "Perhaps I was mistaken." His voice sounded muffled, as if he was addressing not someone, but himself. Many of the nobles would probably have gathered for tea by now, and Evangeline would most likely be there. "If the nobles torture her like they did my mother, I won't be able to bear it. I'll break them." "You're a fool if you think a pretty face will be enough. The world doesn't bow to looks, especially here." Rubellion's expectations were justified. He saw what he wanted, heard more than he expected. However, there is something he did not take into account. She was more resilient than I expected. Her gaze did not waver, her step did not slow. He remembered that moment of their embrace, how the warmth of her hands broke through the cold of doubts. Rubellion remembered everything, down to the smallest detail. And of course, I would be lying if I said that I wasn't angry at all, because everything inside flared up like a flame that I was trying to hide. He also remembered looking at his wife. Her gaze was full of determination and madness, as if Evie was anticipating that soon all the offenders would be finished. The main character is really very resilient. That's what Rubellion realized then and will never forget. I also remembered the feast. How then, sitting on the patterned floor, she said, "Your Grace, in fact, I'm not quite sure," as she pointed to the Empress, starting with this man, restrainedly, but with inner fire. Then, pointing to the Lord, she said, "And so did he." And she continued, whining feignedly, "None of them like me, especially this Gelion, aka Gelion. This nobleman just said that since I have a pretty face, I can get away with anything." Rubellion thought, "And here it all starts again with this nonsense. Forgive me. But there are other options. Is she really that desperate? Should I play along with her?" Rubellion hesitated, as if on the edge of a stage where every gesture could become either an act of mercy or a trap. But at the same time, all his gestures were confident and precise, like those of an actor who had long since learned his role. And he said coldly, "The young master should learn the rules of etiquette." Rubellion understood that perhaps if it weren't for me, everything would have turned out differently, and Evangeline wouldn't have to listen to this. But when their eyes meet, everything freezes. The girl begins to smile warmly, slowly, as if allowing herself the luxury of being sincere. But Rubellion, on the contrary, becomes even more embarrassed, although he tries to hide it behind his usual coldness. "I feel guilty towards her, and I would like to thank her for the courage she endured all the attacks." So he summoned the Lord to him without delay, with the same determination that always lurked behind his reserve. And after a short silence, Rubellion spoke calmly, but with weight in every word, that the young master will not be protected by either the prince or the empress, just like the Duchy of Colica as a whole does not express any concern for you. The Lord began to speak, but if you are doing all this just for this woman, then the Duke will not like it either. Besides, the rumors about Evangeline are not entirely pleasant." Rubellion asked in a reserved tone who was spreading these rumors, and the Lord, staggering, asked again, "What?" "I heard rumors that you were incredibly persistent with Evangeline, but you were rejected, and so you started spreading rumors." The hero shouted, justifying himself, "This woman's behavior was indecent." Rubellion sternly asked what other woman. The Lord corrected himself awkwardly, Lady Claude's behavior. The protagonist pointed out that you mentioned that you have been feeling lonely in recent days. It would be wonderful if you remained single for the rest of your life, Rebellion told him with a sly smile. The official reason given was that he was studying abroad, but in reality, he was simply expelled. He will probably never be able to set foot on the Empire's lands again, and the Duchy of Kolika will bear a grudge. The head maid noted, Duke, if you expel this count, I am afraid unnecessary rumors may arise. Rebellion merely asked again what rumors these were. She continued, yes, for example, Duke Florence, in love with the daughter of the Claude family, expelled the nobleman who had an interest in her, something like that. After the scheming, rumors actually began to spread that something terrible had entered the Duchy of Florence as its new mistress, and Duke Florence showers the daughter of the Claude family with tender feelings. This story instantly spread throughout the capital. Duke Florence is head over heels in love with his wife. And did the main character even guess that the day would come when such a strange creature would seem attractive to him? Even if you forget about her beauty for a moment, she is also an incredibly unique person. Sometimes she spoke in such a way that I could not understand her, and it seemed to me that we lived in completely different worlds. The man looked silently at the girl's photograph. Something fluttered in my chest. A warm feeling enveloped my whole body. She acts like an observer from time to time. Evie, like a spectator standing in the distance and watching some play, did not interfere, did not comment, but simply watched. It's as if she's not at all at the center of all the events, although every glance, every movement around involuntarily reaches out to her. And when he looked at the portrait, the girl asked if I had changed much, and suspiciously Evie asked, What? Why are you smiling like that? Do I look funny? Smiling, he replied, No, on the contrary, you are charming. And suddenly it dawned on him, Stop. What did I just think? No. That you, on the contrary, are charming. How can this girl be like this, after all her actions in the past, with licking plates? After all, it's possible that the concern for Evangeline was caused solely by a sense of guilt. It could all be because Rebellion, practically by force, forced the girl to marry him. But can the feeling of guilt grow into something more, become a shadow, a trace, a part of us, a point of no return? I don't know, said Rebellion, looking at the portrait as if searching for an answer in the silence, in the air, in himself. I feel like I'm happy again, light, like it's spring, like everything is ahead, beautiful, charming, someone to cherish more than anyone else. Wasn't it all just to make up for the guilt? Besides, can Evangeline be considered charming? She is not particularly elegant or refined, and her gestures are abrupt. She also cannot be called a person so kind that she could cause remorse in others. And yet, she is charming. There is something attractive in her gaze. Looking away, the hero said, It seems that usually people call a person cute when he is attractive. But in the case of Evangeline, everything seems different. I remember her tender words, Wait, do I really have to do this alone? Her voice trembled and her gaze sought support. And how the main character turned red, looked away, clenched his fingers, as if her words had touched something important, something long hidden. And suddenly jumping up, he shouted, No, his voice breaking. He continued to think, How can I find another girl who acts so carefree, charming, she? Am I really going crazy because of this girl? Rebellion thought to himself in surprise. Now that I've noticed it, I can't stop paying attention to it. Every gesture, every word, everything seems significant. And when he spoke about the theater district, his voice became quieter. And the girl thought, she lightly bit her fingers, lost in her own thoughts. And so, looking at the girl, the hero thought how strangely she had changed. Again, that strange expression on her face, as if she was trying to say something without words. And when he turned to her, putting his arm around her shoulder, she did not move away. She simply came back to reality, tore herself away from her thoughts. And she also smiled back, as usual and charmingly as before. And she said, Oh yes, then let's go to the theater district. Her voice was light, almost playful, as if she knew that this was where it would all begin. Rebellion can't predict what's on the heroine's mind, but still continues to reach out to her. Perhaps he's not quite normal either. The day before the wedding, when everything seemed decided, the question was asked, Have you already given the family ring to Florence, Lady Claude? This voice belonged to the head maid. The head of the trading company, Claude, was clearly not a poor man. So why did the expenses of the Duke's house suddenly increase? Bill almost had a stroke because of this. The voice continued, "The wedding is so soon, and no one objects to your decision, but please be careful." The man replied that it was just a few dresses, and there was hardly any point in making a fuss about it, which surprised the maid even more. The maid beamed and said, "Oh my God, I can't wait to see Our Lady try on all these beautiful dresses," her eyes sparkling with delight. And they started chatting. When I went into the studio the other day, I saw a new item and thought, it would suit Our Lady perfectly. In the background, the headmaid was unhappy with such actions. And unable to contain herself, she screamed that rumors would start, that they would say that Lady Evangeline Claude was a woman with very refined taste. The hero said that these were just rumors, and the woman explained, "But if these words come from the mouth of Duke Colica, then we all understand that this will not remain just gossip. One incident might not cause a stir, but if the line is crossed too often, rumors will quickly spread, and people will say that the Duke of Florence has gone completely mad because of some woman. At all times, men's mistakes have been blamed on women. From now on, Your Excellency, whatever mistake you make, all the blame will fall on Lady Claude. They might say that the lady has bewitched you, that's why it's her fault. Over time, everything you do might be associated with the name Evangeline." The heroine continued, "From the moment you take the lady as your wife, all your actions will no longer be under your personal responsibility." As she approached, she said, "Since ancient times, power, achieved in various ways, went to the strong, and the blame for this path was always placed on the woman." She said everything with a smile, sincerely worried about the young master. And lowering her head, she said, "That is why you need to be careful now. As soon as the lady enters Florence's family, her fate will be intertwined with yours. Marriage requires sacrifice and change for both parties," she said quietly. "If you suddenly notice that you are not sacrificing anything and do not want to change at all, then you are not married. Then maybe you should ask yourself if your partner is carrying all the weight for you, because equality is in love." Rubellion said with a smile, "I see that you have given me wise advice all my life. I will definitely remember them." The woman said with a slight bow, "Thank you, and Your Excellency." Raising her head, with a slight blush, she said, "You really look happy. Congratulations on your wedding." This was quite a shock to the main character. He did not expect to hear such warm words from her, and that moment seemed to freeze in my memory, like a flash of light against the backdrop of a dim day. The man understood that now he bore a great responsibility, not only for his actions, but also for the one whose fate was now intertwined with his. The hero approached him and said, "Your Excellency, Lady Claude has arrived." And these words sounded not just a fact, but the beginning of something important. For me, the enemy was just a means to an end. I thought that would be enough. Just create the appearance of an ideal relationship, that's all. But I can no longer deny it. She has already entered my life and become a part of it. The thought was as clear as light shining through the lace of a veil. And there was no fear in this confession, only acceptance, deep and irreversible. And I want to spend the rest of my life with her. These words sounded inside him like an oath. And now, it's my turn to knock on the doors of her world. In the carriage, he leaned over slightly and thought, I want to kiss her. And this thought was not an impulse, but a quiet desire. But due to indecision and embarrassment, the man quickly pulled away, as if frightened by the strength of his own feelings. The night after the wedding, the illuminated mansion glowed with a soft light, as if the house itself was celebrating the union. Two maids were dragging the mistress, who was making strange sounds. Her body was relaxed. The maid explained softly that the lady did not tolerate alcohol well. Her voice was calm, almost apologetic. Rubellion exhaled and said, I should be more careful from now on. The girl was already sleeping soundly. Her facial features seemed as attractive as before. With a grin, Lilith said, Actually, you should undress her yourself. To which the main character coldly replied, Get out. The maids, gossiping, said, Ugh, this is not funny at all, but let's go instead. The snow-white walls kept the silence of this room, which was interrupted by the main character's snoring. Rubellion noticed this, and he also realized that she was muttering something under her breath. And anyway, the girl is drunk and sleeps with a slight blush. It is difficult to imagine what the main character was hoping for. Rubellion Florence, he had a deep hatred for the emperor and the house of Colchicus, who had brought suffering to his mother. And from childhood, he cherished the dream of taking revenge on them. Every minute of his life he devoted exclusively to the thirst for revenge. Initially, and all the means he used, it was for this purpose that, according to the plan, it was supposed to be today. Just another day in the countless years of revenge. You really need to do this. Rubellion never expected Evie to ask if he really needed revenge. I never imagined that I would hear these words from her. Since when did she, well, calm down. Evangeline is just drunk now and nothing more. Moreover, the tense relations between the houses of Colic and Florence are well known to the public. Besides, it wasn't impossible for a simple girl like her to think about it. But her questions are, what if you don't succeed? What if you fail and end up dying? And what if I die, and I myself, she said. This is stupid. This is my revenge. She will never die because of this, I know for sure. He silently looked at his wife, pondering every word she said. The room was quiet. Only the clock was counting down the seconds. And raising his hand, he said, Evangeline. Stroking her cheek, the man continued, You will not die. If anyone dies, it will be me. And there was no fear or doubt in his voice. He thought maybe I was just saying what was already obvious to everyone, and yet he hoped that she would hear something more in his words. But the heroine said with tears, I really won't die. Why shouldn't I die? Her voice trembled, as if it was looking for an answer itself. Because I am your wife, Evangeline continued. Since ancient times, power, achieved in various ways, went to the strong, and the weak only watched as the world changed without them. And the blame for this path was always placed on the woman, even when her step was dictated by fear and not choice. From the moment the lady marries, she will be tied to the fate of the ducal house. You must understand this, because her choice will become a knot for many destinies. Bending over, the girl repeated, If you die, how can I live on? Her lips trembled, and her gaze clung to his breath. I wanted revenge for so long, but I was never afraid of failure, because every step was part of the pain that I carried within me. After all, I invested my life in this revenge and thought that I could die without regrets. But lately, I've been afraid of failure, as if every step could destroy what I've worked so hard to build. Because if I die, what will happen to Evie? She will turn into an object of infinite powers. Lose yourself among other people's shadows and other people's desires. And it is possible. She will have to endure a fate even crueler than my mother's, and I cannot allow her life to become a reflection of pain. Clenching his hand into a fist, he did not understand how it all came to this. I wondered only to what extent did I really want to be so cruel, because every choice seemed right. The protagonist had a too narrow view of everything, and now everything seems completely wrong. The only consolation is love for Evie. She married someone she didn't love just for the sake of a deal, and now she has to die for someone she doesn't love. Rubellion knew that on the day I promised to protect and love her, I should have given up on revenge. But then he didn't know how deeply she would change his heart, how much suffering she had to endure, knowing that she was marrying me, and all this for the sake of a world that had never spared her. I caused her much more pain than I thought. And how can I not think about it now? Again, the only salvation is this sleeping girl nearby, the breathing of which can relax and help you fall asleep. But I still feel hatred for the Emperor, and this hatred will never go away. And if everything I lived for ends up ruining Evangeline's life, then what's the point of all this, and should I put off revenge? Because what I want most is to see her happy next to me, even if it means letting go of everything that was important before. I don't fully understand what it is, but one thing I know for sure, her presence changes everything, even what seemed unchanged. If before revenge was the meaning of my whole life, now her eyes have become what I want to live for. Now, Evangeline will take this place, and her steps will sound where there was silence before. However, I am truly a lucky man. In a world where I had nothing but revenge, you appeared. And with you came what I had long since stopped hoping to find. A room where light glides along a wooden staircase, where patterns on metal preserve silence. This is all being disrupted by the guy. Nice to meet you, madam. My name is Bill. I'm in charge of the financial affairs of the ducal family. The girl asked him what brought him here. He replied that until now the position of Duchess had been empty, so I had been performing all the duties. And slamming the papers on the table, he seemed to put an end to it. He said with a gleam in his eyes, However, managing the finances of the ducal house is the responsibility of the mistress of the house. Evie thought in shock, but somehow he looks. Evie was dumbfounded, wondering if I had managed to offend him in any way. since this was our first meeting. He continued irritably. Because of you, I had to work overtime. You had a very good shopping spree. He continued irritably. In fact, I should have given you the financial reports immediately after your wedding. Since Madame comes from a common background, I thought you didn't have a good education. And since you're a woman, I thought that you may have difficulties with the reports, so I continue to do business even after the wedding. Since managing finances is ultimately the responsibility of the housewife, however, even if you don't have the necessary skills, I still decided it was better to hand over the affairs before it was too late. The main character understood that he clearly despised me. Look at him. There must be a limit to oddities. Even before I became part of the ducal family, I was humiliated many times for being a commoner. But I thought that, over time, everything would change. And yet, there are still people who attack him as if he were an innocent, ugly duckling. No matter how much I pretend to be a duchess, for people like him, I don't care. Just an ugly and useless duckling. There are many like him. The arrogance of those who are mired in luxury and privilege reminds me of the faces of those who had become boring to me in my past life. He continued. So after a little preparation, I think I'll have to take the test. The girl interrupted him. Hey, your name is Bill, right? And with a smile she asked, Are you by any chance a duchess? He asked her question again in bewilderment, not understanding what the main character meant. She explained that since you do not trust the real mistress of the house, and being a simple vassal, you dare to question the competence of the duchess. She continued, I just wondered if you were the real mistress of the house. He said, justifying himself, Madam, I beg your pardon. I did not mean to criticize you. I was simply too straightforward. Evie noted, Don't hide your uncouth behavior behind a mask of honesty. You're not honest. You're just terribly rude. And pointing her finger at the piece of paper, she continued, In any case, I told him that if you are going to hand over the business, then do it properly. But if you don't trust me, then why did you come? The man was taken aback by these words and froze in surprise. Then his gaze darted to the side in thought, as if trying to hush up the incident, and quickly bowing down, he said, I was careless. I sincerely ask for forgiveness. And he continued, From now on I will do everything possible so that you do not have any difficulties. And at that moment, the girl smiled smugly, as if celebrating her victory. And she said, Then I also apologize. I did not try to put pressure on you with my power. But however, if you show such an attitude or speak to me in such a tone again, she warned me, I'll make sure you understand why they call me something terrible, he said with a trembling voice. And yes, madam, he looked frightened. 2 days later, Lilith said with a smile, They say you are now in charge of the administrative part. When Evie replied, Uh-huh, she added, What a relief. And she continued emotionally, Bill is so biased and arrogant. I was worried about you. But apparently, you are good at doing business. The main character did an excellent job, so much so that Bill couldn't find the slightest mistake. And it was talent, because she took first place in mathematics in her past life. And while the main character was proud of herself, and the maid admired her, they did not notice how someone approached. Evie said with a grin, Maybe I was a bit of a meanie, but Bill's stunned face was still quite nice to see. And suddenly, they heard the question of who was the evil one, and looked in that direction with surprise. It was Rebellion, calm, unperturbed, standing at the door, as if waiting for their reaction. While Lilith was curtsying, the heroine smiled and shouted, You have finally come! We have been waiting for you! He opened his arms for a hug, slowly, warmly. And Evie ran into these embraces, joyfully, swiftly, not hiding her delight. With a blush on her face, she said, Next time I will be the first to open my arms, so fly to me right away, without thinking. The man answered well, and suddenly turned to her. By the way, Evie, and he said that in 3 days, there would be an imperial banquet, and usually the Duke and Duchess were expected to come. But given the situation with the Empress, the two of us don't have to go. Plus, this Rachel will be there, so it could be dangerous, especially if she starts acting without warning. So just stay home. Rebellion didn't have time to finish speaking before the girl exclaimed, Rachel will come. Come to think of it, in the original story, there was also a banquet that Rachel attended. It can't be. This is the very banquet where the crown prince will be interested in this girl. And seriously. And Rebellion will finally decide to take revenge on them for real. She panicked. It couldn't be. If Rebellion went to this banquet, the story would unfold the same way as in the original, with the same consequences, with the same pain. She held his hand, saying, "Rebellion, wait, let's think this through." And with her hand on her heart, she asked him not to go to the banquet, for the sake of safety, for the sake of the future, for the sake of both of them. He asked in surprise why. Because he had to go, it was his duty. She, without rushing to answer, said that she had plans for that day that were completely incompatible with the banquet. And when the main character asked what kind of plans she had, she blushed and replied, "A fantastic night." The man was completely dumbfounded, and Lilith, behind them, covered her mouth with her hand, as if she shouldn't have heard this. Clearing his throat, the hero said with a slight blush, "Do you even realize what you just said?" She said decisively, "Yes, I will cook you something delicious. Isn't home-cooked food from your beloved wife tastier than any banquet?" And when he didn't really answer, it was like a stone had fallen on Evie's head. She couldn't believe what she heard. And with a slight smile, he said, "To be honest, I would be glad to, but this time I really can't, so forgive me." Kissing her on the forehead, he continued, "Let's put off this dinner for another time." She couldn't believe it didn't work. There was no other way. She would have to use her secret weapon. Her signature technique, of course, is sudden weakness, lying in bed, with an ice pack, looking pathetic and vulnerable. In the background, Rebellion asks if the temperature is still high. Yes, last night she said she had chills, so it looks like she really has a cold. She lies quietly, hardly moves. With a slight sigh, the man replied, "I understand you, and you can go." At that moment, the girl hid under the blanket, quickly, as if she hoped to disappear. And then her husband approached her. His shadow carefully appeared on that very blanket. He turned to his wife. She peered out from under the blanket cautiously, as if she was afraid that her plan would be revealed at any moment. His face so worried, Evie thought to herself. And the question, "Are you okay?" was just crazy. The girl tried to get rid of the thoughts. Stop staring at his face. Concentrate. Don't give in to your feelings." And she answered playfully, "Oh, I feel so bad, Rebellion. My head hurts, I have a cough, I have no strength at all. You need to feign illness as best you can. My last secret trick. Evangeline Claude. The feigned illness technique. And you can't leave a sick person alone. You can't just walk away." When the man's hand began to approach the heroine, she abruptly pulled away. And the main character said that she looked as if she didn't have a fever at all. He smiled and exhaled, probably already understanding everything. Turning away, she began to think, No, he'll expose me like that. I need to come up with something more convincing right away." And turning to him, she asked, "Rebellion, hug me. I feel so cold and sick, and only with you will I feel lighter and warmer." And he began to lean forward, slowly, as if the moment itself had become as fragile as glass. He hugged her and asked if it was better this way. Her hair touched his cheek. The air between them became denser. He asked if you wanted anything else. His voice was even, and the smile never left his face. And making a pitiful face, she asked, "Do you really need to go to this banquet?" Her lips trembling, she asked, "Can't you stay?" And the hero pretended to be seriously considering her words. But the man only grinned, because he immediately realized that she had set it all up and was playing. Evie continued, "You really will leave. I will be left all alone, and when I am sick, I am very lonely. And also, at such moments, the husband should be next to his wife." Rebellion was silent for a moment. These words surprised him, and when he started to get out of bed, the heroine became upset. Is it really not working? He leaned closer to his wife's face and said, "Okay, I won't go anywhere if that's what you want." She looked at him with admiration. Her eyes lit up as if spring had burst into flames in them. Her lips parted, and she asked enthusiastically, "Really?" And, as if remembering her game, she said, "Oh, anemia is bothering me again. I'm completely weak." The main character, playing along, replied, "Yes, you look very exhausted." And smiling, the girl asked, "You will stay with me?" Her voice was soft. He replied that of course he would stay. The room was filled with soft blue light, the gold on the furniture shimmering in the semi-darkness. The night passed unnoticed. The same windows were illuminated by the morning light. The rays glided over the gold of the frames. Clutching the blanket, the girl thought to herself, "Thank God it's real." She was jubilant because she had changed the original story. Her heart was beating faster. Her eyes were shining, and tears of joy were flowing from them. At yesterday's banquet, the main characters probably showed feelings for each other along with the plot, she thought. And smiling, resolutely clenching her fist, she said that I and Rebellion too. Then, apparently, the main character came to her senses and froze for a moment, and quickly lay down on the pillow with thoughts, God, what am I thinking? I just need to survive. Her gaze was fixed somewhere to the side, and her heart was beating louder than it should have. Next to her lay a sleeping Rebellion. She didn't think he would stay. Isn't he too kind for a villain? Flashed through her mind. Touching his face, she thought, honestly, he really does seem nice. Just thinking about the past he's been through and what he dreams about. Her fingers slid down his cheek, and Evie's face suddenly flushed. All I could think was, wow, what soft skin. Suddenly, the man woke up, took his wife by the hand, and asked her to stop doing that. With a slight smile, she thought, well, this is ruining the whole mood. He asked if Evie was feeling better. She replied, yes, after sleeping, I feel better. Rebellion replied, I'm glad to hear it. If you were ill, I would have to sit with you all day. The man asked her to take a day off, but his wife replied, I don't know. I have so many reports to sort through. Their legs were entwined under the blanket as they talked about accounting. When the hero asked, well, maybe there is something that was hard for you, Evie thought about it. She raised herself and said, oh, if I start telling you, it will turn out that I'm snitching. Well, then you will correct me. Otherwise, you always complain that I whine too much. Kissing his wife's hand, he said, I'll never get tired of listening to you whine. In fact, if you want to whine all your life. Her face turned red. Her hair softly framed her cheeks, and her gaze became absent-minded. And then the girl seemed to come to her senses. Around the lying report books, there is a spacious room with a white piano decorated with roses, a soft sofa with a button closure. A few days later, Bill was holding a huge stack in his hands, leaning over slightly, and said, my lady, here are today's reports. All beaming, she asked, hello, Bill. His lordship scolded you badly. The man asked angrily, did you really tell him everything? Lilith interrupted their conversation by appearing at the door. My lady, I brought you tea, she said calmly, and then she hesitated a little. My lady, today, when I was in town with Lady Jenna, I heard something. The main character asked, what is it? Why are you hesitating? Her voice was soft but attentive. Lilith became even more nervous. Well, there are rumors that your marriage with the Duke. Her voice trembled. Her fingers clenched in the fabric of her dress. She continued, saying that they say marriage is just a deal. Chapter 3. It seems like under first they got married. Then they fell in love. I meant something a little different. The couple sit silently at a huge table. Between them there are candles, red flowers, and wine. But the silence is thicker than the aroma of dinner. The main character apparently noticed the strange mood, and he asked worriedly if something had happened. Since Evie was behaving rather unusually, he looked at her without raising his glass and asked, are you feeling unwell again? After a moment of silence, the wife turned to her husband, Rebellion, and blushing, she noticed that the wine was too bitter. The hero said it was non-alcoholic, his wife said. Then why is it so bitter? It tastes like life. She tried again and made a sound. Coughing, she began to rebuke me. You see, it's bitter, as if there weren't any problems. But I can't even drink it normally, this damn body. The maid approached her with a bottle of juice in her hands. While the juice was filling the glass, the heroine said that she really appreciated her husband's care. And I asked, do you have grape juice? It makes me feel like a kid. The man asked for some juice, and the maid began to fulfill his request, with Evie looking worried in the background. When the main character asked if she was feeling better, she looked at her husband thoughtfully, and then she quickly turned away from him, because the emotions were higher. Then she asked if the wine was always so bitter, and Rebellion answered with a grin that, yes, of course. You sigh as if the whole world is about to collapse. Looking down, all that was in my head was that there were rumors that the marriage of the lady and his lordship was actually just a deal. There's been no peace all day. I can't forget what Lilith said. Madame Jenna probably heard this rumor from Lilith too, which means that Rebellion knows about it too. Then why is he so calm? Maybe he's hiding it, thinking that I haven't heard about it. Or he's just pretending he doesn't care. The Duchy of Kolika must have spread, not only because of past skirmishes in the original story, but also because the current Duke of Florence is a real thorn in their side, especially after I humiliated her recently and even put her shame on display in front of the crown prince. I'm sure the empress is just seething with anger. Wait, so the reason for this rumor being spread is that she's taking revenge on me for arguing with her son. If she takes it out on me like this, then what awaits Rachel? Thank God I haven't been reborn into her. While this is not important, and there are problems of its own, given this rumor that has spread everywhere, the emperor will definitely not stand aside. If he starts digging into our affairs because of this, and ends up suspecting rebellion of treason, when the girl insisted that she was full, the hero noted, "But you only ate a little." He continued, "You should eat well, as if you are not weak enough already." Apparently realizing that there was a tense note between them, the hero assured that he would go first. Evie knew she had to talk to him, and she suggested to Rebellion that they go for a walk. They walked along the paved path, next to the garden, in silence, under the flickering light, without saying a word. She stretched and said, "Oh, how refreshing." He handed her his coat and remarked, "You might catch a cold." She chuckled and said, "Hey, aren't you the one who's most at risk of getting sick? You always cover me with a coat." He replied calmly, "I'm not that weak." He said, "If you get hungry after the walk, tell me right away. You ate almost nothing. I'm worried." She frowned, asked why you've been so insistent lately that I eat well. Evie also noticed that not only with food, you have been taking care of me in a strange way lately, doing everything I ask, and even listening to my complaints. She threw up her hands and asked, "Wait, did Dad really drag you into some kind of deal again?" He answered briefly, "No." Then the man exhaled calmly, and Evie continued, "It seems to me that a person who all this time happily accepted what I did for him should not say that, 'Well, that's just the way I am.'" The hero looks intently, without saying a word. The heroine looks away, adjusting her collar. An awkward silence hangs between them. Rebellion leaned closer, his gaze focused. His wife did not retreat. The breath between them became common. Evie covered the hero's mouth with her hand and said, "Look at him. You decided to take advantage of the opportunity." The man said, slightly disappointed, "Why not? We are husband and wife after all." She replied with a smile, "We are married, but wasn't it a contract marriage?" Her voice sounded light. He said calmly, "How many aristocratic couples do you think actually marry for love?" The heroine narrowed her eyes and answered with a playful note, "Oh, so all this tenderness was just a formality," Rebellion said in surprise. "But that's not true." The girl also looked at him in surprise and asked what. He repeated, "I told you, it was not out of formality." His voice was even, but there was something in it that could not be called just words. She froze, her gaze stopping somewhere between his words and her own heart. The heroine thought, "What the hell? Why is my heart pounding so much?" My breathing became shallow, as if the body itself was trying to understand something that the mind had not yet realized. And anyway, this is Rebellion, so this question can be raised. There are rumors that there is some kind of deal behind our marriage. The words sounded harsh, but there was a sense of uneasiness in them. The hero replied, "That's what it is. That's why you were so depressed." His voice became softer. He looked caring. His gestures became quieter, his gaze more attentive, as if every detail of her mood now had meaning for him. The heroine flushed and exclaimed, "Why are you laughing? This is serious." Her voice trembled and her gaze darted around. Evie squeezed the fabric of his vest. Rebellion hugged his wife, softly asked, "So you're worried?" She continued, "Is it any wonder that I'm worried that, if we're not careful, this could be used against us?" The hero replied that she had nothing to worry about. Evie babbled, "Oh, yes. But it's not entirely unfounded, because our connection is not some grandiose love story that defies status." The heroine covered her face with her palms. Her voice broke into a half laugh. "Wait, you have feelings for me," the husband answered calmly. "I thought I made it pretty clear. So it means that all our tender moments up until now have been just a formality for you." As if frightened, Evie suddenly jumped away from her husband. She didn't look away and asked tensely, "What are we going to do with these rumors? Are you really just going to leave everything as is?" His voice was even, almost detached, as if he were stating a fact. Rumors were easier to spread because we never appeared together in public. He spoke calmly, with a slight shadow of calculation. "Then we will simply create another version of the rumor." She looked up, not immediately understanding. "Another version? He squeezed her hand a little tighter, allowing the words to come out softly, almost playfully, something like, Duke Florence can't live without his wife. The maid carefully styles the lady's hair. She winced and quietly said, It hurts. Stretch. The maid froze, stammered an apology. I was just trying to tighten it tighter so it would hold well. The main character stood up calmly. She said that it could be done a little easier, to which Lilith responded sharply, No way. Today is the very day when you will officially go out into society with His Excellency. He exhaled. His gaze became firmer. Well, go ahead. Time to spread new rumors. A few days ago in the evening, when the garden was flooded with soft light, something like, Duke Florence cannot live without his wife. She answered calmly. And where we will dissolve it. Rebellion said calmly. In a couple of days, Rachel, this woman, will be canonized. I suppose they want to give her legitimacy and connect her with the imperial family. And he added that since all the nobles of the empire would be present at this event, this would be the best moment for action. Evie looked down in concern but replied, Okay. In the sunlit hall, the girl thought that she had agreed with Rebellion that evening. But now, thinking about Rebellion's words, I become more anxious. Of course, I still thought that this was just a business relationship, and I enjoyed all those moments when he called me sweet and beautiful. Suddenly, the hero said quietly, almost without looking, You are very beautiful, Evie. I don't even know myself anymore. Handsome men are to blame for everything. They stood side by side on a stone path, surrounded by greenery and golden patterns. He said calmly, It seems like you are very interested in Rachel. Evie replied with a slight smile. Anyway, I'm a little nervous before meeting Rachel. Holy, yes. It sounds a bit unusual. They both smiled, as if they were sharing something easy and understandable. Of course, she is very interesting, after all. She is the main character. He took her hand, his voice even but attentive. Considering our last meeting and all, many are talking about her now. But why are you asking? He didn't answer right away. It's just that you're somehow too interested in her. Evie asked. What are you talking about, really? He blushed a little and looked away. The heroine thoughtfully pressed her fingers to her lips. Her gaze slid to the side. Was he really just jealous? So sweet, she thought, feeling something tender growing between them. She asked, Rebellion, what are we going to do today? The protagonist asked what she meant. She said with a smile, I need to show them that you can't live without me. Maybe we'll kiss, or walk around hugging each other all day. The man froze, looking at his wife, and for several minutes he was simply silent. And then he stroked her cheek and said that all the options were quite suitable. He leaned closer, his voice became quieter, but there was sincerity in it. It would have been better if it wasn't just a pretense. She didn't answer right away, as if weighing every word, and together the couple laughed carefree. And now, finally, it was time to get out of the carriage, because they were clearly late. The castle towered over the horizon, its domes and towers glittering, its walls decorated with patterns. The guests chatted carefree near the castle, but suddenly they looked away at one point. The smiles disappeared from their faces. Their gazes were fixed on this carefree couple. The girl in the white dress carefully stepped out of the carriage, her hands supported by her companion in black. Of course, here was the main character of gossip. She appeared in a shining white dress, her hair styled impeccably, her jewelry shimmering in the soft light. Everyone was whispering. Their glances slid behind the fan and between the folds of dresses. This woman, how vulgar. It sounded quiet. And anyway, she thinks that if she dresses up, she will become an aristocrat or someone else. The words sounded with a grin. She leaned a little closer, a playful note in her voice. Rebellion. Can I be a little naughty today? They stood next to each other. There was a lightness between them. Of course you can. How many pranks can I arrange? He answered with a smile. As many as I can fix later. Her voice sounded curious. And how many? He answered calmly. Everyone except the Emperor. And in these words, there was hidden insolence, bordering on challenge. That's how it is. The look is cold. The breathing is even. Everything inside is shaking. And then she appeared like a bolt from the blue, lightning in the air. The looks of those around her were full of fear. Oh, look at them. Fans flapping, glances sliding, smiles forced, each playing their part. If they retreated so easily, why were they whispering at all? The voice was even, the gaze was cold. A question hung in the air. She said calmly, Rebellion. Let's just go inside for now. The path glittered underfoot. A carriage stood nearby. Suddenly, it was heard that His Majesty, the Emperor, and Her Majesty the Empress were here. The steps froze. The glances turned. The air became denser. The trumpets blared in delight. He raised his hand in greeting, his robe gliding through the air. The main character turned around, looking at the Emperor and Empress in the shadow of her husband. Here it is, the source of all the troubles of this novel. Duke, it's been a while, he said with a slight smile. Your Majesty. The answer sounded even. The steps slowed. The eyes crossed. I am very glad to see you here, the Emperor said softly. She stood silently, her eyes downcast. There was only one thought in my mind. Oh, really, you are happy because he is still your son, yes. Because of you, Rebellion's life was just darkness. The Emperor addressed the girl. Duchess Florence. This is our first meeting. The rumors are true. You are incredibly beautiful. Evie replied that it was a great honor for her, and the man patted the protagonist on the shoulder and said, See you soon. And they left with the Empress, chatting merrily. It was clear how hard it was for Rebellion to take everything and what was going on inside him. The girl tried to call out to her husband, but it was useless. He only looked angrily after this couple, his fists clenched in anger. Of course, the wife understood where all this would lead, so she gently took him by the hand, asking him to calm down. And she also tenderly asked him to walk with her inside the palace. Sorry, let's go, he said quietly. The wind slid through the leaves. She stood silently. The steps had not yet begun, but the moment had already changed. With a determined look, the main character decided, Okay, let's go. Here it was, the point of no return. They stood side by side. The light fell on the towers. The building shone with grandeur. A step forward meant a lot. There was no turning back. The hall was high and bright. Blue fabrics fell from the columns. People stood in groups. Dresses slid along the carpet. The air was filled with anticipation. The main characters were having a casual conversation with other aristocrats at the banquet. Suddenly, something caught Evie's attention. She turned her head. Her gaze slid across the hall. When Rachel walked into the room, there were whispers. Hey, this woman. She's the one from the prophecy. The heroine's gaze became softer, like light sliding across water. She was surrounded by guards. Their steps were even. Their spears reflected the light. Of course, she was not just a guest. It all looked too formal. The girl looked sadly into the hall, her gaze sliding over faces, fabrics, shadows. Of course, she understood everything. She just didn't know what to do with it. And suddenly, seeing Evie, she beamed. Her shoulders straightened, her lips trembled. The main character shuddered, covered her mouth. Her husband narrowed his eyes and asked, Have you met again, besides that time? She squeezed his hand, her eyes anxious. I was locked at home all the time. When would I be able to meet her? The man added. But you seem to be quite close. Smiling, the girl said, We are just on good terms. I get along well with everyone. And hugging her husband, she added, But the one I am closest to is my husband. Her smile was shining. Her eyes were glowing. Her voice sounded with tenderness. He looked down and said, Even if it's just a word, thank you anyway. His voice was quiet, his face calm. Hugging her husband against the backdrop of guests and flowers, she said, Honestly, I am very lucky with my husband. And her smile was warm. But she had something else in mind. She smiled and said she didn't think Rachel would remember me. Happy thoughts were spinning in my head. The perfect husband. And even Rachel, who was supposed to be the enemy, smiled. Didn't I completely change the original story? My happy thoughts were interrupted by someone else's voice. The couple's gaze turned towards the sound. It was an older man who was bowing. I wonder who he is. Rebellion explained that he was His Majesty's chief valet. What was the matter? He replied that His Majesty was calling for you. Evie said with a smile. Ah, Rebellion. Then go. I'll stay here and chat while I wait. But the hero suddenly said, Lady, please come with me. His Majesty ordered me to accompany you. This is an order, and you will not dare to dispute it, so please follow me. There was tension between them. Only the white columns seemed superfluous and too soft for such a setting. Rebellion's sharp voice rang out. He flatly refused. The man covered his wife. Even when the Emperor's servant repeated that it was an order, Rebellion repeated that it was not. This is an imperial decree. Are you really going to oppose it? Evie patted him on the back and said that everything was fine. But the main character stood his ground and said that no, he himself would go to His Majesty if that was necessary. The girl noticed that the situation was getting tense, and Rebellion's fist clenches so hard that even the veins bulge and his fingers tremble. She took his hand again and addressed him tenderly by name. And lightly stroking his fingers, she said that she would be back soon. Trying to hold his wife's hand, he tried to explain that she didn't have to go there at all, but she firmly replied that no, and that it was entirely her decision. The husband was worried and wanted to say something again, but at that moment, Evie kissed him on the cheek. He froze, unable to say a word, and his wife, taking advantage of the moment, told him to trust her. And all he could do was watch the retreating silhouette of his beloved. He looked at the floor, pursing his lips and with a heavy gaze. The main character stood at the large door, her dress flowing softly across the floor. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to make up her mind. Her fingers clenched. Her gaze became firmer. The light from the window illuminated her face, and now the look became confident. The lips slightly lifted. The light glided over the jewelry. The face was calm. The door opened. Light poured in. The patterns on the doors shone. The air seemed to tremble. The Emperor was waiting for her near the window. He asked the girl, "Have you arrived yet?" His gaze was calm. His voice sounded restrained. Evie bowed and said, "I greet you, Your Majesty." He stood confidently. "You can raise your head." In her thoughts, it was like, looking at him, it seems like he doesn't look like the type of person who would force someone to do something against their will. And in fact, he looks more like a father-in-law who quietly evaluates his daughter-in-law. The Emperor continued, "I also wanted to attend Rubellianus's wedding, but there were too many eyes around." "Well," he added, "they say you get along well with him." The main character answered reservedly, "Yes." Putting his hand on the windowsill, he said with a grin, "That's how it is." He continued even playfully, "There are strange rumors going around, but it seems there is nothing to worry about." The girl had a hard time keeping a smile on her face. The corners of his lips trembled, as if from tension rather than amusement. The heroine said softly, "I'm not quite sure what rumors you're talking about, but my husband and I are on good terms." He chuckled and admitted that he thought so. "As you know, Rubellion was very gentle since childhood, so I understood that he was not one of those who could be involved in vile rumors. He is a child who was born from a dear woman, so I cherished him." It was obvious that Evie was having a hard time containing her contempt. She thought it was disgusting that Rubellin considered the late Duke his real father, and yet the Emperor was the one who brought him into existence. He repeated with a laugh, "You look a lot like Charlene." Charlene was so gentle, sweet, understanding, and calm. There was madness in his eyes. Even next to me, she always sat quietly. He had always been in love with this beautiful girl, and I always appreciated her for this, and also for her presence. Suddenly, an unexpected question from Evie, whether it was love, made the Emperor fall silent. The smile fell from his face, his eyes lost their madness. And then again, with the same smile and look, the Emperor confessed that he fell in love with Charlene at first sight. He continued, "I have been angry at the gods countless times because I wasn't the one who met her first." His voice sounded broken. The smile never left his face as he continued, "But eventually, I made her mine, and rebellion was born. That's why this boy will always remain the dearest child to me." Squeezing her hand, Evie said, "The late Duke must have loved the Duchess too." The Emperor just laughed. A man who couldn't even protect his own wife. Did he have the right to talk about love? The heroine was seething in her thoughts, shameless and disgusting. It was he who ruined everything, and yet he spoke so easily about love. Then an unexpected question. "So, Duchess, what do you think about what I just told you? Forgive my impertinence, but if I were the last Duchess," Evie thought I, too, would be sickened by an emperor who showed no remorse, and I would be heartbroken for Rebellion, for Charlene, for the late Duke. "But in reality," I said, even with my eyes closed, "I don't think I could ever forget Your Majesty." The main character wants nothing more than for her husband's revenge to be successful after such a picture. How can you lie so brazenly? There is not even a drop of regret or shame on his face. This man is so accustomed to lying. I wonder if Rebellion feels the same disgust as she does. Evie said that the Duke didn't say a word to me about it. Then the hero added that it seems that Rebellion knows how to keep order in the house. She thought with a grin, It's all confusing. You don't even want to ask what I meant. I wonder if Charlene said she loved him or hated him. If the mistress of the house interferes in other people's affairs, nothing good can happen. She mentally grimaced. And I thought, oh my God, look at this innocent face pretending to be able to think. But outwardly, she only smiled. The corners of her lips raised, her gaze cold, as if she were playing a role that she had long ago learned by heart. Then the emperor said that he saw how well the duke treated her. His face was emotionless, his voice even, he said. You can go, as if every word had been measured in advance. Finally, the huge door slammed behind the girl. She felt quite empty, because not everyone can endure this for long. Her husband ran towards her, his voice trembling, asking if the heroine was hurt. She stood calmly, as if everything had already happened and was behind her. He gently touched her chin, his gaze anxious. She smiled and said, I got hurt, come on. Her voice was light, as if she wanted to dispel his fear, but something flashed in her eyes that could not be put into words. Suddenly the girl said, Hey, Rebellion. She ran abruptly into his arms. Her dress flew up behind her, her face opened in an impulse. He accepted her. He accepted it mentally. But outwardly, the man could not understand what had happened. Apparently, she had a very hard time. It is unknown what was behind these doors. Finally, the protagonist noticed that his hands were just hanging in the air, and he allowed himself to embrace his beloved. She only repeated her husband's name, and he consoled his wife, saying that she was nearby and everything was fine. And he decided to ask, Evie, are you sure everything is okay? She looked at him sharply, and smiling she said, Yes, everything is fine. I just needed to recharge myself with your energy a little. And after a short pause, she said, When I think about it, maybe it was fate. And when Rebellion asked again what she said, the main character answered, Nothing, let's go. The holy ritual will begin soon. And so, the main character was left without an answer. But you can't escape your thoughts. Evie also can't escape from her thoughts. Why, of all the places that exist, did I have to wake up in this world? That is why it is precisely in this role, in the role of a commoner who is destined to become a duchess, and in the role of the one who is supposed to die soon. But now I think I understand. I was sent here so that I could send the emperor to prison, so that he would pay for what he had done. The girl spun around, her dress fluttered, and she said, Rebellion. She paused, looking at him for a moment. And then she continued tenderly and carefree, Well, it's time to start living. She understood that she would take revenge, because for the first time in my life, someone had truly angered me so much that for the sake of another person, I could take revenge. So he would pay for everything. The man asked suspiciously, Are you sure nothing happened? His gaze was wary, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Evie stood motionless, her gaze calm, the emperor said. And I simply answered, Don't worry. I answered very vaguely and poured out a lot of water. And only his conscience knows what I meant, she added. Even if he guesses, it will not turn against you. Rebellion stood tense, his face distorted with anger, his eyes burning. Said what you were thinking. You knew what he could do if something went wrong. She didn't move. Her gaze was direct. She said that if he didn't like the answer, he would kill me. He leaned forward. Don't speak so easily of such things, his voice broke. The girl answered calmly. But you will not die. Her face was even. Her gaze was soft. No fear, no doubt. The protagonist swallows hard, his lips pursed in anger. And suddenly, he grabbed her by the shoulders. His fingers pressed into the fabric. His face twisted. He said, Evangeline Claude. Then the man quickly caught his breath. His cheeks turned pink. His gaze became absent-minded. His shoulders slumped. He realized the impulsiveness of his actions and asked with concern, never to do that again. And he hugged his wife tightly, his hands clasped around her back. The fabric of her dress lay softly on the floor. He begged softly, Please don't put yourself in danger, his voice shaking. The heroine answered tenderly, Okay, I won't do it again, so don't worry. When I was little, I had a dream to become a princess, to inherit the throne, and to save the prince locked in the tower. And now there is an opportunity to make this dream come true. Take up the sword, win the crown, and save the prince. Not the time traveler Seoil, not the knight Seoil, but the lady of the House of Florence, Evangeline Claude. This world is most likely not real at all, but just a decoration invented by some writer. And yet I exist at this very moment in this world, my hand reaching forward, strokes the face of her lover. Thoughts continue their course. Rebellion also exists at this moment. For Rebellion, this is no longer just a fantasy. No longer. He holds her hand, his fingers tightly clasped. Two people in black suits play cellos. Flowers on the bodies shine. The hall is decorated. The saint walks through the hall. Her white dress flows behind her. Her veil sways. A servant in a purple robe stands next to her. The guests stand still. She looks very upset. Her face is pale. Her eyes are downcast. The couple heard the music. She said, "Ah, it seems the holy ritual is about to begin." Their faces turned towards the source of the sound. Then, Evie gently turned her husband's face towards her. And with a smile she said, "Before we leave, can I recharge a little more?" He blushed slightly and fixed his gaze on his wife. And then, kissing her hand, he said, "Of course you can." The magical sounds of music flowed throughout the hall. The couple stood in the midst of all this and hugged, lost in their feelings. The building with columns and stucco shines in the warm light. The windows reflect the sky. A tree obscures part of the facade. The main character, sitting on the sofa, yawns. She opened her eyes to see the reaction. Her gaze slid upward, her face tense. But Rebellion straightened his tie, his face focused, his gaze downcast, his fingers moving precisely. The heroine extended her hand towards him, calmly addressing her husband. She said, "The Emperor suspects you of treason." Her face is serious. Her eyes are looking up. The man just looked away and thought about something. Then he said that he knew about it. And Evie exclaimed in surprise, "How can you be calm, knowing about it?" She understood that if the Emperor found out about the deal between you and my father, everything would end. But the main character only assured me that he could suspect me, but he would not be able to find any evidence. Evie rose quickly, her dress flying up, her pearls swaying. And then she squeezed the fabric, her fingers gripping tightly, the movement sharp, the gesture filled with determination. The heroine said, "In any case, from now on we need to be more careful." He looked at her blankly and asked what she was talking about. Evie answered firmly, "About revenge. What else?" And she playfully declared, "I'm going to join in too," her eyes sparkling and her lips touched by a smile. "As you said, we will need to choose our words carefully in front of the Emperor, right? If we arouse unnecessary suspicion, things could become dangerous." The man replied that she had nothing to worry about, and she said worriedly, I know, you always handle everything well, but still." But he only replied that this would not happen when the heroine asked again what he was talking about. Rebellion explained that there would be no rebellion. He continued confidently that the house of the Duke of Florence would not rebel against the crown. The main character could not believe her ears and stood there in a daze. It was unclear what this plot twist was. She screamed sharply, "No, stop, wait! Why are you suddenly saying this?" Her face was worried, her eyes were tense. She stretched her hand forward as if trying to stop. There was a pause, and Rebellion stood opposite with a surprised look. Evie didn't understand at all what the hell, why he suddenly decided to give up revenge. She froze in place, because she thought that this was what he wanted more than anything in the world. The girl clenched her fingers, her gaze tense, her face filled with anxiety. "But why?" she thought. The husband answered her calmly, "Because I'm afraid." She jumped up in surprise, leaned on the bed. Her hands were shaking. There was silence in the room. Rebellion said, "I'm afraid you'll be hurt." His face calm, but there's tension in his eyes. Looking down, he continued, "I'm afraid you'll get dragged into this because of me." The main character was even more surprised by his reaction. He was giving up the revenge he had been hatching his whole life. Just so that I wouldn't be involved in this, he refuses because of me. The protagonist quietly addressed her, "Evie, everything is fine." But she, without looking up, said, "I don't like this. I don't want you to give up revenge." The man straightened up, realizing that his wife was having a hard time. He began to approach her, assuring her that it was his decision. But she started screaming madly, This bastard only opens his mouth in vain. This scum must die. I swear I will rip his face off." Rebellion froze in amazement. He was frightened by his wife's crazy reaction. Then he exhaled slowly, realizing that the girl was not dangerous. She's just too impulsive, just like him. Fingers rest softly on the skin. There is tension in the air, as if the touch should change something. The hero said, "I want you to live in comfort. to enjoy the life you deserve as a duchess, and I promised that I would make sure that you could live like this." The girl, barely holding back her tears, said, "I don't want to." Rubellion was surprised. "I thought you liked such things. I will give you whatever you want." But Evie screamed, "And I have to live a life of luxury built on your sacrifice." The hero responded in surprise. "But I didn't sacrifice anything," the wife continued. "You said that you gave it up for me, and it's not a sacrifice. Then what is it?" It sounded unexpected. "This is my happiness." Wow, what did he just say, and why is my heart pounding like that? Evie thought. The main character looked down and asked to avenge her. Rubellion's eyes widened. He didn't understand her. She said, "If you leave the Emperor alone, I might die of rage, so this time do it for me." He said, "Ava, to be honest, I don't quite understand why you're so insistent on revenge." The girl calmly said that she was in a lot of pain. "After all, the Emperor is simply disgusting, and I feel very sorry for you, Rubellion." "Because I love you," she said, the background sparkling as if the air itself was trembling with her confession. There was silence in the room. The light from the chandelier fell softly on the walls. The patterns on the wallpaper were motionless. Not a single object moved. In the midst of all this stands a stunned Rubellion, his hands down, his body tense. He slowly extended his hand towards the girl, and hugging her around the waist, he tenderly declared, "I love you very much too. So much so that I even worry about whether I deserve such feelings," he said. She pulled back slightly, her shoulders tense, her hair shaking with the movement. And suddenly she asked, "So are you going to take revenge?" He replied, "This is not a problem that I can solve so easily. This is not a joke." He admitted, "I don't want you to suffer because of me. But I'm glad you said it. You said it was for me," he says, his pose slightly tense, as if the words are just beginning to reach him. She slowly raised her head and said, "To be honest, I couldn't even imagine that you would feel this way when you decided to give up revenge." The man leans slightly towards the girl and says, "Probably around the same time I started thinking you were beautiful." The girl smiles. "Love at first sight?" she asks. The husband answers calmly, "I didn't mean that." There is slight embarrassment and warmth on their faces. The husband continued, "As for revenge, I don't know. I think I need to think about it a little more. But whatever I choose, I will make the decision that is best for you." Rubellion stands close to Evie and says, "I'm busy now, so we'll talk later." She doesn't back down. There's tension and anticipation on her face. They are kissing. There are flowers and a lamp nearby. The room is filled with golden light. There is concentration and tenderness on their faces. Outside the windows, there is a clear sky. Clouds slowly float across the blue background. The air seems light. Everything around is filled with calm and light. Sunlight streams through the arched window, casting a soft shadow on the column. The girl suddenly leaned forward and screamed. The Emperor simply, terrible words, bad words. Everything around seemed to be shaking from tension. The maid clutches the teapot in her hands and says, "Oh my God." Lilith asked, "Are you reading the spell you used last time?" The girl at the table replies, "No. Its effect has passed." The maid adjusted the tray and said, "Even in this case, please refrain from insulting His Majesty in public places. It is dangerous." She leaned closer and said, "Everything is fine. I will only say this in your presence, Lilith. You won't run off and snitch." The maid leaned forward and said, "I forgive everything because you are beautiful, madam." There was softness and devotion on her face in response. The main character was handed a notebook with the words that it was from Ada. The girl began to leaf through it with a grin. "This is my secret notebook, in which I made notes in the first days," she said with slight pride. Rubellion said he would reconsider his decision to take revenge. "But to be honest, I just can't accept the fact that the Emperor continues to live happily. At least, while I breathe on this earth. I refuse to see him happy, with triumph and stubbornness on his face, and next to him, another figure frozen in bewilderment with slight embarrassment." The notebook slammed shut with a distinctive sound. "Lilith, is there really someone who can judge a person with absolute power?" She thought for a moment, pressing her finger to her lips and whispered, No," the maid exclaimed. "In fairy tales, the main character can usually do everything, right? Good triumphs over evil." The girl looked away and said, "That's what I'm talking about. What's the point of changing the original story to survive if I end up feeling disgusted because my husband will be subservient to the Emperor?" She slammed the table down firmly and said, "So, Lilith, let's go to the temple. It's time to level up this main character," the girl thought. The temple rises above the ground with many towers and arches. Its facade is decorated with patterns and windows, and the central tower seems to hold the sky in the palm of its hand. The priest stopped in front of the guest and said, "I did not expect Duchess Florence to visit us." There was polite surprise in her face. "I would like to meet the saint. It is possible." In response, he slowly lowered his gaze and said, "Lately she has been refusing all visitors." There is regret and restrained fatigue on her face. The young lady folded her hands and said then, "Could you at least tell her that I want to meet her?" The priest slowly straightened up and said, "I understand. Please wait a little." There was calmness and slight concentration on his face. The maid leaned towards her companion and asked if she thought she would see us. There was anxiety and timid anticipation on her face. The lady replied, "Well, probably. To be honest, I'm not sure either." But her smile at the ceremony, it seemed to me a good sign, doubt and quiet hope in her face. Suddenly they turned to her, "Duchess, come for me, please." The lady lowered her head and clasped her fingers above her knees. A bouquet of blue roses lay on the table in front of her. Suddenly I heard, "I greet the saint." The lady slowly raised her head, her face showing reverence and slight anxiety. And then she smiled happily, her hair shaking slightly from the movement. Rachel exclaimed, "Duchess Florence?" I was confused, but I guess I shouldn't have worried at all. Relief appeared on my face. The advisor straightened up and said, "Saint, you must show due respect to the Duchess." "Everything is fine. I would like to talk to the saint alone. Could the priest leave us?" There is calmness and firmness in his face. The priest slowly raised his head and said, "A private meeting is possible, but I must draw attention to the saint's disrespect for the Duchess." She leaned forward gently and said, "No, really, everything is fine. No, Duchess. It was I who was rude." Then she turned to Alfred and added, "It was my mistake. Next time I will be more careful." "What, Alfred?" Then she froze. "Wait, this is that same Alfred," surprise and confusion on his face. The one who trained Rachel right after she entered the temple in the original story, played hard to get at first, and then fell in love with Rachel. She slowly looked up and thought, owning enough shares to rival the second prince. The main supporting male character is the super popular Alfred from the story. He is handsome, but I imagined him completely differently. She hesitantly said, Holy." The other person smiled and replied, "Please call me Rachel." She blushed and said, "Thank you," then leaned forward a little. Then, "You can call me Eva too." "You really can." She laughed and replied, "Of course, in fact, it is an honor, or rather a reward." She hesitated a little and said, "Then maybe we should sit down and talk, Eva." She immediately answered, "Yes." She came closer and said, "By the way, I hope I'm not disturbing you." Then added, "The priest said that you are refusing to let others visit." "No, it's just that the others seem overwhelming to me." Then I came a little closer, "But you are different." She slowly lowered her hands and said, "Because you saved me once." Evie smiled slightly and said, "No, I was just doing what I thought was right." Then pressed her fingers to her face and added, "Good job, past me." The girl slowly lowered her gaze and said, "But some say that if it weren't for you, Duke Florence might have killed me." Then she added, "That's why they told me to be grateful to you." The lady leaned forward slightly and asked, "But what brings you here today?" The heroine thought, "I want to ask you to help us punish the emperor, but this is too much." The lady turned around and said, "I'm planning to cheat on my husband. Can we count on your help?" The heroine shuddered and replied that. The girl pressed her palm to her chest and thought, "Ah, no, definitely shouldn't say that." Then she exhaled slowly and said, "With the advent of the new holy interest of the nobility grew. Florence's family is no exception." Rachel asked, "So you came on behalf of your house?" Evie leaned forward slightly and said, "It was actually my idea to come." The heroine said that some people said that it was enough to just send a gift and congratulations, but I said that I wanted to come myself. The girl slightly pulled her shoulders back and said, "As you know, I used to be a commoner." The heroine adjusted the hem of her dress and said, "I fell in love with Rubland and became a duchess," then dropped her shoulders. "But I was despised by the nobles who did not accept me." Then she added, "That's why when I saw you, I felt some kind of connection. The nobles present that day. They were the same people who had said terrible things about me before. Then she leaned forward slightly. That's why I wanted to help you, just for that reason. That day, I was so grateful. The other one covered her face with her hands and said, "Oh, Rachel, I didn't do it just for your gratitude." Then she cringed and whispered, "No, you don't understand." She pressed her palms to her chest and said, "In a world where you feel like no one is on your side," then bowed her head slightly. "When someone stands up for you, it gives you hope. It's too much." Then she clenched her fingers and added, "It's not easy for me, as if I'm using her past pain for my own purposes. I am very honored that I was able to help." She leaned closer and said, "Well, that's what I wanted to ask." Then straightened her back and added, "Would it be okay if I made you a dress?" There is calm and quiet joy on Evie's face. "I never thought that the saint would actually agree to meet with you." She ran her hand through her hair and said, "Perhaps she, too, was captivated by your dazzling beauty. So, how did the meeting with the saint go?" Then she turned slightly and added, "Everything went very well." She touched the suitcase and said, "Besides, Lilith," then added, "as soon as we return to the castle." She picked up the suitcase and said, "Could you please order a top-quality dress, tailored to the measurements that are in this bag?" The lady said, "I want to make a sacred gift." After all, according to the original story, the heroine sets a trap at a banquet in honor of the crown prince's 25th birthday, sets up several noble ladies who don't like her, and ruins their dresses. In the original, the crown prince helps her, then adds, "But now this role will be mine," because it was this incident that made Rachel completely trust the crown prince. "From now on, I will secretly help Rachel, focusing on the original storyline, and completely lure her to my side." The heroine says, "And this means that the strongest man in this world will be on our side." In her mind, it sounds like I started experiencing the original plot just to avoid revenge and survive. But now I've reformulated it to take revenge. After all, you never know where the road of life will take you. The lady is sitting at the table, with open books and neatly laid out papers in front of her. She wonders what the crown prince is really thinking. In the original, he was the main character who fell in love with Rachel. She thinks, "But I can't understand at all what he really thinks about his brother. It's a game, sincere affection." The lady holds a piece of paper. If you ask if he can really be on our side, to be honest, everything is ambiguous, but this is not surprising. In the original, the crown prince condemned the emperor's sins, but in the end, still sided with him. Evie remembers cursing that part at that moment. In my mind, it sounds like with Rachel, who shows trust and affection towards me. Is there a way to change that part too? I want to at least try something. She holds a piece of paper, thinking, "And Rebellion most likely won't listen to me if I ask him about it." It was heard sharply, which meant he wouldn't listen. A man stands in the hallway and says, "What are you muttering so seriously under your breath?" The girl says, "Oh my God, do you even know that you need to knock?" The man replies, "You said that you went to church." The hero straightens his collar, exhales, and asks if nothing happened. The girl sits on the couch, says that everything is fine, and that they treated her so well that she was even a little confused. Rachel was glad to see her. He says that's good. The girl sits by the bookcase and says that at first, she helped her without thinking much, but she was so grateful that she felt a little guilty. The hero says that she helped her anyway. The guy says that intentions don't matter, and that she seemed like a savior to her. The girl replies, "That's how." Then she adds that just as she was a savior for her, she became a savior for him. The girl listens to his words, feels slight confusion and quiet gratitude. The girl asks him if he thinks the savior doesn't deserve a reward. The hero replies that of course he does. The man asks what she wants. The lady replies, The girl tells him, "You." The duke replies that his heart already belongs to her. The lady says that she doesn't want his heart, but his lips. He smiles shyly, looking at his beloved. And now, they are almost merged in a warm kiss. Suddenly, everything was destroyed by a single knock on the door. The moment was shattered like a fragile vase. The man clicks his tongue in irritation, and the heroine wonders who this idiot is who bursts in at such a moment. The hero enters the room with a book in his hand. The girl looks at him and says, "It's you." He came to tell something. Rebellion asks what happened. The guy says there was a small problem with the ledger she sent. Bill says the attachment is hard to understand. Evie replies that it is a gift, He adds that the recipient is not the correct one. The man asks why she is making a custom dress for a saint. The lady says she just wanted to give a gift, adding that she will wear it to the crown prince's birthday banquet. The man asks why the recipient is listed as the Duke's house. Evie replies that she will send him herself. The hero screams in shock, that. The heroine tells him not to appear here so often anymore, and to communicate with her through Lilith from now on. The man starts to leave, and then the lady says, "Oh yes, Bill." The girl says that from now on, whenever he sees her, there will be no more nagging, only praise. Evie asks you to repeat after her, "My lady, you are wonderful, my lady. You are magnificent. Our lady is the best." The lady asks why he doesn't repeat it, warns that next time he won't forgive, and tells him to train. The man silently leaves. The girl looks at him and says, "Pfft," playing hard to get. And then she turns towards her husband, who is barely holding back his laughter. The Duke asks if she longs for love and recognition. The girl says that she feels like she is treated like trash in this house. The man replies that it is because he has trained him well. Evie suggests that they start treating her with at least some nobility. The man touches his neck. A slight shadow appears on his face, and he responds with pleasure. They sit in the back of the room, behind glass partitions, surrounded by elegant furniture and warm light. We are finishing preparing the dress for the ball. There are white lilies and a lace silhouette all around. There are 2 weeks left until the celebration. The lady stands on the carpet with a sheet of paper in her hand. The banquet matters have been settled. It's time to draw the overall picture. The most effective tool for overthrowing the emperor is the House of Colic, but it is also on bad terms with the Florence family. If she wants to move Colic, she needs to force the crown prince to act. The girl remembers being publicly dumped by the crown prince, and returning to high society seems like a bad idea to her. A bright room with a view of the garden. On the table, a white and gold etagere with desserts decorated with fruits and cream. The girl stands in the greenhouse among the greenery, thinking that a lot of time has passed since she attended social events, and already irritated from the very beginning. "Melina Barnes, it's been so long," Evie said, and the heroine was already seething with anger. The lady, barely containing her disgust, replies, "Yes, I suppose." An approaching voice asks if Lady Florence and Lady Barnes know each other, as a patterned hem and lace slipper flash nearby. Countess Alk also stands among white roses, wearing a gray dress with a black collar and a white rose on her chest. Evie says she met Lady Barnes not long ago. She says that she was invited to the palace of Her Majesty the Empress, recalls how Lady Barnes personally served her tea. The main character smirks and wonders why Melina is so nervous. Countess Alk, as well as most of the guests at this tea party, I may not know of any other specific cases at the Empress's secret meetings, but the heroine remarks that it is very easy to make you nervous, and continues that the tea was simply excellent back then. The girl smiles and says that our Lilith's skill in making tea is something special. The heroine became even more nervous, and Evie added, "Countess Alka, thank you very much for the invitation." She replied sheepishly that she had simply heard of Duchess Florence's rare visits, so she had sent an invitation in the hope that she would come. And now she's here, it's such a great honor. Countess Alka, the former daughter of a minor baron, now a countess, has little connection with the house of Duke Colic, and yet, strangely enough, she seems to favor me. Of all the tea parties I was invited to, the reason I came to Countess Alka's was because she is quite an important character in the original novel, the future crown prince, who becomes close to the heroine and gives her a necklace as a sign of his affection. And the one who created this necklace is precisely Countess Alk. And naturally, the necklace is in the front, and Melina was blamed for it. Melina steals the necklace to create a scandal, and when she is accused, she does not lose her composure. She dramatically reveals a fake version of the necklace hidden under Rachel's bed, set Rachel up, and make her look like the instigator. Well, damn! You created a brand, but didn't even come up with a label to distinguish the original from the fake. Evie thinks I just sighed heavily. No, I was just furious. After all, if the real product had been labeled accordingly, in the original story, this incident would not have turned out to be something terrible for Rachel. So today I need to fix that. And we need to force Countess Alk to pass off her creations as original. And so the conversation turned to, if you think about it, didn't you mention that you recently opened a small business? The girls were talking about, oh yeah, I'm not the best craftsman, but I make and sell handmade accessories. What do you mean by not the best? The guests are delighted. I was there not long ago, and they were simply wonderful, that's true. Your skill is truly impressive, one of the girls said. But that must be bothering you. I heard that since you are so skilled. There are tons of crafts to be found everywhere. She chuckled. Ah, well, that's just awful. That's why I don't like merchants. The girl loudly put the cup on the table, and she said sweetly, Oh, then forgive me for the fact that my father is a merchant. The girls were shocked and began to make excuses. No, Duchess, we didn't mean to offend you. And Evie just replied with a grin that it was a joke, and there was no need to raise such a panic. The heroine continued, as the young ladies said, It must be hard dealing with all these fakes, madam. She waved it off. Oh, it's okay. Common people do that, so I try not to pay attention to it. And yet it should bother you when something you worked so hard on is copied like this. Evie noticed Melina's gaze drop, and she didn't want her to hear their conversation with Madame Alk. And she said, I have an idea. Would you like to hear it? The girl blushed and said yes, of course. It was an honor. And she moved closer. Then, with your permission, I will whisper a little. Evie began to quietly speak into Madame's ear. How about marking your accessories with a signature that only you know? Smiling, she continued. So even if someone claims that it is not a fake, you will immediately understand everything, right? The heroine took some time to digest what she had heard. Then she lowered her head in thought and slowly answered, Yes, it is true. And perhaps it is worth considering this option. The sun was already setting behind the horizon, which meant it was time to return home. The lady of the house said with a smile, Madam, thank you for visiting me today and sharing your useful advice. She replied, I will be glad if this helps you in the future. And in my mind, hey, this behind-the-scenes maneuvering is going even smoother than I expected. Great. From now on, I will continue to expose and block all false accusations against Rachel. Suddenly, Duchess Florence was approached by Melina, who was approaching the girls. She felt a little awkward and clenched her fingers nervously. Melina said anxiously, I would like to talk to you. Evie just looked at her coldly, and she firmly stated that she didn't want to. And the girl lowered her gaze and almost pleadingly continued, Please. Evie said we weren't exactly friends, so it was weird to chat like that. The main character couldn't understand what was wrong with her. She clearly showed her disgust at the tea party. And now he even dares to ask for some kind of conversation. Okay, just for a minute, the girl replied. The girl says, Great. Maybe we should head to the nearest cafe. Okay, first I'll finish meeting with the others and then meet you there. Evie waved her hand in a brief farewell. Then the face became covered with a cute blush, at first glance. But inside, she knew that Melina had fallen into her trap. And so they met at the nearest local cafe. The heroine was shaking all over. Excuse me, Duchess. But why was Lady Bolton here too? She looked at the lady with obvious contempt. Evie explained calmly that when I told her I was going to meet you, she insisted on following me. Melina asked with a grin, Lady Bolton, if you could step outside for a moment. The lady replied, But I must stay with Madame, except that if Lady Barnes throws tea at you again. Clearing her throat, the girl said how rude it was. It won't happen again. The main character, after thinking a little, said, Lilith, it won't take long. Could you wait outside? The maid clearly didn't want to go out, but Evie insisted that everything would go quickly. And so, the girls were left alone in uncomfortable silence. Also nervously, Melina turned to the Duchess again, and she continued tensely, I apologize for that day. I was very rude. The heroine asked in bewilderment, Why are you suddenly apologizing? Melina clenched her hands in nerves as she said, Well, that day, I was just following the Empress's instructions and ended up offending you. The main character asked if the Empress had ordered tea to be poured on me. The girl screamed in shock. No, that didn't happen. She chuckled and said, That's right. Then why are you acting like it's the Empress's fault? The girl blushed and looked silently at the Duchess. Then, as if she wanted to forget everything as quickly as possible, she shook her head and quietly whispered, I'm sorry. And an awkward silence hung between them again. Evie thought that, given the original story, Melina Barnes would never have apologized of her own free will. She was a character who tormented Rachel relentlessly until the very end of the original novel, eventually leading Evie to ask, Did the Crown Prince tell you to apologize? Melina's reaction made it clear that this was indeed the case. The girl burst into tears, and from that day on, the Crown Prince refused to see me. The heroine just looked away. And with disgust, she asked, "Oh, really? What are you saying?" But why is she doing this? Rachel wasn't even a victim. Duchess, I have spent my entire life trying to be close to the crown prince. But why did you come to ask me? You have the support of the empress. And suddenly, Melina announced that the crown prince was not visiting the empress, even if he was shocked by this incident. The crown prince and the empress had it from the start. He turned away from her so much. It's just the butterfly effect, Evie asked. So what exactly do you want me to do? Melina continued. Please could you speak to the crown prince? The main character jumped up and said that she refused, because even if they were in a quarrel, it would not last forever. And she asked, won't you have serious problems if the empress finds out that you came to me like this? And in the original novel, she seemed like just an arrogant girl. But in reality, she is surprisingly naive or stupid, Melina replied. The empress will forgive me. She knows how hard I tried to win the favor of the crown prince. Ha, lady! The empress didn't support you because she cared about your love for the crown prince. Leaning over Melina, she stated, she did it because she thought you would be a good daughter-in-law. I won't tell anyone about our conversation today, so let's not meet like this again. And I warned you, and you yourself remain silent about it, if you know that it will be better for you. Evie turned and walked away, her gold-embroidered dress fluttering softly, leaving Melina behind. Looking after her forlornly, Lilith asked angrily, what did this girl tell you? Evie said, nothing special, she just apologized for what she did. The girl replied, oh well, that's a lie. She's definitely not like that. Smiling, the main character said, exactly. Let's just go home. It'll be night soon. Lilith helped the Duchess down from the carriage. Someone was running towards them at full speed, the sound of heels echoing throughout the entire street. It was the headmaid, she was shouting worriedly. Madam! The girls looked at the headmaid, Madame Jenna, in surprise as to what had happened. An incomprehensible conversation began between them. Lilith quickly helped Madame change her clothes. Ha! What's going on? Madame Jenna, what happened? It is obvious that the woman had a hard time finding words, because in reality, and now at last she reported, we have just received news that his lordship has been wounded. The girl was completely dumbfounded and anxiously asked again what you said. The maid continued, he went hunting with the crown prince, and a stray bullet hit him in the shoulder. Ah, madam. She held the lady's hand. You need to change your clothes if you are going to enter the palace. She said coldly, Rubellion is wounded. Who cares about changing clothes now? The cries of birds were heard in the sky, as if the heavens themselves were alarmed by what they heard. The heroine calmly said, Madam, if you appear like this, in this situation, people will start gossiping. Turning around, Evie said, let them gossip. Right now seeing Rubellion is much more important to me. But suddenly, she changed her mind after the words, all this gossip will ultimately reflect on His Excellency. And please remember all the shame he went through when he married you. Even if it wasn't entirely your fault, in times like these, you have to be extremely careful. It's not that I don't understand how much you care about him, but since you are now part of high society, you need to get used to the titles that come with it. The girl resolutely clenched her hand into a fist, and she said, Lilith, you will help me get ready as quickly as possible. The main character quickly runs out of the carriage. The guard addresses her. Duchess Florence, I will escort you to your husband. It was already deep night outside. Her husband is sitting on the bed. The doctor is bandaging his leg, and the maid is holding the bandages. Suddenly, he heard alarmed cries. Rebellion. His worried wife ran towards him. The man, with a bandaged shoulder, clearly did not expect to see her so late. But, with a joyful smile, he said, Evie, you came. And, getting out of bed, he said that she could have stayed at home. But the heroine screamed, you were wounded. How could I stay? When he said that the wound was not serious, the girl noticed the basket out of the corner of her eye. She was wearing a shirt covered in bloodstains. The main character's face began to look even more worried. Pointing her finger at the basket, she says in the sense of just touching it, then what are these bandages? You were bleeding. But you act so calm. Why are you smiling? I'm really worried. He chuckled and said, it's just that your look is so refreshing. You really are worried about me. She screamed, now is not the time to be happy about something like that. But still, what happened? What's there? Don't scare me like that. And the doctor said that his lordship was also wounded in the leg. The girl quickly grabbed the blanket, and she threw it aside, seeing her husband's bandaged leg. Evie remembered punching her leg and covering her mouth with her hand, asking if it made it worse. Rebellion replied, "No, it just started hurting a little again because I pulled it, so don't worry too much." Tears streamed from the girl's eyes. She worriedly asked if it still hurt, but the man answered that everything was fine. Evie exclaimed, "Liar, you are clearly in pain. I have seen someone get shot before, and they looked like they were dying. So why do you keep pretending you are okay?" Suddenly, the man looked at his wife in surprise. She froze, and then realized what she was saying. This all happened in a past life, not in this one. He continued in surprise, but it didn't look like anyone was trying to shoot you with a gun. The main character tried to find an excuse that no, it was just a dream. She stated that in her dream, she was a prosecutor. She said, like someone who fights with swords or casts spells, blah blah. The hero nodded and said, "I understand." "Well, if you say so, I believe you." She breathed a sigh of relief. She heard the door creak and turned around in shock towards the source of the sound. Rachel and His Highness the Crown Prince appeared before them. After Evie asked what brought the saint here, she replied, "When I heard that his lordship was wounded, I thought that I could help in some way, even if only slightly." They held hands and the heroine said, "I understand. Thank you for coming, Rachel." Suddenly, the prince turned to her. "I apologize for disturbing you." The prince looked down. "This unfortunate event happened solely due to my oversight." The girl asked coldly, "Was the shooter caught?" A conversation ensued between them. Yes, he had been captured and was now in the interrogation room. The lady looked down thoughtfully. "Because 2 hours ago, that was around the time I was talking to Melina Barnes. I want to know more about the incident, but there's a chance that the Crown Prince or Rebellion will just say that they'll take care of it themselves." But the main character didn't understand. Why does she even doubt that the suspect has been caught and is in custody? And in my past life, I was a prosecutor, so why shouldn't I interrogate him myself? When the heroes wanted to leave, Evie shouted, "Sorry! Take me to where the suspect is being held, please." They stood silently, but were unable to object. Suddenly I heard, "Wait, Evie," Rebellion asked worriedly. "What are you going to do?" She came closer and said, "What do you mean you're going? I just want to see the guy who hurt my husband." And, taking him by the hands, "Just look and see the face of the one who dared to hurt my handsome husband." Looking towards the prince, the girl asked if this was possible. The man said that since it happened in the imperial palace, it will not be easy to show it to you. She said, "I don't plan on taking revenge or anything. I just want to check what kind of person he is." She looked at me with disdain. "You will allow me." The prince said thoughtfully, 30 minutes. Go with the royal guard." She exhaled and said, "This is more than enough. Thank you for your kindness." The protagonist asked, "Do you really need to go?" The lady said that if she didn't go, she would be terribly angry. Rebellion smiled and admitted that his wife was too stubborn. At that moment, she kissed the man on the forehead. And then she said that she would be back soon, and he had nothing to worry about. And so, the main character walks among huge columns with an escort. The guard states, "Madam, this way. Please let me know if you feel uncomfortable." The heavy door opened with a characteristic creak. The other guards asked, Sir Robert, who is next to you?" "This is Duchess Florence." She asked where the one who shot my husband is. And if possible, I would like to talk to him for about 5 minutes. I added that I also received permission from His Highness the Crown Prince. The guard gave the order for the guards to bring the criminal to the Duchess. And turning to the lady, he said that he would take her inside. A criminal with his legs tied was pushed to her feet. He was kneeling. The lady looked down at him, wondering if it's you, yes. Leaning slightly towards the criminal, she asked, "You're sorry, aren't you? You must be disappointed that you failed to kill my husband. 1 shot in the shoulder, 1 in the leg. You said it happened while hunting, so you shot him while he was on horseback." And suddenly, the main character fell silent. And after some thought, she asked if the horse was wounded, and the guard firmly replied that the horse was not wounded. The girl looked at the criminal again and said, "That's how it is. Typically, to kill someone while riding a horse, you first aim for the horse's legs. It's easier to finish off someone who has fallen to the ground. But the places where Rebellion was wounded were the shoulder and leg. These places are far from the heart, not at all lethal zones, which means that no one was going to kill him. And when asked whether he had tried to commit suicide, the guard also answered in the negative. The average murderer would attempt suicide, either out of fear of torture or to demonstrate his determination not to utter a word. Moreover, Since this case is connected with the Duke, who was wounded in the Imperial hunting grounds, as soon as it is confirmed that he is guilty, he will absolutely certainly face execution. No matter how hard I try to push away the feeling of anxiety, something instinctive rises from the depths of my soul. I want to deny these thoughts, but for some reason I can't. Sitting on a chair, the girl asked, "You knew that my husband would not die, didn't you?" The man did not raise his head for a long time. And Evie realized something else. He has someone who supports this idea. When the criminal raised his head, a vile and insane face appeared. Even while in custody, he is not at all afraid for his life. He has an influential figure behind him. The main character found out what she wanted and slowly rose from her chair. Turning to Sir Robert, she said that she had finished. The moon didn't shine very brightly that night. The guard asked if Madame was okay. She replied, "I am okay. Thank you for your concern." But deep down, she was far from okay. She just wondered who could be behind all this. And suddenly, her gaze slid to the side. "So, these are the Imperial hunting grounds. You can see them even from here." The gaze lingered, and then, apparently, something finally came into the girl's head. The main character turned around abruptly and ran. Incident at the Imperial hunting grounds. Rebellion, who was shot at and clearly avoided vital areas. And a killer who didn't intend to kill. This unpleasant feeling that I had after the interrogation does not go away. I think that I already knew the answer, but did not want to believe it. Why do people who think power is everything always act the same way? Okay, I have to admit it. This so-called accident, this farce, in the Imperial Palace, this kind of staged incident, intended only to be seen. And there is only one person who could do this, the Emperor. The maid quickly made the bed, and the doctor and his wife led Rebellion to her. The girl asked him if it hurt a lot. He replied that it didn't. It was I who rejected the Crown Prince's offer to stay in the palace and returned home, so I should at least endure this much pain. She says, even if you hadn't refused, I would have still taken you home, bed and all. Rebellion asked if she was really that worried. The heroine replied that she was very worried. The man apologized and she screamed, "Why are you apologizing if it's not your fault? It's the guy who fired the gun who's to blame. I should have hit him while I had the chance." The girl asked what he was going to do with that guy. The hero looked away and said that the decision would be made by the Imperial family. She, of course, was surprised. How could this be, the Imperial family? He explained that it all happened in the Imperial hunting grounds. I heard that the nobles also agreed that the decision should be considered by the Imperial family. Evie said, "This may sound disrespectful, but in my opinion, this incident was carefully planned." She clenched her fingers nervously, and Rebellion asked, "Evie, please forget about this incident." Of course, the girl was very surprised at what he was even talking about. He said, "I say, that we should just let this incident pass." He added, "It's not a serious wound. My life is not in danger." The main character stated, "Of course not." They were clearly deliberately avoiding any vital places. She said, "You understood too, yes. You realized who the real culprit is, right? That's why you're acting like this." And she dryly replied that it was the Emperor. Evie continued, "Due to the rumors that had been going around lately," and the man's crutch fell to the floor. "The Emperor simply warned you, Rebellion." The crutch lies on the floor, and silence hangs in the huge room. The main character tries to digest what he heard, and Evangeline had time to regret that she had said everything so abruptly. And so, the man extended his hand to the girl, and he asked her to come over. She flinched slightly, and then she sat down next to him, laying her head on his chest. Evie said the Emperor must have been planning this for a long time. "Perhaps from the moment of our marriage. Today the Crown Prince summoned you." The hero answered yes. Evie asked, "But you didn't have hunting on the schedule," he added. "It was added to the schedule at the last minute. I know this is still just a guess, and I don't want to ask Rebellion about something like that. But I have to," and so she asked, "What if someone you trusted betrayed you? Someone you wouldn't consider an enemy?" But Rebellion replied that he had not trusted anyone from the very beginning, and she asked in surprise, "Even me?" He said softly, "No, you are not just someone. By the way, why did you propose to the Crown Prince?" he asked Evie. She answered because he was handsome and rich. "Why did you suddenly ask this?" The hero replied, "You once proposed to the Crown Prince, but now you seem to suspect him of helping the person behind my attack. And at that secret meeting with the Empress, weren't you the one who told Lilith to make sure the Crown Prince came? Of course, At that time, I thought that he was the main character, so he simply had to be good. But now, I'm not sure that the prince is really evil. But today's incident, no matter how I look at it, is very suspicious to be a coincidence. She continued, clenching her fingers. If your injury really was a warning from the Emperor. She continued, clenching her fingers. If your injury really was a warning from the Emperor. I wonder if the Emperor could have attacked you without the cooperation of the Crown Prince. That's what I was thinking. I'm not saying I suspect him, but I'm not sure or anything. It's just that no matter how I look at it, it's the only thing that makes sense. Now I regret saying that. It all sounds like I'm trying to sow discord or something. What a lame plot twist. What the hell is the problem? I fell in love with someone, and I overdid it a little. Okay, maybe more than a little. But the original plot didn't change much. And even if I did possess someone, it didn't seem like the personality of the prince inhabiting it would change. Nothing has been decided yet, so don't look so guilty. The crown prince may have been used, or it may be a target for seduction. Still, be careful in the future so that nothing like this happens again. I want you to live your life, always being wary of everyone else in the world. For the first time, I felt cared for by someone who didn't expect anything in return. Has anyone ever worried about me this much before? I want to continue to receive this kind of care, and also protect it. He whispered that getting shot today was hellishly painful, to be honest. It will be too painful for you to go through this. So before the gun barrel reaches you, I'll have to point mine first. If it's for you, I'll do anything. What's wrong with you? Weren't you the one telling me to sit still? That's right, stay still. You're good at taking care of yourself and staying safe. I know you hate panicking. Of course I do. I hate getting hurt. Do you know how many months it took you to realize this? From now on, I will only fight those battles that I can win. But you know, I'm much more capable than you think. So just relax and do whatever you want. I'll be right behind you. It's all confusing and unpredictable. And somehow it starts to feel like the original story again. Chapter 4, and now I'm obsessed. Quite a bit of time has passed since the sealing ceremony of St. Rachel and the incident where Rebellion was attacked. Straightening her shirt, she said, I'm glad the scar on your shoulder has healed a little. This is thanks to someone who took good care of me during my recovery. She asked who it could be. Rebellion replied, I wonder if it could be some heroine who was more agitated than I, the victim. She asked him if he was going back to work, and he said yes. I took a short break to focus on my recovery. The girl thought that yes, indeed, a lot of time had passed, that the long-awaited day is approaching, and it is the banquet in honor of the Crown Prince's birthday. Several days passed. The maids dressed the girl. Mirror, mirror, who is the fairest of all? Of course it is you, my lady. There is no one in this world more beautiful than you, my lady. The head maid said, You seem to be enjoying yourself, by the way, madam. The set of dresses you ordered last time has arrived. She smiled and said, Oh, really? He arrived just in time. And she slyly declared that now my sister would not have to accept dresses from these petty people, just because she had nothing to wear. The woman said, When you attend the banquet in honor of the Crown Prince's birthday, you must behave on your best behavior. Most of all, many eyes are on Florence's house, and everyone will closely follow every step of the hero and heroine. Even if you don't like something, please try to be patient a little. Evie replied, Of course, you mean that I must endure this for the sake of Rubellin's honor, right? The head maid nodded slightly, and then she said, And for your own survival, madam. In a noble society, a spouse's actions directly affect his partner's reputation, while his lordship has long had status and honor in the social world. You, madam, are a commoner. And what's worse, there are already unfavorable rumors circulating about your relationship with the Crown Prince, not to mention your absence from social events, making you an easy target for those looking to undermine the reputation of Florence's house. And if anything happens to you, his lordship will be heartbroken. The girls were quite surprised by such words, after the rudeness from the woman, and Evie's face turned warm. The secular world and the royal court are much more cruel than they seem. If you want to continue living as the Duchess of Florence, you must understand that it will only get harder. Taking the heroine's hand, the maid said, Then please return safe and sound. And with a smile she noted, to the Duke's house. The main character smiled back and said that she would definitely come back. See you later. Guests walk around the sparkling hall under crystal chandeliers, among patterned marble and rustling dresses. And suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to one point. They looked at the beautiful couple, he in white with a cloak, she in a shining dress. Like the embodiment of a fairy tale among flowering patterns and shimmering light, the couple greeted all their friends and guests with their eyes. Rubellion noticed that something was wrong with his wife, and he said that there was no need to be so tense and constrained. I heard Madame Jenna gave you a warning, but if that's a concern. Evie replied, No, it's not that. It's just because Rachel is coming. Rubellion was surprised. Today is the banquet in honor of the Crown Prince's birthday. There is a specific reason to worry about her. Of course, Rachel should be the strongest and most invincible character in this whole world. Today is the banquet in honor of the Crown Prince's birthday. And this means that in the original story, this is the moment when the Crown Prince begins to show great interest in Rachel. The protagonist is interested in the heroine, who gracefully and confidently copes with the hostility of the nobles. This is the first turning point in the plot, where the Crown Prince's heart begins to change, and is the main reason why the banquet is held at all in the original story. Right now, the attitude towards the prince's ridicule is still quite ambiguous, but if you start to suffer, the main character, in accordance with the original story, the Crown Prince will be a classic protagonist, helplessly infatuated with Rachel. So if I skillfully use the relics and change the original plot, and completely pull the Crown Prince over to our side, our revenge will be much cooler. It will be grandiose. The man said he wasn't feeling well, and his wife was surprised that he was really feeling bad. Rubellion replied that that was not the issue. Evie was confused. He narrowed his eyes. Well, you probably have a plan. But everything around him seemed unsettled, like letting a child near water. What does this look full of mistrust? Who am I in your heart, huh? She winked and said, How about that? My lovely, amazing goddess wife. That's what I like. They froze in silence, tense and fragile, like glass about to crack, as if time itself was deciding whether to continue. I just feel bad, said Rubellion. Still, when your attention switches to someone else, it becomes, for example, Rachel. The girl was again amazed by her husband's jealousy. She patted him on the shoulder. What? Are you trying to say that you're a little jealous? And I should only look at you, Evie said with a grin. The hero replied, I would appreciate it. Suddenly I heard you two a beautiful couple. A man bowed before them. I greet his lordship, the Duke. Long time no see, young Lord Tolls. This is the Crown Prince's chief servant, the one who guided me during that chaotic tea party with Jillian, and he is also the Crown Prince's supporter. It's suspicious what he's doing here, he explained. His Highness the Crown Prince would like to speak with you, Your Highness. The main character asked again. Only me, they answered yes. Evie wondered what the hell. Everything was suspicious without that, and now he calls Rubellion. The man asked if his wife would mind. She replied that of course she wouldn't. Go. And in his thoughts, there was only anxiety. Everything will be fine. Nothing will happen to him again, right? And so he leaves with the Lord, and the girl just waves her hand at him worriedly. Suddenly, she felt uneasy, or so it seems to me. Why did everyone start looking at me askance as soon as I was left alone? Everyone suddenly started whispering among themselves. The atmosphere in the room was heavy. The main character couldn't find a better solution than to simply run away from there. This place is essentially a battlefield, and right now, she's not ready to fight this crowd. It was like a minefield. I knew there would be a lot of nobles here, trying to curry favor with the Crown Prince, the future emperor. But with people from the house of Kolika, Melina, and other nobles supporting Kolika. However, it is good that the emperor and empress are not present. Evie let out a heavy sigh and thought, watch as much as you like. Rachel will scold you all later anyway. Looking at the stars, she only thought that today, in the dress incident that was about to happen, I would help her get out of the crisis instead of the Crown Prince. So, instead of the Crown Prince, I will gain Rachel's trust and confidence and give her the courage to stand tall. Then, Rachel will confidently fight back against the nobility who will try to quarrel with her, and the Crown Prince will be intrigued by this unexpected side of her personality. Proudly she thought, perfect. There is no scenario more perfect than this. But why do I feel some uneasiness about this? A shadow and a voice appeared behind the girl. My lady. She turned around at the sound, her face reflecting fear. She did not expect to see anyone here. A rather nice man approached her and said that he was very pleased to meet her. In appearance, he even looked somewhat similar to Rubellion. The main character was stunned by such a meeting, because she doesn't even know who this guy is. The stars in the sky were shining quite brightly. Evie asked who you were. The man replied, I, Blaze Yerson, the third son of Baron Yerson. He confessed that he had been captivated by the beauty of the Duchess from afar, and before he realized it, his feet had brought him here. When asked why she was standing alone, Evie replied that the Duke was meeting with His Highness the Crown Prince, so she was waiting for him. The man remarked, Oh, the Duke is rather heartless, leaving such a beautiful flower alone. He added with a smile, After all, bees are drawn to beautiful flowers. Oh, just look at this guy, the main character thought with a grin. Well, she thought it wasn't an innocent pickup line, but she didn't expect it. That someone would act so assertively without even trying to hide it. Evie wondered what she should do, whether she should scold him and send him away, because in a noble society, the behavior of a spouse inevitably affects one's own reputation. Evie wondered if she should awaken the dark dragon inside her after a long time, quietly, without unnecessary noise, but in such a way that the other person is completely confused. She said with a gentle smile, So you want to say that my beauty is like a flower? My second hidden technique is stupid mode. The hero just asked in surprise. Excuse me, what do you mean? Yes, my lady, your beauty is well known. But since I first saw you today, I have not been able to forget it. Oh my God, but what can we do? I'm a flower that already has an owner. Even if a flower has an owner, if someone wants to have it, he can, right? Isn't it more interesting when you have something to strive for? The man said. No guy without any charm would use flower metaphors in a relationship with a married woman just like that. Sorry for you, Blaze. I attacked the wrong one, Evie said. Oh, sir, you want to steal my beauty? A dumbfounded Blaze asked, excuse me. Ah, lady, what do you mean? Well, you just said that you wanted the stolen flower. My beauty belongs to me, which means I am the owner of this beauty, right? And you try to steal my beauty, the man tries to justify himself. That no, lady, it's all wrong. The flower I spoke of is you, my lady. I didn't just mean your beauty, I spoke of you as a person. If that's the case, then you want to say that you want me. The girl moved towards these sounds. Her steps sounded hollow. The man just winked at her and said, Yes, my lady, you have hit the nail on the head. She laughed and said that she must have misunderstood. If he says so, then what do you think, Lilith? A girl appeared behind them, looking at everything suspiciously. She slowly approached the heroes, holding back her trembling, as if every movement she made could change what was about to happen. My lady, you are so refined and beautiful. Please step aside for a while. I will take care of this impudent scoundrel. Lilith screamed angrily. How dare you claim the place of Duke Florence? The man stuttered. It's been a while, Lady Bolton. I didn't think I'd meet you here. And what's strange about that? It's interesting that I'm the Duchess's maid, and I'm next to her. Wanting Our Lady can only mean one thing. You are laying claim to the Duke's place, aren't you? Oh, Lilith is simply a beauty today. All that's missing is some 3D glasses and some sweeter popcorn. Lilith took out her claws and said, Why don't you just leave? Today is the prince's birthday, and I would rather not get my hands dirty with blood. The hero trembled with fear and replied, I understand. He bowed, said that he apologized to the lady. I had crossed all boundaries and behaved disrespectfully, and quickly ran away. If I had come earlier, this bastard would not have even dared to speak to you. Next time, I'll just crush this guy without warning, said the maid. Hey, Lilith, that guy just tried to flirt with me, right? Asked the main character. I guess so. That guy has always had terrible manners. How dare he think he can seduce my lady with a face like that? No, I'm not worried about that at all. Why isn't he afraid of my husband? The girl thought. Really? Because if his lordship found out. I can't believe he didn't hear the rumors. He doesn't look young enough to be just the son of some immature nobleman. From his manner of speech and behavior, he seems like a person who knows how to assess a situation before acting. Well, there's no point in creating problems now. I'll just watch. The girls descended into the snow-white hall from the balcony. Lilith noticed someone off to the side and exclaimed, Oh my God! Rubellion approached them. You came just in time, didn't you? Said Lilith. The main character screamed his name and ran towards him, breaking into a run from despair, as if hope itself was pushing her forward. Gently adjusting her husband's fabric, she asked, Were you in a hurry? He said with a grin that, yes, I was walking a little faster than usual, and all just because my beloved wife was left alone. Together, they looked like a very happy couple who were having a good time together. Suddenly, a heavy snow-white door opened. Some girl announced, "His Highness Tiaras de Aradin, Crown Prince of the Empire." The girls curtsied, her thoughts being that the hero had arrived. The prince said that everyone could raise their heads. "But who is this woman, and why isn't Rachel in her place?" Lady Bolton exclaimed. "Oh my God, Erin!" The main character was surprised because she heard this name for the first time. The prince approached Evie and said with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She bowed and replied, "I greet you, Your Highness the Crown Prince." The main character noticed that her husband was squeezing her shoulder tightly, looking in his direction. It was clear that he was wary and looking ahead very coldly. "I didn't have a chance to properly ask how you were doing on the day of the attack." "You seemed very shocked too. I'm sorry," Evie said. "However, who is it?" The heroine was beaming with a smile. She seemed very sweet and innocent. "Nice to meet you, Duchess. I am Erin Dellen, daughter of the Marquis Dellen." "Erin Dellen, oh my God, who is this?" The heroine thinks. "I haven't heard this name. Maybe I just don't remember." "I've never heard this name in my life." The main character continued to think. "She appeared in the original story, but I just don't remember her." "Well, no, that can't be true. It is a great honor for me to meet the Duchess, whose beauty is known to many. From afar, my brother. Ah, forgive me. Hearing about the Duke's marriage, I hope to meet you one day." "I mean, brother, and why does she call my husband Appa?" "I didn't expect you to bring us Lady Adaman, who lives abroad." The prince said, "Didn't the lady spend a lot of time with us when we were children? She was so upset that she couldn't come to the Duke's wedding that I personally gave her leave." The hero said, "So it was you who brought in a friend from childhood, who wasn't even mentioned in the original story." The girl said with a smile, "Brother, I didn't expect you to get married so suddenly." He answered dryly, "I am not your brother, but the Duke of Florence." The heroine only shuddered, gasping in surprise. The prince just hugged his friend and said, "We've known each other since childhood. Isn't it too formal? Being overly familiar with the opposite sex while married is disrespectful to my wife. We're all just friends. Your wife doesn't seem narrow-minded enough to pay attention to something like that. What's wrong with him today? Is he deliberately provoking me? How narrow-minded he is." The protagonist exhaled and said, "My wife's opinion doesn't matter here." Suddenly, the prince said, "Duke." His voice was even, but there was a wariness in it, as if he was testing how far he could go. The man squeezed the girl's shoulder a little tighter, slowly stroking it, and he stated that this was only his problem and no one else's. The prince's cold gaze, piercing, without a single hint of sympathy, and the cold gaze of Evie's husband, like a wall behind which there was no anger or pain left. It seemed like they were about to fight in this very spot. But the girl smiled slightly and said that there was no need to behave like that, Your Highness, because it would be difficult if it became too noisy. At the same time, all the guests behind her began to whisper, not understanding what was happening to them. "I just wanted to get some old friends together to celebrate my birthday. I didn't expect it to lead to such a fight. However, I am glad to see that I invited some really close friends." The prince laughed. "To be honest, I was a little afraid, because the Duchess has a strong character." The girl was surprised. No, it's just gossip and you shouldn't pay attention to it," said the hero, and he switched to his friend, started asking how she was doing at the academy, whether it was worth chatting since they had met. Evie exhaled, because the prince was always so two-faced, sometimes smiling, sometimes throwing barbed jokes. But now that I think about it, hadn't something like this happened before, when she wasn't warned about the banquet, when all the nobles humiliated her and he did not appear? The girl who thinks she can get away with anything just because she's pretty, because you'll be seen in society circles as the Duchess Florence. Her Majesty wanted to personally instruct you, given the connection between Florence's family and the imperial family. And then, the realization of everything came to her. I guess I subconsciously thought that the Crown Prince was the main character. So I let my guard down and ignored everything. The girl squeezed the fabric of her dress and thought, "Well, no, this is just a suspicion. No need to rush to conclusions. Calm down." Rubellion apologized for putting his wife in an awkward position, but that was not what she was thinking about. After all, the events of the original haven't started yet. Since I didn't know the real Rubellion, I still know little about him. The main character smiled and said that everything was fine. You were just childhood friends. But until I meet Rachel, I'll chalk it all up to just guesswork and speculation. They stood in pairs opposite each other, as if they were about to start a confrontation. The girl curtsied and turned to Madame. She said with a smile that she hoped to spend time together outside the banquet. The girl knew she didn't want it, but she couldn't say it out loud. So she just said, "Yes, of course." With a smile. She smiled artificially, and from the outside it looked quite believable. "Looks like we'll have a lot to talk about when we get home, Rebellion. I will ask about everything you talked about with the Crown Prince, and who that woman is." He just nodded and said, "Of course, I'll tell you everything after the holiday." Suddenly, the couple turned towards the source of the sound of the door opening. A girl in a chic white dress appeared on the threshold. Evie gasped in delight. It was Rachel, surrounded by priests. But she didn't look pleased. Although, she didn't even look sad, but rather contemptuous, as if she had come here against her will. There are only 2 occasions when someone can come later than the Crown Prince, on his birthday. One is the Emperor and the Empress, and the other, His Holiness the Pope and the Saint send their blessings to the imperial family. Rachel's appearance here means that the original story is going according to plan. When the party is in full swing, there will be an incident with the dress, and I need to calculate everything down to the smallest detail. But, for some reason, Rachel's behavior seems a little different than in the original story. Have they always had such a strained relationship with each other? The prince smiled, saying that it was a great honor for him that the saint herself was giving her blessing. But in any case, since you are a guest from the temple, I will treat you with due respect. The heroine looked away and thanked your highness. Just don't blab too much. Like at the last holiday, Evie heard this and was surprised. What kind of last holiday? Could this really be the same party that I desperately tried to keep Rebellion out of by pretending to be sick? As far as I remember, nothing unpleasant happened between them at that celebration. The Crown Prince simply took pity on Rachel because of her difficult situation, that's all. But something is clearly wrong here. The prince began to move away and wished the saint to enjoy the banquet. At least he hoped so. The girl exhaled, as if a very heavy weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Suddenly, Rachel was called out. "Holy!" she shuddered. And seeing Evie, she blossomed and joyfully exclaimed the name of the main character. She asked not to call her a saint. The heroine smiled, even in such a formal setting. She answered with a smile. Well, of course. Her heart sank from the unexpected warmth, and at that moment, it seemed to her that someone had finally seen her for real. "We're friends, aren't we?" Rachel asked a little hesitantly. The main character was amazed by her innocence, just like an angel who descended into this sinful world. The girl, by the way, Rachel, started a conversation earlier with the Crown Prince. The heroine understood the essence of the matter, from half a word, and explained that she had previously had a short meeting with him at the last holiday. Evie asked if something bad had happened, and the heroine replied that she had made a mistake, you see. The main character got nervous, damn. Something happened in the unofficial version, something I don't know. For some reason, their relationship deviated from the original. Or is it true? What is the point of my existence in this body and world? Evie was lost in her thoughts, devastation consuming her. But for now, she needs to find out exactly what happened at that party. "Evie, come to think of it, you weren't at that last party, were you?" Rachel asked. The heroine replied that she was a little ill, which is why she couldn't come. Evie asked, "Did you happen to look for me at that banquet?" The saint admitted that she had been searching, and that at that moment she had come across the Crown Prince. And then, the girl fell silent, unable to continue, and the next moment she asked, "Evie, do you have a close relationship with the prince?" "What? I just serve His Highness as a subject, and that's all," said the girl. And in her thoughts, she understood that she would rather die than admit to that offer and refusal. Rachel exhaled and said what a relief. "To be honest, I had a bad feeling about it." Evie asked in surprise, "What kind of bad feeling? What are you talking about?" The girl admitted that since she awakened her power, my perception has become a little more sensitive. The main character asked what you mean. "I see something all the time," the heroine said, "and I remember different things. This happens periodically and very, very vividly." This is not surprising, because even at the beginning of the story, she briefly saw various visions. And now, Rachel is a saint. The heroine extended her hand to her friend and said, "Evie, you look a little bad. Everything is fine with you." The main character was determined to find out and said, "Rachel, can I find out what exactly happened that day between you and the Crown Prince of the Empire?"